Chapter 475. A quasi-martial emperor has fallen. The grey-robed elder looked at the golden minced meat on the ground, and the fear that had been dormant in his heart for many years suddenly woke up. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't think for a while. Even he was like this, the rest were even worse. They stood absent-mindedly like sculptures. As soon as the great elder of Han sect died, the little white fox immediately calmed down. It rushed to Su Li's shoulder and looked around with sparkling eyes. Su Li glanced at the black lotus that took away the soul of the great elder of Han sect, and turned to leave. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. There was a figure in front of her. His thin figure was shrouded in a large casual practitioner's robe, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Under the jade-colored bone mask, he stared at Su Li's face with deep eye sockets, full of killing intent. Su Li smiled, and Ling Li was at a loss. She had imagined many scenes of meeting Ling Li again in Qingshui Circle, but she didn't expect it would be at this moment. "Do you want to kill me?" Su Li's voice was flat, and a pair of clear eyes seemed to penetrate Ling Li's body and see inside his body. "With the sword in your body?" Ling Li's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stepped back subconsciously. Could she sense the Lihan sword? It was impossible. He was the monument keeper. "I heard that you have a son, who is about 1,000 years old now," Su Li said casually, but her eyes were fixed on Ling Li's reaction. Ling Li was shocked, and immediately thought of many things. Only the trusted followers of the Lord of Shengtian Palace knew the existence of Su Buwang. Was this woman also from Shengtian Palace? No, she just killed the people of Fate Ancestor. She shouldn't be. His mind was in a mess for a while. He carefully recalled the trap he made in the past, and there were no loopholes. Who leaked the news? No matter who it was, this woman had something to do with the Lord of Shengtian Palace. The fewer people knew the existence of Wang, the safer he would be. Ling Li made up his mind, and his eyes were firm. With a thought, a sword sound came from his body in an instant. The Lihan sword trembled and began to appear in his hand. However, this process was abruptly interrupted halfway through. Su Li's pretty face was slightly cold. She bent her fingers, and the remaining 30% of the small mysterious realm instantly collapsed into countless fragments, covering Ling Li. The power of the broken world sucked, and the rules of Qingshui Circle were instantly covered. Ling Li groaned, and the half of the sword blade in his hand turned into powder again. At this moment, Su Li suddenly narrowed her eyes, and a red line appeared in front of her. When the sword returned to Ling Li's body, the end of the red line was immediately missing. Looking at Ling Li, who was shrouded by the fragments of the small mysterious realm, he could not breathe as if he was drowning. Su Li was suddenly very angry. Although she had already warned herself that Su Li had died long ago, at this moment, the anger in her heart was like a volcanic eruption, which was irresistible. She stepped forward and appeared in front of Ling Li in a flash. She grabbed Ling Li's collar and her eyes were cold. The words full of resentment seemed to be squeezed from her teeth. "Ling Li, do you really want me to die? You're willing to sacrifice your lifespan to send me to hell?" Ling Li was shocked, and his scattered pupils condensed again. He gritted his teeth and couldn't say a word, but he just mouthed what he wanted to say. "Even if I am cut into pieces, I will never let anyone touch my son." Su Li was stunned suddenly and let go of Ling Li's collar. Most of the rioting fragments of the small mysterious realm also gathered and floated beside Su Li, like a pavilion in the air. Ling Li only felt that his body was relaxed. Seeing Su Li in a trance, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky without saying a word. Even if he had many doubts about the identity of the mysterious woman in his heart. But for the sake of Wang he couldn't take risks. Su Li watched Ling Li leave and did not stop him. Her calm eyes faintly showed a trace of gentleness and surprise. At least, he didn't seem to be as cold-blooded and ruthless as the rumor said. At least, she knew that her son was still alive, not killed by Ling Li himself as the rumor said. "Master, there is more than one Grand Elder in Han sect. Let's run." Black Lotus held the soul of the Grand Elder of Han sect and shivered. He only devoured a part of the memory of the soul, but he knew that the strength of Han sect was much more terrifying than he imagined. There was more than a junior emperor behind the holy sect. Su Li nodded and glanced at the frightened people behind her. Then she turned and floated away. The little white fox looked at the world of ice and snow and opened its mouth to take a breath. The ice and snow all over the sky poured into its stomach like a bottomless pit. Yin Xuetong and others immediately felt that the biting chill began to subside immediately, and the temperature began to warm up. But those who were frozen to death could no longer be resurrected. Fang Mu glanced at Chu Qingning, who was unconscious in the arms of the third elder of Ankue Valley, and looked at the sky that gradually cleared up. Was this a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Who could say for sure? Suddenly, he inadvertently saw a familiar figure, but the figure left extremely fast and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Eldest brother! Fang Mu shouted and chased after him without saying a word. Although the people of Tianhe sect didn't see it, when they heard the news of the first young lord, they couldn't sit still and followed him. After Su Li left everyone's sight, the little white fox spent half a quarter to absorb the cold air of the entire ghost region into its body, and then fell into a deep sleep. Su Li put it into Kang Lei's cave, and then changed into a casual practitioner's clothes and changed her face. She quietly mixed into the casual practitioner's team and entered through the entrance of the small mysterious realm of Han sect. Although the casual practitioners around saw Su Li was a little unfamiliar, they gathered here as a motley crew, so no one looked for trouble. They just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. A grand elder of Han sect died, so it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't vent their anger on them. Su Li landed on a mountain top and communicated with Black Lotus for a moment. Then she grabbed a female disciple of Han sect to replace her and went to the treasure house of Han sect. With the soul of the grand elder of Han sect in her hand, there was no secret in the entire Han sect for her. Halfway through, Su Li passed the mountain range that welcomed guests and suddenly stopped. Her eyes were fixed on a flushed face. I said, "I didn't steal anything from you. Don't go too far." Su Buwang was furious and explained with a red face, but the two disciples of Han sect in front of him didn't mean to let him go. "You are just an entity in Jindan realm. How dare you quibble? We have observed you for several days. The blood-colored treasure is clearly the red soul treasure that was stolen from our peak a few days ago. Yes. Little thief, you dare to go up the mountain to steal when the gate of my sect is open. You are really tired of living. I heard from my master that the ice demon has fallen into the hands of the grandmaster of my sect. Your elder hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid that he has died outside, right?" Su Buwang's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but scold, "Nonsense. Uncle Fang is so powerful. How could he die?" As soon as these words came out, the older disciple of Han sect immediately sneered. "Ha ha ha. It's rare to be naive. Junior fellow apprentice, open his stomach. I saw the bloodstone hidden in his body 2 days ago." Su Buwang was horrified and immediately retreated. But his strength was limited. How could he be the opponent of 2 practitioners in Yuanying realm? He was caught in their hands in an instant. The flying sword stabbed straight into his abdomen. The cold light flashed, and he closed his eyes in horror. Puff, the imagined pain did not come. Su Buwang's mind was blank for a moment. Suddenly he felt that his face was wet, and then he remembered to open his eyes. With this force, the 2 headless corpses fell backward. "Ah!" Su Buwang screamed in fright and retreated while trembling. Did I kill them?" The corpses fell to the ground. Su Buwang saw that there was a woman who looked younger than him standing behind the corpses. She was looking at him with a very strange look. "Master, the pneuma of this kid and your previous life seems to have a deep connection." Black Lotus, who was gnawing the soul of the Grand Elder of Han sect, did not forget to come out to remind Su Li. Su Li pressed him back into the ring space. Looking at Su Buwang's facial features, which were 60% similar to hers in her previous life, she couldn't help smiling. He had grown so tall. "What's your name?" Su Li suddenly said. Her voice was ethereal, like the tinkling of spring water. But there were 2 headless corpses behind her, which really aroused Su Buwang's interest in appreciation. This woman was so murderous. She was not a kind person. Su Buwang was racking his brains to deal with it. Suddenly, Su Li's eyes narrowed. She pulled off the clothes on one of the corpses and forced Su Buwang to change them. Then she put away the two corpses directly and carried him away quickly. Where are you taking me? I'm still waiting for my elder to come back. If he can't find me, he will definitely be angry. Su Buwang was held by a pair of invisible hands. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop moving forward. Su Li frowned when she saw Su Buwang's embarrassed look. What had Ling Li taught him all these years? Why didn't he have any alertness to deal with danger? When she thought of this, a red light suddenly enlarged rapidly in front of her. She narrowed her eyes and reached out to catch it. When she opened her hand, she saw a blood-colored round stone. It was this thing. Su Li's memory drifted away, and she instantly thought of the origin of this thing. In the reincarnation mirror, she killed Lin Yanxing and got this bloodstone from his body. Unexpectedly, it was inherited by her son. Looks like you've learned a thing or two over the years. At the very least, your sneak attack is quite decent. Su Li chuckled. Su Buwang's eyes widened. He took off his disguise and panicked. This stone had been in his body since he was born. When he was 18 years old, he barely drew it out of his body. Although he couldn't see the secret in it, except for him, no matter what cultivation the person held in his hand, he would be sucked dry in an instant. This stone had always been used as his trump card, but now there was an enemy who could be completely immune to it. Su Li finally got a moment alone with her son, and she couldn't bear to continue to scare him. After leaving a mark on the bloodstone, she put it back into her body and said casually, "Don't show this thing to others at will. If the master of Shengtian Shrine knows it, he will inevitably rob it." Su Buwang carefully sensed the bloodstone that returned to his body. After finding that there was no discomfort, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard the second half of Su Li's words, he was inevitably afraid. Fortunately, he had a low status in Shengtian Shrine and had no chance to meet the master of Shengtian Palace. Feeling Su Li's kindness, Su Buwang was slightly relieved. He blinked his eyes and asked cautiously as if he met Fang Yuan for the first time, "Little brother." "Su Buwang. Senior, where are we going?" Chapter 476. Su Li stopped and stared at Su Buwang, who was at a loss. "I asked you to forget me, and you named him Buwang?" Su Buwang found that Su Li was looking at him with a very strange look again. He laughed awkwardly and thought about the words just now, but he didn't find anything wrong. Just when he wanted to ask, Su Li suddenly withdrew her gaze and continued to walk to the depths of Han sect. "Senior, I'm going to get something, and I'll leave after I get it." "What is it?" After Su Buwang asked, he felt that he had made a mistake and wanted to slap himself. "Why did you talk too much? What if you were killed if you knew too much?" He was nervous, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Su Li glanced at him with a faint smile and said softly, "A thing that belongs to me." Su Li was very fast, and Su Buwang followed her unimpeded all the way to the forbidden area where the Grand Elder of Han sect lived. Su Buwang was frightened at first, but he calmed down after arriving at the forbidden area. On the way, they met many powerful practitioners of Han sect, but those people seemed to see him and the mysterious woman and let them enter the forbidden area of Han sect. Black Lotus. Su Li called in her heart and asked him to continue to show the way. Although there were various means to defend the forbidden area, Black Lotus had absorbed the memory, so all the tactical matrices and prohibitions were not obstacles. "Master, there is only one old man who is practicing in isolation in this forbidden area, and the rest have left. Most of them went to track down your whereabouts in order to kill their Grand Elder." Black Lotus's words were full of excitement. Those powerful figures of Han sect could never imagine that Su Li not only did not escape, but also went deep into their base camp. Su Li raised her eyebrows, took off the ring of reincarnation mirror from her waist, and threw it casually. The mirror ring immediately lit up with a white light and quickly rushed to one of the palaces. Su Li immediately followed. Su Buwang also followed, and his eyes were bright. Although the place where he grew up was extraordinary, it was the first time for him to have such a novel experience. Although he liked to pretend to be stupid and careless, It did not mean that he was stupid. The woman who brought him in dared to steal things from the forbidden area of Han sect. It was too exciting. The reincarnation mirror stopped in front of a palace and kept trembling, but it still didn't mean to communicate with Su Li. Even if it had this ability for a long time, the grievances of the previous life were still there. It didn't know how to face Su Li, who had become its real master. Fortunately, Su Li did not force him. Standing in front of the palace for a moment, she got the handprint of starting the palace from Black Lotus. A moment later, a gap was silently pushed open in the palace. Su Li pulled Su Buwang and rushed into it without saying a word. They went straight to the treasure room in the deepest part of the palace. This is that unlucky bastard's bedroom. There are no traps. I think he never thought that he would die. Black Lotus hugged the divine soul and laughed happily. Su Li didn't bother to pay attention to it. She opened the door of the adytum, and the nimbus that had been sealed for many years instantly surged out. Su Buwang took a deep breath and suddenly felt like a fairy. The bottleneck in his body, which had not moved for a long time, actually had a tendency to loosen. When he saw the dazzling array of cultivation treasures, elixirs, rare materials, and celestial crystals in the room, he almost drooled. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, but he had never seen so many treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to take any of them. Su Buwang glanced at Su Li, who was already collecting treasures, and sighed secretly. Not bad, not bad. This old bastard has lived for 7,000 or 8,000 years, and his collection is quite rich. Do you see the universe rings on the 2 shelves? They are all advanced materials for forging magic treasures, which are priceless. Su Li immediately went forward to check the 2 rings. After finding no tracing mark, she threw them into Kang Lei's cave. Treasures like the secret vault of the Grand Elder of a sect were all private collections, but she still didn't dare to be careless. She checked every treasure, and threw them into the space of Black Lotus if she was not sure. According to Black Lotus's temperament, there must be a lot of good things hidden in the ring space. Unfortunately, if she didn't force him into a desperate situation, she could only see those things when her cultivation was stronger. An hour later, the stone room was 80% empty and became bare. There was no longer the previous jewelry. There were only a few scattered jade boxes on the elixir shelf that had not been checked. Su Buwang sighed again and scolded himself for being a coward. He didn't dare to take any of them. Su Li opened a jade box casually, and the fragrance came to her nose. She took the ammunition in her hand and sniffed it carefully. Chitian elixir. Although the name was ordinary, it was well known in the cultivation circle. This elixir couldn't increase cultivation, but it could make up for congenital deficiencies and greatly improve a person's cultivation aptitude. For those who were possessed by the devil and destroyed their foundation, it was a holy elixir to repair their foundation. This old bastard actually has such an elixir, but I didn't find it in his memory. It's really weird. Su Li shook her head slightly and responded in her heart, judging from the different refining methods and uneven quality of the elixirs collected by him, I know that he is not proficient in refining elixirs, and may even be born with elixir blindness. He can only say that he is unlucky that he doesn't know the elixir in front of him. After responding to this, Su Li suddenly turned around and flicked her fingers. The elixir turned into a light and shot into Su Buwang's mouth. Su Buwang only felt pain in his throat, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. The elixir melted in the water and immediately turned into a warm current flowing into his abdomen. What did I eat? Su Buwang was stunned. He touched his belly and felt warm and indescribably comfortable. But he was still flustered. Who knew whether that thing was good or bad? Su Li checked the remaining elixirs and found that there was no one suitable for Su Buwang. She put them all away and turned around with a rare stern look. You have to be smart enough to live in the cultivation circle. How can you behave so sloppily? It was just an elixir just now. If I sneak attack you, what will the consequences be? Su Buwang couldn't raise his head and had no way to refute her. He also felt strange. Even when he was with Uncle Fang, he still had a little vigilance in his heart. But when he was with this woman, he always relaxed unconsciously. Could it be that this was some kind of secret skill of subtle influence? Su Buwang suddenly panicked and subconsciously stayed further away from Su Li. Su Li looked at his movements, pursed her lips and tilted her head in confusion. Black Lotus, was I very fierce just now? Black Lotus also looked puzzled. Probably not. Then why is he so afraid of me? Black Lotus rolled his eyes. I am not a roundworm in your son's stomach. How do I know why? Why don't you ask him directly? Su Li glanced at him coldly and said lightly, Reincarnation mirror, have you finished eating? Let's go to the next one. Whoosh. The ring of reincarnation mirror, which was much thicker, immediately flew out. There were still some fragments stuck on it, which had not been completely digested. The spirit of reincarnation mirror suddenly felt that it was not bad to follow Su Li. At least it didn't have to do anything. It just needed to eat the fragments when it woke up. Otherwise, should I take the initiative to offer myself and recognize her? The little beast hesitated and suddenly remembered that its body was exactly the same as when it killed Su Li in the previous life. Its ears drooped again and it slowly flew out. We don't have much time. We can only choose another palace to break in. Damn donkey, look carefully. Which palace has the most fragments? As soon as the thought of Black Lotus was transmitted, the reincarnation mirror whizzed and flew to a huge palace that was several times larger than before and surrounded by fairy air, buzzing and trembling. Su Li looked through the palace and saw the horrible figure sitting inside. Her face suddenly darkened and she grabbed reincarnation mirror. This one won't work. In the end, reincarnation mirror still chose a second-level palace. Su Li took a slight breath and threw a protective tactical matrix to Su Buwang. A flying sword, a magic instrument just obtained from the treasure house, appeared in her hand. She reached out to hold the hilt of the sword and closed her eyes gently. Su Buwang immediately saw the power of pneuma and blood surging behind her, and the sound was buzzing, as if there was a blood dragon roaring. After a moment of accumulation, she suddenly opened her eyes and chopped down with the flying sword held high. Boom! The main hall collapsed and became a ruin. No matter how many forbidden tactical matrices were in it, they all turned into nothingness under this move. Su Buwang gritted his teeth and covered his ears, but his earholes were still shaken and bleeding. However, at this moment, he didn't care about the pain. He just stared at the destroyed palace with his eyes wide open. So powerful. Before he had time to sigh, he saw a black shadow flash in the ruins, and he was taken away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hanging reincarnation mirror, which was still digesting the fragments, on her waist, Su Li took a step and crossed a few miles. She left the range of Han sect in the blink of an eye, but she still did not slow down. There was always a pneuma of junior emperor behind her. After a few breaths, Su Li had reached the edge of the ghost region. She glanced at Su Buwang, who had been in a daze because of the wind caused by the extreme speed. She immediately paused and unfolded Kang Lei's cave, sending him to one of the stone beds. After doing this, the pneuma behind her had approached within 3 miles. Su Li's face became cold, and the all-spirits tactics covered her face again. Countless fragments of the small mysterious realm appeared beside her out of thin air. As she stretched out her hand, a torrent like the end of the world surged in an instant. The old man in purple, who was chasing Su Li, changed his face instantly when he saw this. He turned around and fled without saying a word. Seeing this scene, he knew who he was chasing. That was the demon girl who killed his senior fellow apprentice in one move. His strength was not even half of his senior fellow apprentice's. If he went up, he would be killed. He kept fleeing and didn't dare to look back. When he returned to the range of Han sect, he sensed that the fragments of the small world chasing behind him faded away. After surviving a disaster, he took a long breath, and his back was wet. At this time, a cold voice sounded in his ear. This time, Han sect offended me as a warning. Don't force me to kill more people. If you want to make peace, go back and ask your old ancestor, and he will know. At the end of the sentence, the voice lingered. The old man in purple looked pale. That demon girl turned out to be a figure of the same era as the old ancestor. Senior fellow apprentice, you are dead, but you also caused a big trouble for the sect. Chapter 477. Throwing a smoke bomb to Han sect, Su Li didn't care about the consequences. She flew to a nearby town and woke up Su Buwang, who was still in a coma. Su Buwang only felt that he had a dream. He dreamed that he went to an immortal's cave. The details in the stone room were very clear, as if it were real. But the dream was interrupted by Su Li's awakening before long. He got up from the bed and rubbed his head, which still hurt a little. He couldn't help but look at Su Li with complaints, but he didn't dare to say anything excessive. "Senior, where are we?" Su Li pointed out of the window. Su Buwang saw the plaque of the town at the same level as the second floor of the inn, and couldn't help but cover his eyes. It was so shameful. As wise as I am, how could I ask such an idiotic question? "I'm leaving." "Do you have the carrier rune of your elder?" Su Buwang took out a jade rune readily and said with a smile, "Of course." "Senior, you are leaving now. Where are you going?" Su Li glanced at him coldly and didn't answer. Su Buwang felt numb on his scalp. He couldn't wait to slap himself. Why couldn't he control his mouth? This female senior was really evil. She always made him let down his guard unconsciously. Damn it. He thought about it, but he didn't slow down and sent a message to Fang Yuan. After a while, Su Li's gaze, which was staring out of the window, suddenly froze. Then she took a deep look at Su Buwang, and her body disappeared like smoke. "Senior," Su Buwang murmured softly. Although he only spent half a day with Su Li, he didn't know why he was a little reluctant in his heart. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly appeared beside him. "Who are you calling?" Su Buwang was suddenly shocked. He turned his head and saw Fang Yuan. The shock on his face eased, and he said helplessly, "Uncle Fang, you finally come. I almost lost my life in this half a day." Fang Yuan looked at Su Buwang carefully and found that he was not injured. He was slightly relieved. "I was delayed by something." "What happened to you?" Su Buwang immediately told him what he had encountered, but he did not find that the more Fang Yuan listened, the more unstable his expression was. Finally, there was a little excitement in his eyes. He walked to the place where Su Li sat before and sat down slowly. Thinking of the person's voice and smile, he picked up the still warm teacup and looked at the half-eaten peanuts on the plate. For a moment, he was in a trance. If he hadn't been delayed by Fang Mu, wouldn't he have been able to see her? If they weren't connected by blood, how could she sense Wang Er's location? If it weren't for his safety, she wouldn't have taken him out of the hand school and settled him down in this mortal town, regardless of her own situation. No. For the sake of Wang Er's safety, she would not leave immediately. Fang Yuan suddenly shivered and rushed out of the window in a flash, which made Su Buwang at a loss. Has Uncle Fang lost his mind? Fang Yuan hadn't used his full strength for a long time. Fortunately, this town was just a mortal town. Even if he wantonly scanned hundreds of miles with his spiritual awareness, he didn't alarm anyone. No, not even a practitioner. It's impossible. Fang Yuan stood in the nothingness, but his expression was not as calm as usual. Instead, he was full of uneasiness and tension. He opened his mouth, but the name that had been hovering in his mind for thousands of years was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say it. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan managed to calm down. His voice was transmitted to the surroundings through his spiritual awareness, which was extremely hoarse. Su Li, is that you? I know that you're definitely still alive. How could someone like you leave so easily? Don't hide. I know you must be worried about Wang Li. The words came out one after another, but there was no response. The expectation in Fang Yuan's eyes gradually became disappointment. He had experienced this kind of disappointment many times in the thousands of years since he came back. He even got used to it. Li, I will take good care of Wang, even if he is that person's flesh and blood. Fang Yuan murmured to himself. His spiritual awareness that covered hundreds of miles slowly shrank and turned into the usual decadent appearance. Then it fell into the town below. But he didn't see that behind him, there was a beautiful figure quietly watching his back. She was only a few feet away from him. Until Fang Yuan entered the inn, Su Li withdrew her gaze and flew to the nearest teleportation matrix. Tut tut, it is said that people are not plants or trees. Why do I feel that your heart is harder than iron and stone? Fang Yuan's life is probably ruined by you. Black Lotus came out and began to court death again. Su Li didn't get angry. She just sighed softly, and her delicate and white face showed a trace of rare depression. Whether it is true or false, I don't have the qualification to accept it. How could I have the right to accept it? I don't even dare to acknowledge Wang Er. Everything is not the right time. At this moment, the emotions on her face gradually converged and returned to coldness. She sped up and flew to the teleportation matrix. Although the ghost region was frozen for only half a month and then disappeared, the aftermath shocked the entire Qingshui circle. In the peaceful era, a grand elder of holy sects, equivalent to a junior emperor of human clan, died. It was so shocking that even millions of people in the entire ghost region were frozen to death were suppressed by this news. At the same time, Su Li, the culprit of this matter, also received a lot of attention. But because Su Li covered her face at that time, and she came and went without a trace, no one knew her origin. Even the largest intelligence organization in Qingshui Circle, Tianyik Attic, couldn't find out the details. So, the revenge of the forces finally disappeared. However, although Tianyik Attic didn't find out Su Li's identity, it didn't prevent them from inferring Su Li's name. Descendant of Ghost Clan. The ancestral land of Ghost Clan had been destroyed, leaving many traces. If Tianyik Attic couldn't find this, it would be unworthy of its name. Ghost Clan had been extinct for nearly 10,000 years. If the woman had stayed in the small mysterious realm, she would be at least 10,000 years old now. Her foundation was horrible, so it was not surprising that she killed the Grand Elder of Han's sect with one move. These speculations were recorded in the Qingshui Calendar Chronicle by Tianyik Attic and spread very quickly. After Su Li returned to Ni sect, she saw a book on her desk. She opened it and looked at it. Tianyik Attic's imagination was rich enough. After all, the old men in the reincarnation mirror were likely to know that she had the Black Lotus ring. Originally, she was worried that someone would associate it with the Black Lotus. Now Tianyik Attic also described her as an old man, so there was no need to worry about trouble in a short time. Li, are you looking for me? Not long after, Hua Yang came in. She didn't stay idle these days when Su Li left. With the help of the rich Hualing pool, her cultivation made great progress in a short time. It was less than half a year before she promoted to Yuanying realm, and she made another breakthrough and reached the middle stage of Yuanying realm. Su Li nodded gently and waved her hand. The stone door behind Hua Yang was automatically sealed. Hua Yang was suddenly shocked. She quickly walked to Su Li and sat down. She frowned and said, "Why are you so careful? Is it possible that your identity?" Su Li looked at her sincere face and shook her head slightly. She said, "Do you still remember the origin of that bloodstone?" Hua Yang was slightly stunned. She immediately reached out and touched the universe ring. A light flashed in her palm, and the blood-colored diamond-shaped stone covered with cracks reappeared. "Of course I remember." Hua Yang smiled and didn't ask why Su Li suddenly cared about it. She said, "At that time, I was still a nobody in the sect, but you were already a very outstanding genius in Yushu sect. At that time, the demons woke up and brought disaster to all living beings. You and I both received the order from the sect to go down the mountain to kill the demons. Then we met in the Shengling mountain. You and I hit it off at first sight and regretted not meeting earlier. Although my strength was not as good as yours, there were many flower demons in the Shengling mountain. It was easier for me to deal with them than you. We killed a blood-colored flower demon together and found this thing in the private collection of the flower demon, but we didn't know what it was used for. In order to kill that flower demon, we planned for a long time and finally paid the price of serious injuries. But it was you who decided the final victory. I always thought that this bloodstone should be yours, but you didn't want it and asked me to take it back. You also said that the goodies should be kept within the family. Speaking of this, Hua Yang's eyes showed an indescribable light. At that time, I faintly guessed that your situation was not as good as it seemed, but I didn't expect it would be so serious. Su Li listened to the past quietly with a smile all the time. But Black Lotus nagged in her ear with a black face. Well, little Su Li, I was worried about you and was afraid that Hua Yang would betray you. It turned out that the bloodstone was obtained by you two at risk. I'm so angry. Su Li blocked Black Lotus's words without a trace. She turned her hand and took out the 2 bloodstones obtained from the ancestral land from the universe ring. These 2 bloodstones were smaller than Hua Yang's, but their surface was round and smooth without cracks. In terms of appearance, they were much better. This, Hua Yang opened her eyes slightly and was greatly surprised. She picked up one of them and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she sensed the familiar sense of danger hidden in the stone. There is more than one bloodstone like this. Where did you get it? Su Li didn't deliberately hide it and said directly, from an ancient secret place with a history of tens of thousands of years. Hua Yang subconsciously thought of the popular descendant of the Ghost Clan in recent days, but she soon dispelled this idea. Although the time of Su Li's return was very coincidental, she was a real human clan with the strength of Huashan realm at most. It was impossible for her to be the descendant of the Ghost Clan. It seems that the origin of this thing is more complicated than we thought. But I have carried it with me for 1,000 years, but I haven't figured out the use of this thing. It's a pity. Su Li's heart moved when she heard this. Whether it was Hua Yang's bloodstone or the 2 in her hand, the original owner was not a human clan. Maybe the blood of the human clan couldn't be activated? She was contemplating, and suddenly saw Hua Yang put the bloodstone in her hand and smiled a little playfully. You have no reason to refuse now, right? It's time to return this thing to its original owner. Su Li also smiled. This time, she didn't refuse and put the bloodstone into her pocket. She happened to have some ideas to verify. The quality of this bloodstone was the worst and just right. Moreover, it was not safe to leave it in Hua Yang's hand. It was better to give it to Hua Yang after she finished studying it. Chapter 478. After Hua Yang left, Su Li called Yang Zai, Lvu, Dongfang Wuxue and others. She gave them some cultivation treasures and assigned them individual tasks. Then she announced that she would practice in isolation. At the entrance of the forbidden area in the back mountain, Yang Zai, who was emaciated and sallow, had returned to the appearance of a handsome young man. Lvu still wore a green robe and looked old. He looked at Dongfang Wuxue with a pair of cunning eyes and asked curiously, Wuxue, what did the master give you? Third brother, take it out and have a look. Yang Zai also echoed with a smile. During this time, the 3 of them worked for Su Li and worked together to manage the sect. They had already become familiar with each other. Yang Zai even proposed the idea of being sworn brothers. However, Lvu always felt that he was not talented enough and always disagreed. However, Yang Zai was familiar with Dongfang Wuxue's address of third brother. Dongfang Wuxue looked helpless. After his physical body was reconstructed, he still looked like a young man. He looked too young. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the elixirs that Su Li gave him and shook them. His tone was complicated and moved. 10 Tianjing elixirs. The spiritual power inside is easier to absorb than the celestial stone. I can restore my cultivation in less than 10 days. This kind of elixir. Even the Dongfang family may not have one. I don't know where the master got it. Indeed, even in the holy sect where I come from, this kind of elixir is absolutely a strategic resource and extremely rare. Yang Zai nodded in agreement and then showed 5 Wujing elixirs. With the help of these elixirs, I will definitely break through the bottleneck and reach Huashan realm within half a year. Mister, he couldn't have robbed a holy sect, right? Don't joke. I think the master got an inheritance similar to Kang Lei's cave. Ha ha ha, that's true. Lvu looked at them enviously and laughed. He looked at the Poeying elixir in his hand. Although this elixir was the least valuable among the 3, it was what he needed most now. And he had every reason to believe that when he reached the bottleneck of Yuanying realm, as long as his contribution was enough, he would inevitably get the help of Wujing elixir. He held the elixir in his hand and was thrilled. Once again, he was extremely glad that he made the right decision. From that moment on, his fate was completely different. After talking and laughing, the 3 left respectively. They all had their own tasks to complete. Since Su Li asked them alone, they would not disclose it to anyone or ask. Although Su Li told Yang Zai and others to practice in isolation was a cover, it still took her 3 days to refine the external incarnation of the ghost clan. It was relatively easy to refine the outer body incarnation of the ghost clan. After several failures and familiarizing herself with the technique, her success rate soon reached 100%. She also took the time to study the bloodstone in between. With this research, they really did find some clues. In the adytum, there were 20 rows of external incarnations neatly leaning against the wall. Their faces were the same as Su Li's, which was quite frightening at first glance. At this moment, Su Li's attention was not on it, but on the blood-colored crystal in the hands of the evil ghost. At this time, the blood-colored crystal stone was emitting a dazzling light. There was a blood-colored mist around the crystal stone, which was constantly drilling into his body through the shadow of the evil ghost. Su Li's eyes were extremely bright. She was not a pure member of the primordial ghost clan, but the evil ghost had absorbed the souls of countless ghosts, so it was purer than her own body. Since the blood of the human clan had no effect on the blood crystal, she tried to let the evil ghost control the blood crystal. This control was a direct success. When a certain amount of the bloody mist poured in, Su Li saw that the fist-sized bloody crystal became smaller. At the same time, an instinct arose from the bottom of her heart. Boom! The scorching blood and pneuma gushed out, and the temperature of the whole adytum rose instantly. Su Li only felt that the pneuma and blood in her body were boiling, as if she had inexhaustible strength. My strength has improved by at least 50%. After a rough sensing, Su Li smiled. Her physical body was extremely strong, and it was nothing to burn this pneuma and blood. She could make up for it in a few breaths. It's a pity that there are too few bloodstones. Su Li took back the bloodstone in the hands of the evil ghost, shook her head and smiled. It was a pleasant surprise that she could solve the secret of the bloodstone before she went to Zisho's appointment. She was a little greedy. Thinking of this, she narrowed her eyes slightly and waved her sleeves. All external incarnations in the adytum automatically flew into the universe ring. She wiped the ring with her palm, and a delicate communication jade rune flashed out. Su Li stared at the shining Su character carved on it. Her gentle eyes suddenly became cold, and she slightly exerted force in her hand. The jade rune was crush. At the same time, in the noble grand palace of the Su family far away, Su Chunka, who was meditating, suddenly shivered and opened his eyes. His eyes were blank for a moment, and then they became gloomy. He got up and flew out of the palace to the huge palace at the highest point of the mountains. Only halfway, he heard a low and old voice in his ear. Chunka, have you finally figured out how to explain the matter of the second branch of the Su family? Su Chunka's figure stagnated, and then he landed in front of the palace gate. He bowed submissively and said, "Brother, I didn't deliberately conceal it. There is indeed something in this matter. Now the time has come, and it's time for you to take action." At this moment, he heard a laugh beside his ear, and the palace doors opened on their own without a sound. "I'd like to see what you can say." Su Chunka's eyes flashed, and he stepped into the palace. After a while, he saw his brother, who was hundreds of times stronger than him, and the pillar of the Su family, Su Zhuanyan. Su Zhuanyan was 900 years older than Su Chunka, but his face was much younger than Su Chunka. He seemed to be in his 30s. His face was gentle and elegant, like a scholar who was well read. Su Chunka didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. He came over and saluted first, and then he said, "Brother, I don't need to say more about the matter of the second branch of the Su family. You have almost understood it." Su Zhuanyan narrowed his eyes, looked at his biological brother, nodded gently, and said in a leisurely tone, "First, the demon crystal disappeared. You didn't continue to chase it, but went to the second branch. Su Dingchuan abandoned Su Dingxian inexplicably and supported Su Daiyin. Even you showed kindness to Su Daiyin, but you didn't ask for any benefits. Hehe, this is not like you. If you and I were not born of the same mother, and your soul breath was still familiar to me, I would really think that you were replaced by an evil spirit." After that, his eyes flashed, and his doubts grew stronger. Su Chunka frowned and showed a sad expression. He said with grievance, "Brother, I did all this for the Su family. How can you doubt me so much?" "Oh." Su Zhuanyan raised his eyebrows. Su Chunka didn't wait for him to speak, and said with a little excitement, "Brother's doubts are actually the same thing. I received a message from Su Daiyin that day and went to the Blackstone Forest, but the demon crystal had disappeared strangely. I was very angry at that time and ordered Su Jinnan to investigate it. Then I promised Su Daiyin to go to the second branch to mediate the contradiction between her and Su Dingxian. Who knows? I accidentally found a big secret." Speaking of this, Su Chunka subconsciously lowered his voice, and his eyes flashed. "In the Blackstone Forest, there is a big demon born from heaven and earth." As soon as this was said, Su Zhuanyan, who had always been calm, finally changed his face. He said coldly, "How dare you lie to me? An ice demon has just appeared in the ghost region. How can another big demon appear in a short time? And every time a big demon is born, there must be a vision. How can I not receive the news?" Su Chunka didn't panic when he heard this. Instead, he smiled and said, "Brother, I didn't say that the big demon was just born, huh?" Su Zhuanyan sat up straight, and his expression suddenly eased. "Tell me in detail." If Su Chunka really lied, Su Zhuanyan would have panicked a long time ago. He could continue to stare at the pressure and continue to speak. Su Zhuanyan finally believed him a little. The remaining 90% depended on what Su Chunka said. However, how could there be loopholes in Su Li's carefully woven trap? At the moment, Su Chunka looked refreshed and immediately said, "When I went to the second branch, I felt that Su Daiying's new disciple, Su Jojo, was fearless and had a strange attitude. So I paid more attention to her. After a few days of secret investigation, I found that she colluded with a big demon in the Blackstone Forest. After I searched Su Jojo's soul, I knew that the big demon was a demon snake that had lived for many years, and it was a natural big demon. It had never been envied by natural law in these years of cultivation, but the big demon was about to slough today. Brother, you naturally know what it means." Su Chunka clenched his fists heavily, and his eyes were full of excitement and fanaticism, as if what he said was his personal experience. Su Zhuanyan's eyebrows and eyes jumped slightly. Snake slough. After the big demon snake slough, its strength must be greatly increased, and it is no longer protected by natural law. There must be a thunder test, he talked to himself, and suddenly remembered that there was a short thunder test in the Blackstone Forest a few days ago, but it didn't strike anything, only a group of casual practitioners were killed. It was true. What Su Chunka said was all true. If some words were said, it would feel fake. But Su Chunka said half of a sentence, and Su Zhuanyan linked all kinds of traces together, immediately convinced him. At this moment, his heart, which had been silent for thousands of years, beat violently. He didn't count on the big demon ghost region, but this big demon was obviously stronger and more powerful. If he could get it and use it as medicine, maybe, he could become a junior emperor. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Su Chunka. As soon as he spoke, his tone changed. "How long before the snake slough?" Su Zhuanyan stood up. Su Chunka laughed, "I don't know, but Su Jojo is the stove made by the big demon to resist nature's test. As long as we follow Su Jojo, we will have a bright future. It's normal that you don't know the time of the snake slough." Su Zhuanyan nodded, and suddenly frowned, and said angrily, "Bastard. You hide such an important thing and don't report it. If you fail to kill the demon because of insufficient preparation time, I will punish you." After that, Su Zhuanyan flicked his sleeves and left in a hurry. Su Chunka shrank his neck and waited until Su Zhuanyan's pneuma completely disappeared in his perception. He raised his head and laughed nervously. Chapter 479. Master, fortunately, I didn't fail you. The jade token sent a message, and Su Chunka's voice echoed in her ears. Su Li smiled beautifully. She looked up at the tall and desolate mountains and stepped into the forest. Her figure was submerged by the vegetation. Just a few seconds after she entered, two obscure streamers landed outside the forest. After the light dissipated, the figures of Su Chunka and Su Zhuanyan appeared. This barren forest is famous for its low nimbus in Jojo region. If the mighty demon wants to pass the test, it must be supplied with nimbus. How could it make such a stupid mistake? Su Zhuanyan's lips buzzed. Su Chunka also pretended to think and responded, the weaker the spiritual aura is, the lower the power of nature's punishment will be. The mighty demon may have other plans. Let's go in and see. As he said, he was about to leave, but Su Zhuanyan frowned and stopped him. Su Chunka's heart thumped. Did he reveal a flaw? Since it is a resourceful mighty demon, it is hard to guarantee that it has the means of perception that we don't know. When nature's test comes and disturbs the rules, we can go in. Su Chunka breathed a sigh of relief and nodded again and again. He said with fear, brother, you are really thoughtful. Su Zhuanyan seemed to be in a good mood and scolded with a smile, if you are calm, your cultivation will not stop at Huashan realm. After getting the mighty demon, you can take some Hongchen elixir back and refine your mind. The implication was obviously that he was not going to share the mighty demon with Su Chunka. Su Chunka was not afraid, but he was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. Su Zhuanyan saw that he was so sensible, and the smile on his face was more intense. Su Li walked steadily all the way until she stopped by the huge lake at the top of the mountain. She looked around with twinkling eyes. This boundless lake was obviously dug recently, but there were not many excavation traces left. It was mostly dug by the group of faceless snake men in Zisha's hands. In fact, it was true. Through the clear lake, she immediately saw the entangled snake men at the bottom of the lake. It was dense like a snake cave. You really came. Very good. The charming voice of the purple evil spirit came from all directions, which made Su Li unable to find the source. She only knew that it was hidden in the large number of demon crystals under the lake. I came as promised, but you didn't even show your face. Su Li took a deep breath and said in a cold tone. She was usually calm, but at this moment, there was unconcealable anxiety and uneasiness. Hee hee. Don't you humans have a saying? One must always be on guard against others. I don't want to give away my tens of thousands of years of cultivation to someone else. Su Li frowned, and her tone was slightly cold. It seemed that she was angry. Zisha, you are too much. I've never broken the agreement between us, and I've never told anyone about you. Ha ha. I naturally know what you have done. Otherwise, do you think you can still come in front of me alive? In the end, Zisha's soft tone suddenly became cold. Su Li tightened her body slightly and snorted, don't talk nonsense. I'm here as promised. I will only help you stall for a quarter of an hour. If the abnormal phenomenon attracts others, I won't be blamed. That's natural. Since you are ready to accept nature's punishment, then, as you wish. Before she finished her words, the calm lake in Su Li's sight immediately rippled. At first, it was like a breeze blowing, but as time went by, the wind gradually raged. The slight ripple was immediately pushed by an unknown force into a stormy wave, which turned into a waterspout and rushed to the sky. Whoosh! The broken water splashed into raindrops and poured down. Su Li stared at the water vortex without blinking. Her pupils slowly contracted, and the fear grew stronger. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless serpent men turned into a ray of light, circling around the water column and going against the current. The densely packed serpent men writhed madly and hissed at the sky. If it was an ordinary cultivator, just seeing this scene was enough to scare them to the point of fainting. It has begun. Outside the barren forest, Su Zhuanyan saw the waterspout into the sky, and his eyes were full of horror. If he still had a 90% guess before, at this moment he saw it with his own eyes, there was no doubt in his heart. He thought quickly about how to kill the demon with the least cost. Boom! The snake-shaped thunderbolt flashed, and the sky suddenly became dark. It was so dark that one could not see his fingers. The thunderbolt flashed for a moment, and 1/10 of the snakes were chopped into pieces of minced meat. Blood rained. Su Li stood on the shore and looked up at the apocalyptic scene in the distance quietly. She let the blood fall on her face and be washed clean by the rain. The cycle was endless. What a big thundercloud. Even the sky is completely covered. Su Chunka and Su Zhuanyan stood in the distance with horror in their eyes. At this moment, although their cultivations were in different realms, their thoughts were very consistent. Su Jojo, do it. But at this moment, there was a roar full of anger in the barren forest. It was completely different from the gentle female voice before. Instead, it was like the voice of countless men and women mixed together, which made Su Zhuanyan's hair stand on end. Even if the strength of this mighty demon dropped sharply during the snake slough, would he be her opponent? But the thought of retreating only flashed in his mind for a moment, and it was completely overwhelmed by the huge benefits of killing the demon queen. Kill at all cost. Su Li was wet all over, and her face was cold. She looked at the lake with a pale red color because 80% of the snakes were dead, and said unhurriedly, "What are you afraid of? The snakes are not dead yet. I will only help you for a quarter of an hour. If I make a move too early and you can't make it, what should I do if you drag me to death?" While saying this, Su Li retreated without a trace, and immediately felt that she was locked by an extremely dangerous thought, as if as long as she took another step back, she would face an overwhelming terrorist attack. "If you escape, you will die now." The sharp tone was mixed with countless sounds, which made Su Li's eardrums hurt. She no longer retreated, but turned around and flew to the water spout. The pressure on her body suddenly lightened. But she was not relaxed for a long time, and she was stared at by another more terrifying pressure. Boom! The dark clouds suddenly tumbled violently. Before Su Li's flying knife and water spout, a bucket-thick purple thunderbolt fell. The power of this thunderbolt was more than twice as powerful as the one that struck Zi Shou's head before. "I can't bear it." Su Li's face changed slightly. Without saying anything, she took out the tactical matrix for camouflage modified by Zi Shou's demon crystal and opened it. The purple thunderbolt struck on the protective shield of the tactical matrix, and a strong purple light appeared. The whole tactical matrix creaked as if it would explode in the next moment. However, the tactical matrix still held. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, but Zi Shou's exasperated and frightened voice came from under her feet. "This is the Purple Emperor Supreme Thunder? What kind of monster are you? Bastard, my thunder for punishment." Su Li didn't know what the Purple Emperor Supreme Thunder was, but she also saw that the black cloud generated because of her gradually merged with Zi Shou's tribulation cloud. In the end, the tribulation cloud, which was originally flashing with blue electric arcs, was full of breathtaking purple. The terrifying power of destruction was brewing in the overwhelming thunder for punishment. Su Li looked at the core of the tactical matrix that was cracked into several halves in her hand. This tactical matrix for camouflage that had accompanied her for a year finally died of old age and could no longer be used. How to block the next blow? She looked up at the electric arcs and the thunder gathering. Her eyebrows almost knitted together. She couldn't escape forever, but at this moment, nature's punishment was obviously not going to give her a chance to think. After 3 breaths, boom! The purple thunder slanted down and drowned Su Li in the blink of an eye. It went straight into the water, and the lake crackled continuously. It instantly became a pool of thunder. Although Zi Shou hid in the depths of the lake, half of her body was still numb because of the purple thunder and lightning. "Su Jojo, damn you." Zi Shou gritted her teeth, moved her body with hatred, and stared at the purple sky. She never dreamed that Su Jojo, the person who was jealous of by heaven, had a higher potential than her, so she attracted a more powerful thunder for punishment. The means she prepared were not enough to deal with it. But now, it was too late to say anything. Su Jojo had been smashed into flying ashes, and even her ashes were scattered with the wind. Where could she go to take revenge? Suddenly, the rolling purple thunder in the sky quickly faded and became the original blue, and even the blue was much lighter than before. Zi Shou was stunned and immediately overjoyed. Insufficient nimbus. Insufficient nimbus. The nimbus in this area was too thin, and the natural law had no time to mobilize too much nimbus to turn into thunder in a short time. The blow that killed Su Jojo just now was too strong, which directly led to the decline of her thunder power. Ha ha ha. Su Jojo. Zi Shou couldn't help laughing excitedly. Her delicate face suddenly twisted and turned into a huge snake head. Only the pair of purple eyes still glowed with the familiar feeling. Whoosh! The red lake water overflowed to the shore, and Zishaw rushed out of the water. Her body finally appeared. Her head was held high, and her body full of strange patterns and scales convulsed. Layers of skin fell into the lake. She didn't need to treat the thunder for punishment, whose power was reduced by 1 level. Dark clouds rolled, boom, boom. More than a dozen thunderbolts struck down one after another. The snake scales were flying, and the blood was dripping. Zishaw's roar constantly echoed in the lake. Although the thunder for punishment was no longer a concern, she had reached the end of her snake shedding at this moment, which was the weakest time. Although the thunder for punishment could not hurt her seriously, it still brought her some pain. The dark sky gradually became clear, and the dark clouds dispersed. Until the last thunderbolt fell, there was no abnormality. Zishaw was finally relieved. She looked up and enjoyed the long-lost warm sunshine. Suddenly, a golden light shuttled through quickly. The exposed flesh of Zishaw's snake body was drilled, and a blood hole as big as a washbasin appeared. Hiss! The sharp pain attacked her nerves. Zishaw raised her head and roared. She opened her bloody mouth to bite the golden light, but the speed of the golden light accelerated again. It narrowly escaped being bitten by Zishaw. The blood was rolling, and Zishaw quickly coiled up. Her snake eyes stared at the golden light going away. Finally, it fell beside an elegant scholar with a smile and turned into a golden mummy. It seems that I came at the right time. Chapter 480. The Corpse Control Method of the Corpse Refining School. Zishaw's huge snake head was raised high. She looked down at Su Zhuanyan with a gloomy gaze. It turns out to be the little bastard of the Su family. Su Zhuanyan suddenly stretched out his hand, and the golden corpse immediately turned into an afterimage. The second half of Zishaw's sentence was directly strangled in her throat. Although you are a mighty demon who has lived for countless years, but this trick of delaying time is too low-end. Not to mention me, any practitioner with a little bit of insight can easily see the flaws. Su Zhuanyan's tone was neither fast nor slow, but his 10 fingers moved flexibly and turned into an afterimage. On each fingertip, there was a transparent silk thread that spread to the nothingness. Every time the silk thread trembled, the golden corpse dodged every attack of Zishaw like a living person, and looked for a gap to leave a wound on the snake's body. The pale red lake water smelled fishy, and the color became more and more intense. The giant snake roared and was furious, but it had no way to deal with the golden corpse. The minor injuries on its body gradually evolved into serious injuries over time. Zishaw thought that her speed was not slow, but the speed of the golden corpse was obviously faster. It was so fast that it even exceeded the limit of nature's test and reached the extreme of Darching realm. Su Zhuanyan himself only had the cultivation of the early stage of nature's test. It was all because of the golden corpse. Hiss! Roar! Human clan, damn it! Her eyes, which were as huge as copper tombs, reflected a monstrous fury. She twisted her body and slapped the lake water, raising a huge wall of water. In the next instant, a golden light flashed, and the wall of water was neatly cut into 8 pieces and fell into the lake. The mighty demon can't hold on any longer. If Su Zhuanyan succeeds, why hasn't the master appeared yet? Outside the forest, Su Chunka saw this scene worriedly. He was so anxious that he wanted to rush into the forest. Suddenly, a white and slender hand gently rested on his shoulder. Su Chunka's scalp was numb, and he subconsciously wanted to fight back to defend himself. But when he saw the appearance of Su Jojo next to him, he suddenly felt relieved. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "Master, don't worry, it's not time yet." Su Li waved her hand and calmly looked at the mythical battle scene in the distance. She said with a smile, "Although your brother has the golden armored corpse refined by the holy method of the sect, he underestimates the mighty demon who has lived for countless years." Su Chunka was shocked, and his face changed. "Sir, you mean boom." Before he could open his mouth, an explosion suddenly sounded in his ears, followed by a violent hurricane that swept through the entire forest. Countless towering trees were snapped in half and swept into the sky by the violent wind. At this time, a figure flew out of the forest and turned into a stream of light, shooting straight at Suchunka's feet. Pa! Suchunka's pupils suddenly contracted. He only saw that the golden corpse bombarded the mountain rock, which was not hard, but it was smashed like a rotten tomato. Seeing the destructive state of the golden corpse, Suchunka had an inopportune thought in his mind. So our Su family's trump card, the holy corpse, is black inside. With a shudder, he looked up and saw the ripples reflected in the nothingness. A pair of smooth feet stepped in the high sky of the forest. Every time she took a step, the distance under her feet would instantly shorten by hundreds of meters. Supernatural power, shrinking distance. Suchunka looked at the sky in horror. He turned his head and was about to say something to Su Li, but he found that Su Li had already disappeared in place. Su Zhuanyan fled desperately with his sword in horror. The blood in his mouth kept gushing out as if it was free. Giggle. Little guy, didn't you fight very happily just now? Why are you running? Hearing the charming voice behind him, Su Zhuanyan patted his chest fiercely without saying a word. He spat out a big mouthful of blood into the flying sword, and the speed was faster. Just now, he controlled the golden corpse and finally killed the giant snake, but he didn't expect that a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the ordinary nothingness. With just a gentle slap, his life-bonded golden corpse, which he had spent thousands of years to refine, was turned into a pile of minced meat. If this slap happened to him, just thinking about it, Su Zhuanyan shuddered. The culprit who made this slap was chasing him at the moment. Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. I was also deceived by others, so I did such a disrespectful thing to you. If he died this time, everything he had cultivated for thousands of years would be gone. He transmitted the sound in fear. At this moment, the dignity of the old ancestor of the Su family was all left behind. As long as Senior is willing to spare my life, I will definitely catch the messenger in front of you, cut him into pieces, and torture him to death. This Junior is even more willing to be your servant, to worship you for generations to come, to respect you as my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the coquettish and beautiful face behind him suddenly opened her mouth. The small cherry mouth instantly cracked to the ears, and it expanded dozens of times in the wind. She swallowed Su Zhuanyan in one gulp. Crack, crack, crack. After a chewing sound that made people's teeth ache, Zisho's pale face finally recovered a little ruddy, and her mind was slightly relaxed. The counterattack just now was not easy for her. Fortunately, Su Zhuanyan did not escape too far, otherwise, Zisho took a deep look at the direction of Leiyuan's sect, which was the nearest to the Su family, and turned around to return. Suddenly, Zisho's footsteps stopped. She looked down and saw the bloody palm inserted in her chest. Her face changed wildly, and she opened her mouth to spit red blood. She didn't care that her heart was pulled out by the hand, and she flashed back. When she saw the person behind her, her face was completely gloomy. Su Jojo. Her thoughts turned very fast. At the moment when Su Li appeared, she figured out the ins and outs. She was actually schemed by this weak human. Puff. Su Li stretched out her hand and pulled hard. After breaking the blood vessels connected to the heart, she sent them to Black Lotus Ring for sealing. After finishing this step, Su Li looked up at Zisho, who looked paler, and said with a smile, Senior, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you are not ready to let me live, if I show mercy, won't I look down on you? Zisho stared at Su Li as if she knew her for the first time. Her eyes were no longer coercion and contempt, but equality. Su Jojo. She calmed down, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, You are a smart person. You should understand that my means can't be forced by Su Zhuanyan. Why do you and I have a life and death struggle? I deceived you, and you also got my heart, which caused my strength to be greatly reduced. In this way, you and I are even. I make a demon oath that I will not seek revenge from you after this disaster, and you will not plot against me again. How about it? Su Li bowed her head and pondered for a moment. She raised her head and smiled warmly. There was no murderous intention on her face. Senior Zisho, I have to say that your proposal is very tempting. Zisho was slightly relieved, but before she spoke, her face suddenly changed, and she looked in the direction of the lake. A newborn great demon. But Su Li gently approached Zishaw. As she moved her fingers, golden thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, which instantly turned into a cage and enveloped Zishaw. I still have a little guy to feed. If you can give up your flesh and blood, we are even. Zishaw's eyes suddenly turned red. That was the essence she had accumulated for thousands of years. It was her foundation. If it was swallowed, she could not survive at all. You are going too far. Zishaw's face was ferocious. She reached out to grab the golden thunderbolt. When her palm touched the holy thunder, it was immediately burned with a sizzling sound. But she didn't seem to feel it. As she screamed, she turned into a pocket-sized snake body, and her tail slammed on the thunder cage. The booming sound resounded through the sky. A small part of the golden cage collapsed, and a purple light pierced Su Li's chest like lightning. Crack! The sound of glass breaking rang in her ears. At the same time, the purple light also seemed to be repelled by an unknown force. It turned back to its original body with bruises all over. Su Li was stunned, and then she was horrified. She took out the life-saving magic ball that she got from Su Chunka in her arms, and then saw that the round magic ball suddenly had countless cracks and collapsed into nothingness. The law of universe, haha, even the heaven is helping you. Zishaw laughed miserably when she saw the broken magic ball. No, the heaven will only hope that I die early. Su Li replied faintly. Even if Zishaw was an arrow at the end of its flight, she only replenished the thunder cage from a distance. In front of a desperate situation, Zishaw calmed down. She stared at Su Li, who was always as calm as ice, and her hair fluttered wildly. I am not wrong. This is the way of the world. I don't want to kill people, but they want to kill me all the time. Fortunately, I will kill enough. You human clan are all greedy and selfish people. I am defeated. I am defeated. I have nothing to say. I can see that you and I are the same kind of people. One day, you will be schemed to death by others like me. Ha 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 ha. Golden thunderbolts struck down and smashed Zishaw's body into a piece of charcoal, but it didn't stop. Su Li looked at Zishaw quietly and said. She laughed wildly and was desperate until there was no vitality. She kept silent. She was terribly calm. After a while, she suddenly said, Zishaw, it's useless to pretend to be dead. After the voice, there was no movement. Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly. She simply removed the cage and approached Zishaw. Master, don't. Black Lotus's heart tightened. He saw the heart in the ring space suddenly beat slightly. Before he had time to remind Su Li, the pitch-black corpse suddenly split into hundreds of thousands of small snakes. They opened their mouths and showed their sharp teeth to bite Su Li. Su Li grinned. I know you can't help it. Wuyo. Before she finished her words, an amazing chill came from behind. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of small snakes were all frozen. Oh woo woo. The little white fox rushed out of Su Li's arms and broke the All-Spirits jade rune on its body. A strong pneuma of a mighty demon came. At the same time, a statue of the little white fox next to the lake was broken. The ice demon had been hiding in Su Li's arms all the time. Whoosh! The ice flower was broken and condensed into Zishaw's appearance again. But compared with Zishaw before, she was more petite, and her face was pale and almost transparent. Cough! Zishaw covered her chest and coughed. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Su Li with amazement. I rarely admire human clan. You are very. Zishaw suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a green poisonous fog, which instantly enveloped Su Li. Chapter 481. Master. Black Lotus ring vibrated violently. His worry finally became a reality. The trick that Zishaw used until now couldn't be ordinary snake venom. Could Su Li withstand it? Zishaw's dim pupils had a glimmer of hope. As soon as the green poisonous mist appeared, it corroded the nothingness and corroded all Su Li's clothes into nothingness in the blink of an eye. But that was all. Su Li stood in the nothingness without any clothes. Her slender and white body was looming in the mist. Her white skin glowed in the green mist. Zishaw held her breath. Useless? Is this your last resort? Su Li tilted her head and smiled. Her long hair danced in the wind like splashing ink. Such a beautiful picture was no different from a devil in her eyes. "It's really disappointing," Su Li said. She twisted the wind with her fingertips and compressed the green poisonous mist into a ball. Then she sealed it in the bottle. "Nice poison. I'll accept it." Zishaw stared at Su Li in a daze. Countless scenes from her childhood flashed in her mind. The glory when the demon clan was established and the struggle when the demon clan was exiled flashed in her mind. Finally, a bitter and relieved smile appeared on her face. "I lost." After that, her body disappeared with the wind. That ball of life-bound poison was all she had. Su Li looked at the green glass bottle in her hand. After a moment of silence, she took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and put them on. The little white fox cheered and rushed to the lake where Zishaw's real body was. After swallowing Zishaw's real body, it would inevitably grow rapidly in a short time and even transform. It was much easier for a born great demon to transform than a great demon from the demon clan. "Master, you killed Zishaw and turned the tide. Aren't you happy?" Black Lotus felt a trace of emotion revealed by Su Li and couldn't help but ask cautiously. "Happy? Should I be happy?" Su Li murmured in a low voice. It seemed to be an answer, but it was more like she was saying it to herself. In order to survive, Zishaw had to find an opportunity to shed her skin. In order to survive, she also had to kill Zishaw to eliminate future troubles. She couldn't speak without being crazy. There was no absolute right or wrong in this world. She didn't hate Zishaw. Now that Zishaw died in her hands, there was nothing to be happy about. "Worryless," Su Li called softly. Suddenly, a white shadow shot out from the lake and landed on her shoulder. "Woo woo." The little white fox's bright big eyes were full of ignorance and doubt, and it seemed to feel that Su Li's mood was not high. Su Li glanced at the empty lake and didn't know where the little white fox hid Zishaw's body. She gently touched the little white fox's soft and furry head and flew away. "Farewell, mister." On the ground, Suchunka knelt down and bowed deeply. His eyes were full of morbid fanaticism. Even a great demon could not escape the fate of death in the hands of its master. "Suchunka, I swear to be loyal to master." Half a day later, Su Li returned to the adytum of the Forbidden Land in the back mountain of Ni sect, as if nothing had happened. The news of Su Zhuanyan's death did not spread. Only Suchunka knew it. It was easy for Suchunka to secretly become the only master of the Su family. Su Li didn't bother to pay attention to those trivial things. There was no doubt about Suchunka's loyalty. The only thing she needed to care about now was the effect of reincarnation mirror to suppress her pneuma. After all, after she came out of the ancestral land of the ghost clan, her strength was greatly improved, and the pneuma of the body of evil ghost was stronger. If reincarnation mirror could not completely cover her pneuma, the consequences would be very troublesome. For this reason, Su Li specially spent time to do a test with her external incarnation. The disciples of Ni sect clearly felt that the thunder around the sect this month was very frequent. It was said to be a strange phenomenon from the sky, but there was no sign of any treasure appearing in the world. As time went by, no one cared about it anymore. Hua Yang, Yang Zai, and others just felt strange, but they didn't think it was Su Li. In their eyes, although Su Li was powerful, she couldn't reach the level of nature's test. What's more, the flashing thunder outside was not like the thunder of nature's test. 3 months later, the Su family experienced a bloody purge and completely fell into the control of Suchunka. Su Li's test finally came out. In the forbidden land of the back mountain, Su Li stood on a bare mountain that had been struck by thunder for nature's test. Watching the last external incarnation being smashed in the thunder, she sighed softly. Reincarnation mirror was too broken. Even if the fragments snatched from Han sect were completely digested, it didn't reach 10% completeness. The effect of shielding the natural law was extremely limited. For this reason, Su Li had to find a way from the demon crystal left by Zishaw. It took her 3 months to remake a matrix rune with the demon crystal that surpassed the 11th grade. The materials used were all the top grade of the grand secret of Han sect. But the result of the test was just satisfactory. It allowed her to burst out 60% of her strength without being noticed by the natural law. If the release of strength exceeded 60%, the blue nature's test would quickly gather like a shark smelling the fish. If the release of strength exceeded 80%, the blue nature's test would turn into purple emperor extreme thunder as it did against Zisha. Su Li had to send one or even two external incarnations to completely offset the nature's test. And if she completely burst out 100% of her strength, the purple thunder would turn into a black thunder snake that she had never seen before. The power of the thunder for nature's test was far greater than that of purple emperor extreme thunder. It reached a level that Su Li couldn't understand at all. For this, Su Li sacrificed 10 external incarnations. Master, even if you collected a lot of ghosts and souls in the ancestral land, you shouldn't waste them like this. Seeing Su Li in silence, Black Lotus sighed. Those were the fine souls carefully collected by the ghost clan for hundreds of thousands of years. They were wasted like this. Su Li glanced at Black Lotus and didn't speak. The waste of external incarnations was necessary. The plan she was going to implement next must be supported by strength. She couldn't count on the fragments of the ancestral land of the ghost clan to save her every time, or another mighty demon would disturb the order of the natural law so that she could take advantage of the loopholes. When the ancestral land of the ghost clan collapsed, she collected a lot of fragments and hid them in the space around her to reduce consumption. But she could feel that the power of those fragments of the world that had lost their core was fading rapidly with time. Maybe it would be completely ineffective in a few years. Every time she used it, it would accelerate the disappearance of the fragments. Moreover, in order to scare off the Grand Elder of Han's sect who chased after her last time, she had already used 90% of the fragments. She would be thankful if the remaining fragments could kill a senior of Darching Realm. Su Li took a deep breath. The light in her eyes flowed, and her calculation became deeper. She understood it very well. Such strength and foundation were far from enough to fight against Yushu Sek. However, if the immortal tea plant died, her chances would undoubtedly be smaller. There was not much time left. Master, are you back? In the forest, the bell rang, and Yang Zai's voice came into her ears. Su Li collected her thoughts and disappeared in a flash. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Yang Zai. Yang Zai had long been accustomed to his master's mysterious way of appearing and disappearing. He immediately said respectfully, "Master, something happened to the second branch of the Su family. Su Chunka has gone to deal with it." "What happened?" "Su Wenbing is dead." Yang Zai's voice was slightly low. Su Li suddenly raised her eyebrows. An hour later, in the lobby where the second branch of the Su family was located, the atmosphere was solemn. Ling Qinglan, Su Daiyin, Su Xianyun and others were all there. Su Li squatted down and lifted the white cloth on the ground. Su Wenbing's pale face came into view. There was not much panic on his face, but more relief and shame. She lifted the white cloth further, but she saw a mass of rotten flesh below his neck. It seemed that he was cut and smashed by extremely sharp golden air. His corpse was not intact. Su Li narrowed her eyes, put down the white cloth, stood up, and looked at Ling Qinglan. Ling Qinglan understood and shook his head regretfully. "I was careless. Jindao cult suddenly attacked Daiyin. If this guy didn't block the attack." Su Li glanced at Su Daiyin, who was pale and lost in thought while looking at Su Wenbing's corpse. Then she waved to Ling Qinglan, "Let's go out and talk." Ling Qinglan nodded and left with Su Li first. Although he had a strong intuition that Su Jojo was Su Li every time, he could control his emotions and no longer leak them. "Tell me the ins and outs." Standing on the edge of the cliff, Ling Qinglan followed Su Li. When he heard the question, he said with a complicated expression, "Su Daiying's origin is related to Jindao cult, and the master of Jindao cult wants to kill her as soon as possible. After Su Zhuanyan died, Jindao cult wanted to kill her. That's why there was such a thrill. I also found this out later. Before Su Wenbing died, he revealed that he was the illegitimate son of Su Dingxian." In the lobby, Su Daiyin took a deep breath, walked to the white cloth and squatted down. She stretched out her hand and touched the white cloth. Then she withdrew her hand as if she was electrocuted. Yesterday's events kept flashing in her mind. The golden blades were like flying flowers all over the sky, but they were all blocked by Su Wenbing behind him. Su Daiyin stared at Su Wenbing in a daze. Su Wenbing showed a painful look, but he was still smiling at her. His bloody hands grasped her tightly, and his voice was choked with sobs. After my father asked me to worship you as my master, there was no news from me for hundreds of years. Master, I dare not forget your kindness. I thought I would never go back to that hell in my life, but I can't disobey my father's order. No matter how he treats me, he is still my father. Master, I'm sorry. I've done something wrong. I'm going to repent in hell. Master, take care. Silly boy. Su Dingxian is not worthy of your life. When did he treat you as his son? It's my fault. If I can find out. Su Daiying's voice was hoarse and choked. Su Xianyun and Su Zheng stood behind. Their eyes were red and moist, and they grasped the swords in their hands tightly. They didn't feel the pain of the third junior fellow apprentice before, but it was too late now. Step, step, step. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Su Daiyin raised her head and saw Su Li and Ling Qinglan coming. She was confused, but Su Li suddenly smiled and said to her in a relaxed tone, Su Daiyin, are you interested in being the master of Jindao cult? Chapter 482. Although Jindao cult ranked at the bottom of the 25 sects, it was also one of the 25 sects, and its strength should not be underestimated. In the afternoon of the same day, Ling Qinglan secretly went to Jindao cult to investigate the situation, while Su Chunka stayed in the Su family to prevent the base camp from being invaded. Master, are you going to deal with Jindao cult? On the second day, Su Yang and Su Mu, who hadn't shown up for a long time, suddenly came. As soon as they met, Su Yang frowned and asked anxiously, "Why? Can't I?" Su Li looked at Su Yang and raised her eyebrows slightly. A pressure came out of nowhere. Of course, Master. Su Yang's forehead was sweating, and his doubts and anxiety were instantly replaced by a kind of emotion called cowardice. Su Mu saw Su Yang's unbearable look. He shook his head slightly and said, Master, Tianhe sect sent a message to us yesterday, asking what happened in the Su family. The news of Su Zhuanyan's death seems to have spread. Su Li slightly pursed her lips and said lightly, it's not surprising. After a few months, Su Chunka has made a lot of moves, and Jindao cult has been keeping an eye on it. If the news of Su Zhuanyan's death doesn't spread, I will feel strange. As soon as these words came out, both Su Yang and Su Mu were shocked. Su Zhuanyan really died in the hands of Su Jiuzhou. Even though the two of them had guessed it when Su Chunka cleared the Su family in a bloody way and deliberately let them go, they were still shocked when they heard the news. Although they had never been qualified to see Su Zhuanyan with their own eyes, he was also a mighty figure in nature's tests. Even in Tianhe sect, he was definitely a mainstay. In the era of no war, few people died. Tut. Su Yang couldn't help but be speechless. A few months ago, a grand elder of junior emperor died in Han sect. Not long after, another mighty in nature's test died. Qingshui circle is really getting more and more chaotic. He sighed with emotion and asked cautiously, Master, how should we reply to the inquiry of Tianhe sect? Su Li looked at Su Yang until the latter's hair stood up. Then she turned her gaze and said indifferently, don't let any holy sects come to Jiuzhou region within 10 years. Su Yang's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled slightly. Although he wanted to ask Su Jiuzhou why she did this, his reason and desire to survive still stopped him. In the end, he just nodded. Su Mu frowned and said hesitantly, Master, since Tianhe sect can send us to lurk in sects in Jiuzhou region, other holy sects are likely to place spies in other sects. If you want to deal with Jindao cult and don't want to spread the news, I'm afraid. Su Li was stunned for a moment. Then she gently nodded and said, you are right. It seems that my plan needs to be changed. You two have been in Jiuzhou region for many years. Have you contacted other holy sect spies? Su Yang's expression was slightly stiff. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but Su Mu nodded and admitted it without hesitation, as if he was waiting for Su Li's question. Very good. Su Li glanced at Su Yang, who looked uneasy, and revealed a meaningful smile. She said softly, "The matter of the Su family has been settled. You don't have to stay in the Su family anymore. In the next year. I don't care what you do, try to find out the specific identity of those spies and report it to me. Can you do it?" Su Mu's expression was solemn. He stood straight and his voice resounded. "I will live up to your expectations." "Ha ha," Su Li laughed softly and waved her hand. Then her figure shattered and disappeared like a bubble. Blockhead. After Su Li left, Su Yang immediately wanted to ask, but Su Mu reached out to cover his mouth. Seeing Su Mu shook his head seriously, Su Yang was a little confused. He didn't understand why Su Mu had to listen to Su Jojo. Obviously, it was not necessary. Although the two of them became traitors and joined Su Jojo, it was just an expedient strategy to survive in the chaos zone. Did this blockhead take it seriously? "Let's go. Since Master said so, we will set off immediately." Su Mu glanced at the direction where Su Li left. He picked up Su Yang's back with one hand and left the second branch in a few flashes. Shortly after the two of them left, Su Chunka, who was hiding in the dark, appeared and calmly dispelled the gesture in his hand. Su Mu flew all the way with Su Yang until they landed on a flat plain. With a gloomy face, Su Yang broke away from Su Mu's hand and scolded angrily, "Blockhead, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You even told Su Jojo about your past. What kind of magic potion did Su Jojo give you to make you answer every question? If she asks about us, are you going to shut up?" The anger in Su Mu's eyes flashed away, and he stopped Su Yang from saying the second half of the sentence. "Well, I'd like to hear what reason you can make up this time to convince me." Su Yang took a deep breath, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and stared at Su Mu with bulging eyes. It seemed that he would part ways if Su Mu didn't agree with him. Su Jojo wants to unify the Jojo region. Su Mu's eyes flickered, and the first sentence made Su Yang's expression change dramatically. "What?" Su Mu raised his head and squinted at Su Yang. "She doesn't mean to deliberately hide it from us, but she wants to hide it from holy sects. If we want to leave, we can imagine the consequences." Su Yang reached out to cover his chest, which was faintly suffocating, and his face was full of disbelief. "How is this possible? Su Jojo's Ni sect is just a small sect. Based on those repulsive people. Now, the Su family also belongs to Su Jojo." Su Mu interjected leisurely, and Su Yang suddenly stopped talking. "Even if Su Jojo's next goal is Jindao cult, how do you know that she wants to control the Jojo region? Maybe she just wants to avenge Su Daiyin. After all, her relationship with Su Daiyin." Speaking of this, Su Yang froze, and his voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly remembered that the relationship between Su Jojo and Su Daiyin was simply planned by Su Jojo. Could there be feelings in such a relationship? Seeing that he finally understood, Su Mu continued, "If we refuse, Su Chunka will immediately kill us in the cradle. Maybe she won't kill in order not to alarm Tianhe sect, but, do you want to be like Su Chunka?" Su Yang couldn't help but shiver and immediately shook his head. "So, we have no choice. It turns out to be like this." Su Yang looked at the Jinwu in the sky, which was not very bright, and suddenly turned back with a pale smile. "Su Mu, my brain is really not as good as yours. Do you particularly dislike me? If not." Su Mu's cold face showed a slight fluctuation, but it soon calmed down, just like a leaf thrown into a calm lake, which only caused a ripple. But there was something more in the lake after all. "I never dislike you. I just want to kill you. So, the stupider you are, the better." After Su Mu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Su Yang laughed, "So, I'm relieved." Hearing him laughing behind, Su Mu raised his lips imperceptibly, but it was soon replaced by coldness. There was one more thing that he hid from Su Yang. Although it was his guess, he dared not tell anyone. The will of ice that he understood was extremely sensitive to some things, such as the ice demon that made a big scene in the ghost region. On a green grassland by the lake in the back mountain of Ni sect, Su Li lay down and stared at the blue sky in a daze. The little white fox squinted and took a nap beside her. It made a murmur from time to time, as if it was dreaming. The little black cat, which was transformed by the nightmare, stared at the little white fox and kept devouring dreams with a satisfied face. It enjoyed itself very much. Su Li suddenly felt a little sleepy when the warm but indescribable sunshine shone on her. With her physique, she would definitely not be affected by the light, but she was intoxicated by herself. These days, she broke into the ghost region, entered the ancestral land of the ghost clan, and killed the Grand Elder of Han Sect and the mighty demon Sha. Although she gained a lot, she was too nervous. She needed to rest before fighting against the 25 sects. Even if it was only for a moment. She squinted and looked at the lush mountains, rivers, and forests in the distance, and gradually fell asleep. After a long time, the approaching breath of Hua Yang woke her up. Didn't she dream? She straightened up and looked at the innocent nightmare beside her. She looked slightly serious. Black, you are a good girl, right? The little body of the nightmare shivered. It opened its mouth aggrievedly and spat out a ball. Su Li took the dream ball with a smile. This little guy became bold and even dared to devour her dream. Su Li, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. At this moment, Hua Yang came in a hurry, and her breath was a little unstable. When she saw Su Li lying comfortably on the grass, she couldn't help but be amused. She pretended to be angry and said, "Wow. I am running around for you outside, but you are lazing around here." After a while, Hua Yang's smile disappeared, but there was still a smile in her eyes. The spy of Jindao cult has news. "Oh, so fast," Su Li said in surprise. She originally thought that if she couldn't find the spy in Jindao cult, she would go to Jindao cult in person, but now it was not necessary. "Yes." Hua Yang nodded and said, "It's a coincidence that the spy in Jindao cult has some relationship with Yang Zai." Yang Zai went to investigate a little and recognized the person. "Is he from Void Sword sect?" Su Li rubbed the surface of Black Lotus ring, and thought about it. In the previous life, she died very cleanly, and the reincarnation mirror had been completely destroyed. Why did those holy sects still put spies in these small sects? Was it possible that someone already knew that she was still alive? As soon as this speculation appeared, Su Li shook her head and extinguished it. It was impossible. If they knew that she was reborn, they would not be so calm now. That is, someone predicted that something noteworthy would happen in Jojo region, but they didn't know it was me. Or could it be that the thing that people care about isn't me? All kinds of thoughts hovered in Su Li's mind. Hua Yang stood aside and did not disturb her. Instead, she looked at Su Li's beautiful face in contemplation with a smile on her face. If she could, she would rather practice quietly with Su Li all the time, but she also knew very well that it was impossible. It was too unfair for Su Li to give up hatred. Chapter 483. Senior Fellow Apprentice Yang, it's really you. In an inn in a small cultivation town at the foot of the Jindao cult, Yang Shushuan looked at Yang Zai with surprise in his eyes. He had lurked in the Jindao cult for thousands of years. As a price, the Void Sword sect also let him enter the reincarnation mirror and got a good opportunity. But after all, he was not a genius cultivated by the Void Sword sect. On the day when the reincarnation mirror was broken, no one saved him. All the memories of what happened in the reincarnation mirror had long disappeared, and only some mental methods he learned in the reincarnation mirror were left in his mind. Naturally, he didn't remember that the role he played in the reincarnation mirror would be Yang Zai's father, the governor of Dahan country and the governor of Qinghe province. He only remembered that Yang Zai was famous and talented in the Void Sword sect. As long as it was a disciple in the sect, there was not a single one who did not admire him. He was even sure that Yang Zai would be the next sect master. But no one expected that Yang Zai disappeared soon after he came back from the reincarnation mirror. Yang Zai saw Yang Shushuan's surprised expression, and his expression was quite strange. Although he knew that many things happened in the reincarnation mirror were illusions, he still couldn't ignore it. "Senior fellow apprentice, where have you been all these years?" Yang Shushuan looked at Yang Zai as if he had found someone to talk to. His aloofness as an elder of the Jindao cult all turned into loneliness. "I haven't returned to the sect for hundreds of years. I don't know if my old friends still remember me. Yang Zai's eyes flashed, and he didn't answer his words. He said slowly, in the eyes of those friends, you died 1,000 years ago. What? Yang Shishuan's mind suddenly shook, and his pupils shrank. Why? Yang Zai shook his head and smiled self-mockingly. For the sect, what are we? Even if it's me, if I can't become a junior emperor, I'm just a tool that can be thrown away at will. These, you have been cultivating for many years, and you should know. It turns out that, it's like this. Yang Shishuan looked more lonely, and the brilliance in his eyes because of meeting Yang Zai disappeared at this moment. Yang Zai looked at Yang Shishuan in silence. Although he was suspected of instigating defection, what he said was the truth. Those who were sent out by the Void Sword sect as spies would not end up well. The various benefits promised by the sect were just an illusion. Those who could really get that huge reward were very few. For people like Yang Shishuan who had been wandering outside for thousands of years, the higher-ups of the sect had long since lost trust in them. Even if they occasionally obtained information from them, they would join forces with other spies to repeatedly verify its authenticity. He, Yang Shishuan shook the wine glass in his hand and suddenly laughed in a low voice. His voice sounded like sand, extremely sour. In the cultivation world, favors are the most valuable, but also the least valuable. I'm afraid that those who still remember me, Yang Shishuan, can be counted with one hand. When Yang Zai heard this, he knew it was time. He pretended to be hesitant and said, "Do you want to go back and take a look?" Yang Shishuan was instantly stunned, and then his expression changed. "Senior brother, do you have a way?" Yang Zai nodded with a smile, but then shook his head. "My identity is sensitive, so it's not good for me to take you back. However, there is an opportunity right now. If you seize it, you may be able to break through the shackles of the Void Sword sect and get a brighter path of cultivation." Yang Shishuan's face changed slightly. Senior brother, he was not a fool to be a spy in other sects for so many years without being discovered. The meaning of Yang Zai's words made him shudder. Betray the sect? Don't worry. Yang Zai pressed Yang Shishuan's trembling hands. You and I have the same surname, and I won't hurt you. I won't let you risk doing anything. As long as you do your part, leave the rest to me, your senior brother. My part? Yang Shishuan's eyes were full of hesitation, but Yang Zai was not annoyed. He smiled lightly and pointed to the Jindao school. It's easy for you. Yang Shishuan looked at the gate of the Jindao school in a daze. He still did not understand, but he soon understood. Bang! A purple streamer fell from the sky and slammed into the big tactical matrix for the protection of the Jindao school. Until the plaque of the main hall of the Jindao school was smashed into pieces, the original shape was revealed, a purple dagger. What's that? The main hall of our sect was smashed. What? Senior fellow apprentice, come out quickly. Something big happened. A huge roar resounded through the mountains. The main hall was destroyed, and all the disciples of the Jindao school were rioting. Not long after, Jin Zhentian, the master of the Jindao school, flew out of the main hall aggressively with all the elders. Who dares to be presumptuous in my Jindao school? As soon as he finished speaking, a sweet female voice with a sneer sounded, "It's me." The wind was dancing in the nothingness, and Su Daying's skirt was rustling. Her phoenix eyes were as cold as a knife, and her face was cold. Ling Qinglan followed her silently, keeping a low profile. "It's you." Seeing Su Dayin, Jin Zhentian's eyes changed. The moment he opened his mouth, the sound waves turned into illusory golden knives and slashed at the nothingness. Judging from his action, he actually wanted to kill Su Dayin immediately so that she had no chance to speak. Su Dayin was not panicked, but smiled. "First uncle, are you so eager to let your niece die?" While speaking, Ling Qinglan raised his head, revealing a plain face. He just took a step forward and waved his sleeve. Ding, 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 ding. Those incomparably sharp golden sabers were like eggs hitting a rock, collapsing one after another. Seeing this scene, both Jin Zhentian and other elders of the Jindao school showed a look of horror. This person was definitely not in the Huishan realm. Didn't Jin Zhentian say that after Su Zhuanyan, the Su family would have no backer? Why did a mighty in nature's test come out and protect Su Daiyin? For a time, the elders panicked, but only an old man in a dark grey robe frowned tightly. He stared at Jin Zhentian and questioned, "She called you first uncle. Is she Cheng Ao's daughter?" Jin Zhentian looked at Ling Qinglan, who looked indifferent, and his forehead was sweating. When he heard the old man's question, his face became even more ugly. He braced himself and said, "Uncle, don't listen to this demon girl's nonsense. If I have a daughter, how can I let her be stranded outside?" Ho ho ho, seeing Jin Zhentian's sophistry, Su Daiyin suddenly chuckled and said sarcastically, "Old man, what first uncle said is right. After he learned that I was stranded outside, he couldn't wait to send someone with a knife to get close to me. You are the head of the second branch of the Su family, Su Daiyin." An elder didn't know the truth and recognized Su Daiying's identity. He immediately shouted coldly, "Su Daiyin, do you forget that the 25 sects in the Jojo region can't kill each other? Otherwise, it will cause all sects to attack together." Jin Zhentian was suddenly refreshed when he heard the words. He bowed to Ling Qinglan and said eloquently, "Senior, although I don't know what Su Daiyin promised you to make you help her like this, the iron law of the Jojo region can't be broken. If you insist on harming my sect, even with your cultivation, you will be doomed. Think twice." Jin Zhentian said while observing Ling Qinglan's reaction, hoping to see some information from his face, but he was disappointed. Ling Qinglan was always expressionless, as if he didn't hear what he said. Su Daiyin saw that Jin Zhentian was still struggling, and she couldn't help but laugh very happily. "I have been wandering outside since I was a child, fighting for food with wild dogs and clothes with beggars. If it weren't for my adoptive mother's kindness, there would be no Su Daiyin today. In recent days, there have been some changes in the Su family, which have nothing to do with my second branch. But I didn't expect that someone would take the opportunity to assassinate me. Thanks to this stab, I understand that my revenge has not been avenged. Jin Zhentian, don't you want to get my father's practice method? I'll let you broaden your horizons." At the end of her words, Su Daiying's face was suddenly full of killing intent. She pinched a gesture that made Ling Qinglan's face change abruptly. "Go to hell." Swish, swish, swish. 3 flying swords shot out from the universe ring and rushed to Jin Zhentian. Jin Zhentian immediately took out a bell-shaped magic weapon to block the flying swords, but his face was much worse than if he didn't block the swords. The AO sword skills that he had been looking for was actually in the hands of Su Daiyin, and it was exposed at this moment. AO sword skills of Cheng Ao, this child. The elder in grey robe looked at Su Daiyin, who was full of killing intent. His lips trembled violently, and his old eyes were instantly wet. "My granddaughter is still alive. This is the AO sword skills of the former lord. She is really the daughter of the lord." Many elders who didn't know were also shocked. The AO sword skills was the trump card of the former lord. The sword moves were strange and unpredictable. Every time it was used, there would be blood. But since the inexplicable death of the former lord, this sword skills had also been lost. Although Jin Zhentian was Jin Cheng Ao's brother, he did not inherit this sword skills. No one knew where the sword skills went. But today, there was finally an answer. And this answer was very unusual. For a time, many people looked at Jin Zhentian in a strange way, and even many people distanced themselves from him and disassociated themselves from him. Others who did not disassociate themselves from Jin Zhentian rolled their eyes and seemed to be looking for an escape route. Jin Zhentian also wanted to escape, but the middle-aged man in linen with an ordinary face gave him too much pressure. He could barely resist the sword light that Su Daiyin constantly shot at him, but he could not take another step. However, even though he managed to defend the front, he was still able to release a cold sword beside him. Puff! The elder in grey robe fiercely inserted the flying sword into Jin Zhentian's heart. His turbid old eyes were full of red, as if blood was about to drip out. "You killed my daughter and your brother. Bastard, give me your life." Jin Zhentian's eyes widened, and his blood splashed. He held the flying sword in his chest tightly, but the elder in grey robe put more strength in his hand. Su Daiyin saw the opportunity. She pointed with her fingertips, and a golden light broke the gap of the round bell and inserted into Jin Zhentian's throat. Whoosh, blood gushed out like a fountain. Ho ho! I'm not reconciled. Jin Zhentian covered his neck, and his body softened. He never expected that his momentary greed would bear such a consequence. Chapter 484. Clatter. Ling Qinglan frowned and loosened the invisible bondage, letting Jin Zhentian's corpse fall in the square in front of the main hall of Jindao cult. The disciples who heard the noise and came over saw the corpse of their lord. They instantly retreated far away and formed a large circle around the corpse. It was silent. The old man in a grey robe didn't look at Jin Zhentian. He trembled and walked to Su Daiyin. His wrinkled face was complicated. His lips were humming, but his voice was choked in his throat. He couldn't say anything. Uncle Lan, Su Daiyin looked at Ling Qinglan. Since she learned Ling Qinglan's real name last time, she naturally changed her address. Even though Ling Qinglan had thousands of doubts in his heart at the moment, the old man in a grey robe was Su Daiying's grandfather. He didn't want to disturb his relatives when they met. Thinking of this, he retreated to the side with a heavy heart. He kept recalling the scene of Su Daiyin performing the AO sword skills just now. He was absent-minded, but he didn't find that Jin Zhentian's corpse below suddenly trembled slightly. Then an invisible transparent soul rose from the corpse and turned into a flowing light. It flew out of the Jindao cult quietly. Porcelain method. It actually works. God doesn't want me to die. In the flight, Jin Zhentian's consciousness woke up. Seeing the state at this time, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. As long as his soul was still there, it was possible to practice again. Su Daiyin, you wait for me. If I don't avenge this, I swear not to be a man. Jin Zhentian's transparent face looked ferocious. He controlled the soul to fly into the air. At this moment, a pair of white hands suddenly appeared. They easily passed through the space and grabbed Jin Zhentian's soul. Then they pinched it out. Green smoke curled up. Ah! The harsh scream echoed in her ears, but Su Li didn't seem to feel it. Jin Zhentian and Jin Chengao are brothers. It turns out that the inheritance of the AO sword skills I snatched in the reincarnation mirror is rooted here. Jin Chengao's daughter is under my command. Su Li showed a touch of interest. It was a coincidence, but it didn't surprise her. At that time, there were 100,000 practitioners who entered the reincarnation mirror. Although more than half of them died 1,000 years ago, those who stayed became the mainstay of various sects. As long as she wanted to get to the bottom of it, she would constantly meet those familiar but strange old friends, which was unavoidable. Jin Zhentian and Jin Chengao were just the most ordinary ones among those people. However, the porcelain method mentioned by Jin Zhentian aroused a little interest in her. Even though ordinary soul formation cultivators had formed their primordial spirits and were protected by the power of Intent Realm, their primordial spirits were still too weak compared to their physical bodies. If the physical body was destroyed, the primordial spirit would not be able to hide and would collapse along with the physical body. However, Jin Zhentian was different. He could actually regenerate his soul from his primordial spirit and escape without anyone noticing. If it weren't for the fact that he was guarding outside and his divine sense had keenly sensed the fluctuation, perhaps Jin Zhentian would have really escaped and escaped. Senior Ling, please bring back Jin Zhentian's corpse. Ling Qinglan suddenly heard Su Li's voice transmission, and his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He looked at Jin Zhentian's corpse that was completely silent below and wondered why Su Li still wanted the corpse. But at this moment, he didn't have much time to think about it. He just fell down and took back the spiritual dagger that was smashed into the hall. Then he put Jin Zhentian's corpse into the universe ring. This action immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the people of Jindao cult. The old man in a grey robe immediately flew over and cupped his fists. Fellow practitioner, I am Mo Lin. I am Daiying's grandfather. Thanks to your care and protection over the years, Daiyin can grow up safely. But, let me be thick-skinned and say that although this beast makes me want to cut him into pieces, he is the former head of Jindao cult after all. If you collect his corpse. Ling Qinglan's eyes were cold, and Su Daiyin knew something was wrong. She quickly said, Uncle Lan, don't be impatient. My grandfather is also for the reputation of Jindao cult, So, seeing Su Daiyin, Ling Qinglan's expression eased a little, but his voice was still very cold. The corpse will be returned in a few days. I just collect it on behalf of Daiyin to pay tribute to her parents and Su Wenbing. At the same time, he transmitted the sound to Su Daiyin. Su Jojo wants this corpse. I'm afraid there is something strange about it. Su Daiyin was stunned. She suddenly fell silent and stopped persuading. Mo Lin was old and shrewd, and he also saw some clues. His old face immediately eased, and he no longer insisted. In this case, it is reasonable. Fellow practitioner, you don't have to worry about it. He could see that it was absolutely impossible to ask this person to hand over Jin Zhentian's corpse. He wanted the corpse back for the sake of the face of Jindao cult. Now Ling Qinglan could put down his pride to explain, which was a great show of respect. After all, this was a mighty practitioner in nature's test. Their Jindao cult didn't have one, and it had always been ranked at the bottom of the 25 sects. Now Su Daiyin decided to return to Jindao cult as the head of Jindao cult. Maybe he could still take advantage of her. Mo Lin's mind became active, and the more he thought about it, the brighter the future was. Jin Zhentian died so well. Shushuan, as you can see, what happened in Jindao cult is just a family feud. What happened in the Jindao gate is just a family grudge. You only need to report it to the sect, and you won't be punished. In the square of the main hall below, Yang Zai said with a smile. Yang Shushuan looked at the sky above the sect in a daze. In just half a day, Jindao cult had changed, and even the head of the sect had changed. If Yang Zai didn't come to him, he might still think that things were as he saw, but now, he seemed to see a huge whirlpool, and he was caught in it. Thinking that he had been struggling alone in Jindao cult all these years, and Void Sword sect had no intention to have any relationship with him, and even turned him into a dead man, he took a deep breath and looked at Yang Zai. Senior fellow apprentice, what do I need to pay attention to? Yang Zai suddenly smiled when he heard the words, and pointed to Ling Qinglan. Su Daiyin recognized her ancestors and returned to the sect. Jin Zhentian died in Mo Lin's sneak attack. As for this person, don't appear in your report. Of course, there is also me. Yang Shushuan felt cold in his heart. Senior fellow apprentice, for whom are you? Yang Zai's smile faded slightly. Do you really want to know? Yang Shushuan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. In the past years, could anyone who went against the holy sects have a good end? Don't worry. There is still a long time. Think about it. Yang Zai saw his hesitation, and immediately chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. This time, I will do you a little favor. If the sect investigates in the future, you can also blame it on negligence. Don't worry. Yang Shushuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this sentence, and nodded. A few days later, on the punishment platform of Jindao cult, heads rolled, and blood stained the ground. Su Daiyin looked cold and ferocious, but her eyes were full of tears. These elders who had conspired with Jin Zhentian to kill her parents were finally sent to the netherworld by her own hands. Half a month later, the storm of Jindao cult completely subsided under Su Li's deliberate control. Jindao cult also returned to the right track under the management of Su Daiyin. However, the news that Jindao cult changed its head quickly spread to the ears of every lord of the 25 sects as if it had wings. What's wrong with Zhozhou region recently? First, the old grand elder of Su family died inexplicably, and then Jin Zhentian also died unluckily. It's really unlucky. Tut-tut, these two facts can be summed up as one thing. Su Daiyin was originally a member of Jindao cult. If Jin Zhentian hadn't been greedy, he wouldn't have suffered today. I think it's weird. It's not as simple as we think. Yes, we must send someone to investigate. How can there be so many conspiracies? Those holy sects are much more well-informed than us. Even they didn't take any action, so there must be nothing serious. Many high-level officials of the 25 sects insisted on their own opinions. Although most people felt that this matter didn't need to be concerned, Hua Yang clearly noticed that there were more spies in Su family and Jindao cult. Fortunately, Su Li had already told them not to make any big moves recently. After those spies were restless for dozens of days, their enthusiasm almost subsided and they left one after another. At this moment, in the adytum of the back mountain of Ni sect. Su Li closed a booklet made of unknown materials and was lost in thought. Then in the faint light, she could vaguely see the words porcelain method printed on the booklet. This booklet was made of golden silk with a history of no more than 1,000 years. The escape method described in it should be based on the reincarnation mirror's natal porcelain. Burn Mushire spiritual jade as a jade porcelain magic weapon and store a trace of soul in it. If one day she was killed, she could retain her soul and seek a chance of survival. Logically speaking, the soul guided by Mushire spiritual jade couldn't be perceived by practitioners. But Su Li's divine awareness was too keen. Ordinary practitioners couldn't find it, but it didn't mean that she couldn't find it. What's more, the natal porcelain refined by Jin Juntian was not perfect. Mushire spiritual jade was a rare treasure that could refine the second natal body. Perhaps the purity of the spiritual jade obtained by Jin Juntian could barely meet the refining requirements, and he couldn't refine the perfect natal porcelain at all. Speaking of spiritual jade, the Sueyu tactics I practiced has long reached a certain bottleneck. Since the awakening of my talent, the body of evil ghost deduced for several months, and then I learned that I need the help of spiritual jade. However, ordinary spiritual jade has no effect. Her eyes flashed, and she took out a map made of spirit beast skin. This thing was obtained from Jin Zhentian's universe ring. It was marked with the word Mushire. Jin Zhentian's Mushire spiritual jade should be obtained from here. Su Li was very familiar with the terrain of Jojo region, and the map showed that it was not in Jojo region. After thinking for a moment, Su Li put away the map and flew away from Ni sect. Yang, I'm going out to do something. I'll be back in a few days. When Hua Yang heard the voice in her ear, she helplessly put down the case in her hand. She rubbed her eyebrows with a headache and smiled bitterly. Su Li was so thorough that she didn't have to do anything. Shaking her head, she buried her head in the case again. The intelligence of the holy sect spies in the 25 sects couldn't be sloppy at all. Just a few days after Su Li left in Jindao cult, Su Daiyin sorted out the network of the sect. It was rare for her to sit quietly in the backyard for half a day. Suddenly, a breeze swept by. Ling Qinglan, who should be in the Su family, appeared outside the courtyard. Chapter 485. Uncle Lan. Su Daiyin got up to greet him and withdrew the servants who were guarding on the side from the courtyard. Since she used the AO sword skills to kill Jin Juntian that day, she keenly sensed that Uncle Lan's mood was not quite right. She was not surprised that Ling Qinglan came alone. Ling Qinglan saw that she withdrew the maids and walked into the courtyard. He waved his hand to set a soundproof bounded domain. It seems that you already know my intention. Su Daiyin nodded slightly and asked tentatively, is it related to my AO sword skills? Where did you get this practice method? Ling Qinglan frowned and nodded. His voice was cold and solemn. It's the inheritance my father left to me when I was young, but I was too young at that time, so I only remembered vaguely. Until I was adopted by my mother and embarked on the road of cultivation, I was able to unlock the seal of the inheritance and know what happened to my father. Su Daiyin narrated with gratitude on her beautiful face, the Su family will never avenge me. If it weren't for Su Jojo, I would have to wait for many years to avenge my parents. After hearing this, Ling Qinglan was a little confused. The AO sword skills must belong to Su Li, but Su Daiying's expression didn't seem to be lying. When did the AO sword skills belong to Su Daiying's father, Jin Cheng Ao? Was it possible that Jin Cheng Ao was the successor of Su Li, and Su Jojo was fake? Ling Qinglan's pupils shrank. He thought of all the contacts with Su Jojo before. She was too familiar with Su Li, so she definitely had an unusual relationship with Su Li. Which one was the truth? Ling Qinglan was completely confused. But if he asked Su Jojo, he would inevitably be suspected of questioning. At present, although Su Jojo was avenging Su Li, it also seemed that she wanted to unify the Jojo region for her own selfish desire. Su Jojo, are you an enemy or a friend? Ling Qinglan sighed and restrained the complex emotions in his eyes. He left gloomily in Su Daiying's puzzled eyes. Jiuli region was a region controlled by the Tianyin tribe, a holy sect. Most practitioners in this region were good at incantations and poisons, and their practice methods were also quite strange. Even with the holy sect's control, the evil forces were still rampant. It was not as peaceful as the Jojo region. Therefore, just a few days after Su Li arrived, she witnessed several practitioners being cursed to death and robbed of their treasures. They died miserably. She was alone and a female practitioner, so she was inevitably patronized by others. However, the cultivation of these practitioners who survived by robbing was really not good. After Su Li accidentally blew up the heads of several evil practitioners, no one came to trouble her along the way. Following the guidance of the map, Su Li came to a cultivation city named Baisha. As soon as she entered the city, she saw stalls on both sides of the street selling all kinds of jade materials and shouting constantly. Su Li strolled around and saw many stalls selling mushire spiritual jades. Although the purity was extremely low, it was absolutely impossible to see such a situation in other cultivation cities. "Miss, are you curious about the sharp increase in the quality of jade in Baisha City?" A kind-looking stall owner saw the surprise on Su Li's slightly immature face, and couldn't help laughing. To tell you the truth, the spiritual mine not far from Baisha City has been almost dug out. But when the bottom is seen, it has a second spring. Many rare jade materials have been dug out from it, which makes Baisha City what it is today. Su Li's eyebrows were curved, and her thick curly eyelashes trembled. She showed a simple smile on her face. Anyone who saw her would associate her with an inexperienced female disciple of a sect. "Senior, why do you explain to me? I won't buy the things on your stall." As she said, she also pointed to the things on the stall with a look of disgust on her face. The stall owner's face stiffened. He thought that this little girl was really straightforward and didn't save him any face. However, he had been struggling at the bottom of the cultivation circle for hundreds of years, so he naturally wouldn't show what he thought on his face. He immediately replied with a calm smile, "I see that you are dressed in extraordinary clothes, so you must have an extraordinary background. I just want to explain to you for a good karma. Don't worry about it, miss." "I see." Su Li showed an expression of sudden realization. She immediately snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "My elder asked me to come out to gain more experience and buy some high-purity mushire spiritual jades back by the way. But I see that the purity of mushire spiritual jades on the stalls along the way is very low. It seems that I can only go back empty-handed." The stall owner was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He was about to continue to find a way to get information from her, but he didn't expect that the woman was unsuspecting and directly told him her purpose. "That was easy." He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Little fellow practitioner, although my cultivation is not good, I have been doing the jade business for hundreds of years. I also have a way to get the mushire spiritual jades you want. I just don't know if your elder is nearby." Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked with a smile, "Really?" "Of course." The stall owner nodded repeatedly. "I know at a glance that you come from a famous sect. How dare I deceive you?" "That's great." Su Li showed a proud expression on her face. "My master is busy with affairs and will come to this city in 2 days. I can do such a small thing as buying spiritual jades alone. Take me there. You will definitely benefit from it." As she said, she touched the universe ring with her fingertips and threw out a celestial stone. The stall owner was immediately surprised and delighted. He immediately put the celestial stone into the universe ring, for fear that others would see it. "Thank you for your generosity, little fellow practitioner. Please come with me." As he said, he put away the stall and walked through the market to the deep alley. Su Li's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and then she returned to her innocent appearance and followed him briskly. The stall owner sensed the footsteps behind him, and a smile appeared on his kind face. But compared with the smile just now, it was a little more gloomy. As the two went deeper, the alley became narrower and darker. After a while, the stall owner walked to the end of the alley. He suddenly turned around and looked at Su Li maliciously. Su Li's smile remained unchanged, and she looked around. "We're here. Why didn't I see the entrance?" Ha 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 ha. Hearing such a stupid question, the stall owner couldn't help but laugh ferociously. His expression was no longer kind, but full of ruthlessness. "Little fat sheep, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your master for not teaching you to be on guard." After that, his 5 fingers turned into claws and quickly grabbed Su Li's head. However, with his cultivation in the early stage of Yuaniing realm, he could kill a little girl in Jindan realm easily. Su Li was about to restrain this person and interrogate him about the whereabouts of Mushirei spiritual jade. Suddenly, she stopped her movements and showed a flustered expression on her harmless little face. Seeing this, the stall owner didn't have any compassion, but moved faster. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded behind Su Li. At the same time, a white flowing light also flew quickly to block the stall owner's sharp claws. The flowing light dissipated, and its original appearance was revealed: an ancient mirror for body protection. His good deed was disturbed, and the stall owner's eyes became gloomy. He looked behind Su Li, but he saw a slightly fat and honest young man walking over with a smile. He scolded calmly, "Old guy, the rules of Baisha City are not for decoration. Since I bumped into you, don't think about doing bad things today." Speaking of this, the honest young man smiled and showed 2 small canine teeth. When the stall owner saw the young man's face, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Why did it have to be this little devil? Damn it, my big fat sheep. He struggled in his heart. He looked at Su Li, who was at a loss and seemed to have no idea what had happened. Then he looked at the honest young man who was getting closer. "Forget it, little girl. You are lucky." The stall owner snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and flew away. Just at the moment when he was about to leave, Su Li's clear eyes suddenly flashed a frightening black light. The stall owner only felt a chill on his neck, but he didn't care and left directly. "Tut tut." Black Lotus watched the stall owner leave and muttered, "My master is lucky, but I'm afraid you can't live for more than 3 days. After the honest young man saw the stall owner completely disappear from his sight, the smile of victory on his face immediately turned into fear. He patted his chest with lingering fear. "Fortunately, I have some reputation. Run. If he comes back, I can't beat him." With that, the honest young man ran away. Su Li smiled thoughtfully and followed him. A moment later, in a practitioner's inn. After drinking 3 bowls of tea in a row, the honest young man exhaled a long breath, as if he had discharged all the previous fear. He put down the bowl and saw Su Li staring at him. He couldn't help blushing, touched his cheek, and said, "Why are you looking at me? Although I saved your life, you don't fall in love with me at first sight, do you?" Seeing that he was so shy, Su Li couldn't help but laugh. The honest young man also seemed to feel that he was too rude. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Well, I like to talk nonsense since I was a child. Don't mind it." Su Li nodded and thought in her heart. The cultivation of this honest young man was only at the peak of Jindan realm, which was much worse than that of the stall owner. But the stall owner would rather give up the benefits after seeing him. Obviously, the background of this young man was not simple. Thinking of this, Su Li smiled and said, "My name is Su Jojo. Thank you for your help just now. May I know your name?" "Ha ha ha, I don't deserve your name. My name is Xianan." The honest young man stretched out his teacup and said, "I also can't stand the bad behavior of that group of people. I always want to help them when I see them. If it weren't for my good parents, I wouldn't know how many times I would have died." Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of something and said with a straight face, "Yes, I forgot to ask you. How did you accidentally fall into the trap of the evil practitioner? This is fatal." Su Li sighed softly when she heard this, and her tone was a little aggrieved. "I have no experience when I go down the mountain for the first time. I wanted to do something for my master, but I didn't expect that I almost screwed it up." Alas, this sentence seemed to evoke Xianan's memory. He immediately waved his hand and comforted her. "Hey, it's nothing. Nowadays, the world is dangerous, and there are many conspiracies and tricks. Miss Su is pure and easy to be fooled. As long as you are careful in the future, you will never make the same mistake again." Su Li nodded. "Thank you for enlightening me, senior fellow apprentice. I feel much better." Hearing Su Li call him senior fellow apprentice, Xianan was stunned at first, and then his smile almost reached his ears. He was the youngest in the sect, and no one had ever called him senior fellow apprentice. Seeing his reaction, Su Li couldn't help but smile. It seemed that she didn't need to go to Chanyik Attic for the intelligence of Jolie region. Chapter 486. After a meal, Su Li got the information she wanted from Xian An. The treasure map in Jin Zhentian's hand had been broken in advance a few years ago and became a relic that everyone could go in and explore. In the first 2 years after the relic was opened, it was really a reign of terror. Xian An sighed. There are many tombs that have not been explored. Although there are many dangers, treasures and spiritual materials that are not common in the outside world can be seen everywhere. All the practitioners who thought they had a little cultivation went crazy. The drama of killing each other for treasures was staged there every day. For this reason, at least 20% of the practitioners in Jindan realm in the Jolie region were killed. However, few practitioners above Yuanying realm died. If no one targeted them, there were many who escaped by relying on Yuanying realm. Su Li heard this with interest and asked with a smile, "You said it so deeply. Have you seen it with your own eyes?" Xian An scratched his head embarrassedly. "I don't have that ability. I heard it from my father. And at that time, my father was afraid that I would run around, so he grounded me for 3 years." Speaking of this, an extremely deep fear flashed in his eyes, as if he had a lingering fear of those 2 years of closed-door reflection. "Your father is also for your own good." Su Li fiddled with the wine glass in her hand. Although practitioners transcend the realm of mortals, they only have one life. If they lose their life, they will have nothing. Xian An looked at Su Li in a daze and was puzzled. Wasn't she inexperienced in the world? How could she say such profound words? Su Li quickly realized the whole flaw and stuck out her tongue playfully. "This is what my master said. Now I present it to the Buddha with borrowed flowers. Please don't be offended." No, I think it makes sense." The doubts in Xian An's heart dissipated, and he waved his hand. "I didn't understand my father's behavior before. Now after hearing what you said, I understand a little. It's great that junior sister can help." Su Li responded with joy. Xian An saw that she looked sincere and didn't seem to be fake, and he was also moved. He completely let down his guard against her. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Su Li broke it with a slightly shy smile. "Senior fellow apprentice, I want to go to the relic to have a look. Can you lead the way?" Xian An hesitated for a moment, but when he saw the disappointment between Su Li's eyebrows, he immediately gritted his teeth and grinned. Of course. This was the 5th year since the relic had been opened. It was no longer that dangerous. "I went there once with my father, but if you want me to take you there, you must listen to me and not run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you if you encounter danger," Xian An warned seriously. After Su Li nodded repeatedly, the itinerary to the relics was finally settled. After that, the two of them booked a room in an inn and agreed to depart the next day. After dinner, Su Li saw that Xian An's face was more excited than she pretended to be. She couldn't help laughing secretly. In the end, he was still a young man. She could see at a glance that Xian An's age was no more than 500 years old, but his cultivation could reach the peak of Jindan realm. Even if he couldn't be compared with an Evildor, he was definitely a genius at the level of Tianjiao. Shaking her head, Su Li pushed the door into the room. The moment she closed the door, the runes of the tactical matrix flowed between the cracks of the door. In the blink of an eye, the whole room was blocked. The advantage of a practitioner's inn was that every room had an isolation tactical matrix. Although the grade was not high, as long as it was not deliberately destroyed, no one would come to disturb. After checking the room and confirming that there was no hidden trap left by the innkeeper, Su Li went to the inner room and sat cross-legged on the silk futon. She waved her hand, and the shadow behind her squirmed. After a while, there was another Su Li in the room. Su Li looked at the face of her previous life and frowned, but she didn't deliberately correct it. Every time she summoned the evil ghost, it appeared with the face of the previous life. Even if she corrected it, it would return to the original appearance next time. So, She simply didn't bother to care about it. With a slight sigh, Su Li threw out a set of clothes for the evil ghost to put on. Then the evil ghost walked to the futon on the side and sat cross-legged, entering the state of enlightenment. Little Su Li, this Black Lotus, came out of the ring in surprise, and released the little white fox who had been suffocated for too long to breathe fresh air. Can the evil ghost still practice by itself? After Black Lotus asked this, Su Li couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Can't it? How is it possible? The evil ghost has no intelligence. As soon as the words came out, the evil ghost, who was still looking for the feeling, suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Black Lotus coldly. Black Lotus suddenly shivered and was horrified. He weakly explained, "That. I am ignorant and ill-informed. Please don't take it to heart." Ho ho ho. As soon as the words came out, Su Li suddenly chuckled. Black Lotus looked back at her with a dumbfounded face, and then turned to look at the evil ghost who ignored him. Suddenly, he reacted and became angry. "Su Li, are you kidding me?" Su Li's smile was slightly restrained, and she said meaningfully, "What did you call me?" Black Lotus's scalp was numb, and he immediately gave in. "Forget it. Let's not argue with a madman." "That. Master, what the hell is going on? I have never seen such an evil ghost." Su Li stared at Black Lotus's face and found that his reaction didn't seem to be fake. She stopped joking and shook her head. "Even you don't know." "How can I know? I only need to separate a trace of thought to integrate with the evil ghost, and the evil ghost will have its own intelligence. It can even act by itself, practice by itself, and comprehend the mental method and secret method by itself. As for the enlightenment of the evil ghost, it will be received by me at the moment when I withdraw that trace of thought, as if it was born to practice by itself. Is there such a good thing?" Black Lotus was stunned. "Isn't it equivalent to two of you practicing at the same time? With your talent, if you speed up your practice, won't it be against the natural order? It's not the same." Su Li said with pity, "I have tried it. When I withdraw the enlightenment and practice of the evil ghost, I will lose half of it, which is much slower than my own practice. You should be satisfied." Black Lotus rolled his eyes. "I have never seen such a good thing like you. If the previous generations of the body of evil ghost got such a talent, they would have been crazy with joy." "Talent?" Su Li was surprised and murmured thoughtfully, "This is not my awakened talent, or, it may be part of my talent." "This is not all?" Black Lotus's eyes were wide open, as if his eyeballs were going to pop out. "The premise is that it has eyeballs." Su Li replied softly, but she didn't intend to continue to say. Black Lotus was itching in his heart, but he didn't dare to force Su Li to say it. He could only pout, put the little white fox into the ring, and sulk alone. Woo, woo, woo. Tilda the little white fox nested in the ring space and looked at Black Lotus aggrievedly. She wanted to be with her master. Uncle Black was a big bad guy. The night passed slowly as Su Li and the evil ghost comprehended the Sueyu tactics at the same time. It was a silent night. In the morning of the next day, Xianan got up and opened the door, but he saw Su Li sitting at the table downstairs, enjoying the spiritual tea prepared by the inn. He immediately went downstairs and sat down at Su Li's table. He said embarrassedly, "Junior sister apprentice, you came earlier than me. I'm really ashamed." Su Li smiled and pushed another cup of tea to Xianan. "It's a joke. I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. I want to see what the relics look like. Haha." Xianan couldn't help laughing. "Junior sister apprentice, you are really interesting. But when I just went down the mountain, I was almost the same as you." Black Lotus yawned in the ring space. When he heard the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You acted so real. You are more than 2,000 years old, but you still have the nerve to pretend to be young. You dare to speak ill of the master." "I heard it all." The voice of reincarnation sounded leisurely, and Black Lotus instantly jumped up. He glared at the spirit of reincarnation mirror that suddenly appeared in the ring space. "You damn donkey, how dare you appear in front of me?" When the phantom of the little beast heard Black Lotus's words, its old face suddenly darkened. "Why do you always mention the old things?" "Tut!" Black Lotus sneered, "You still dare to show up. Aren't you afraid that Su Li still holds a grudge and grinds your bones into ashes? The little critter shuddered, and its phantom image swayed, but it quickly stabilized. It said in a muffled voice, "Master had noticed me a long time ago, but she didn't make a move. I was completely refined by her blood. If she dies, I will be destroyed once again. In this way, she is not afraid of my betrayal at all. As long as I serve the Master with all my heart and shield her from nature's mysteries, there is nothing to be afraid of." At the same time, the little beast was still a little unconfident, but its attitude still made Black Lotus gnash his teeth with hatred. "Also, my strength has recovered a little after swallowing the fragments. You and I are originally one, so it is easy for me to come here. I heard you speak ill of the Master just now, and I can't turn a blind eye." As soon as the words came out, Black Lotus's face instantly darkened, and he scolded, "Come on, hurt each other. If Su Li is angry and crazy, none of us can survive." The little beast looked at Black Lotus's collapse with a blank face, feeling wronged. What did he say? He just said what he thought. Why did Black Lotus seem to be stimulated? He didn't know that before he woke up, there was a scene where Su Li killed herself to force Black Lotus to show up. Let's not talk about the movement in the ring first. Under the guidance of Xian En, Su Li went out of the city all the way to the north. The speed was not fast. Xian En also took the opportunity to tell Su Li about the current situation of Qingshui Circle. After all, it was his duty as a senior fellow apprentice to popularize the current situation of the cultivation circle. Su Li wanted to ask in a roundabout way, but she didn't expect Xian En to be so tactful. She immediately slowed down her speed again and again. Compared with the current situation of the sects in Qingshui Circle, Mushirei spiritual jade became less important. The Jojo region was a place where the news was blocked. Even if she could buy a lot of information from Tianyek Attic, it was only the superficial situation. All the things about her were regarded as secrets by the sects. It was too difficult to know through Tianyek Attic. The most convenient way was to find a person who was really born in the rich and powerful circle to ask. However, with her sensitive identity, it was difficult to find a suitable person. Fortunately, when she came to find Mushirei spiritual jade this time, she really met one by chance. Chapter 487. Nowadays, the cultivation circle is led by the four holy sects, Shengtian Shrine, Ankue Valley, Huangxing Hall, and Tianhe sect. Many holy sects with deep foundations are respected. Xianen said while flying and leading the way, as if he had been in the secular world for many years and had rich experience. In fact, he just repeated what his father told him to Su Li. However, Xianen's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw Su Li's serious listening look. Among the four holy sects, the most powerful one is Shengtian Shrine, which is inclined to the evil sect. When Xianen mentioned Shengtian Shrine, his eyes flashed with disgust, but Shengtian Shrine has survived from the ancient cultivation era to the present. I don't know how many terrible means it has accumulated, and it has a deep friendship with many old monsters of cultivation, including Fate Ancestor. Fate Ancestor? Su Li repeated, showing curiosity. Who is Fate Ancestor? Why do you mention him? You don't even know Fate Ancestor? Xianen turned his head, and his eyes widened slightly. Junior sister apprentice, how does your master popularize the common sense of the cultivation circle to you? It's too irresponsible. Su Li blinked embarrassedly. Senior fellow apprentice, to be honest, this time I sneaked out. What? Xianen said in surprise, and then rolled his eyes. He scolded angrily. The people in the cultivation circle are sinister. How can you sneak down the mountain? Fortunately, you met me. If something bad happens to you, your master and senior fellow apprentices will be worried. Su Li's beautiful eyes showed a lingering fear, and she nodded very sincerely. Senior fellow apprentice, you are right. But I have come out this time. I can't go back empty-handed, can I? Besides, I have you to accompany me. Xianen was angry and amused, but he remembered that he had sneaked down the mountain more than once many years ago. His character was lively, but his parents were calm. He didn't know whose character he took after. Forget it. Xianen waved his hand helplessly. In this case, I will be your guide for a period of cultivation. But after going to the relics, you must promise me that you will immediately go back to the sect to keep your master safe. Senior fellow apprentice, you are right. Su Li nodded repeatedly and finally calmed down Xian'an's emotions. He organized his words and continued, speaking of Fate Ancestor, it is a unique title in Qingshui Circle. I heard that it has been passed down to this day, and no one knows how many people have replaced it. No one knew the specific origin of the Fate Ancestor of this generation. His cultivation was just junior emperor, but he was regarded as the leader of Qingshui Circle by many practitioners, not because of anything else, but because he walks the Tao of heavenly secret. Tianji. Su Li's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't say much and continued to listen. The Tao of heavenly secrets is not the same as the Tao of divination. It is a great Tao that allows one to see the destiny of a person and even the future of the entire world of cultivators. Xian'an's eyes lit up. I heard from my father that not everyone can walk on the Tianji path. Those who pry into the secrets of the heavens will be punished by the heavens. If an ordinary cultivator were to cultivate the Tao of heavenly secrets, their lifespans would definitely be shortened. However, there is also a group of people with special constitutions who can live longer by cultivating the Tao of heavenly secrets. They might even be favored by the heavenly Tao. Su Li pursed her lips and saw the envy in Xian'an's eyes. Be on the same side as the heavenly axiom. Wasn't that her enemy? The reason why the Fate Ancestor of this generation is respected is because of two major contributions. Xian'an's voice suddenly became high-spirited. The first major contribution is that he and the great emperor of Lihan prevented the invasion of the alien realm and set up the Lihan tablet. So that outsiders could not enter, he protected the peace of Qingshui Circle for 10,000 years. The second major contribution is that he killed the daughter of luck of this generation. Su Li's pupils shrank slightly, and her voice was indeed normal. Senior fellow apprentice, what is the daughter of luck? Why did you kill her? Xian'an immediately explained the daughter of luck to Su Li, and said naturally, the Fate Ancestor once said that the daughter of luck violated the natural law, and the natural law would be angry. Then, Qingshui Circle would be destroyed. How could the words of such a big shot be wrong? Look at Su Li, the daughter of luck 1,000 years ago. Because of her appearance, more than 80% of the talents of Qingshui Circle died, which led to the shortage of talents on the list of 10,000 talents. It was a great disaster. Su Li narrowed her eyes, and a black light flashed in her pupils. In the previous life, she was born in a muddle, lived in a muddle, and died in a muddle. It turned out that in the eyes of the world, it was actually her fault. By the way, Xian'an suddenly clapped his hands, and subconsciously lowered his tone. Speaking of the daughter of luck, I eavesdropped on the conversation between my father and an elder 2 days ago. The Fate Ancestor suddenly appeared a month ago and issued a decree. The daughter of luck of the new generation appeared again. Su Li was stunned for a moment, and asked, the descendant of the ghost clan in Ghost Region? That's her. Xian'an looked excited, and almost fell off the flying sword. According to the prediction of the Fate Ancestor, the daughter of luck of this generation is extraordinary and much more difficult to deal with than the holy girl Su. She is not only the daughter of luck, but also the taboo of the ghost clan that has long been extinct. She has the body of evil ghost, and her means are unpredictable. Now the entire Qingshui Circle has issued a wanted order. As long as anyone finds the whereabouts of the descendant of the ghost clan and reports it to the truth, he will get an extremely generous reward. Su Li's face was slightly pale. Following Xian'an's words, she naturally showed fear. There is such a terrible person in the cultivation circle. We practitioners should work together to kill the demon. Junior sister apprentice, you are right. Now that the chaos in the cultivation circle has just emerged, it is the time for us to show our skills. Looking at Xian'an's complacent appearance, Su Li's eyes flashed with a gloomy cloud. Her lips were slightly raised, and she showed an indescribable evil intention. It turned out that her identity had been found to such a situation. If Xian'an hadn't pointed it out, she would still be in the dark. If she used that identity to act again, it was likely that all her previous efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, she was delayed by Zisho's affairs, and she never appeared in the eyes of the holy sects again. In this way, Zisho was her benefactor. Su Li laughed in her heart. Black Lotus, as you said, I am a mouse that everyone in the cultivation circle wants to beat. But I am not the body of evil ghost, but the daughter of luck in the previous life. Black Lotus sensed the chill in her mind and shrank his head. He didn't dare to respond for fear of angering her. The spirit of reincarnation mirror didn't dare to say anything. Although it was an accomplice of the fate ancestor and the group of people in the previous life, it did do it after all. Oh! The little white fox lying on the side of Black Lotus pricked up its ears and looked around in confusion. Why was the master angry? Junior sister apprentice. Junior sister apprentice. Xian'an's voice pulled Su Li back to reality. Su Li raised her head, and the haze in her eyes faded away instantly. She smiled sweetly. Senior fellow apprentice, I'm fine. I just listened to the strange people and things that you said, and I was lost in thought. Hey, that's all in the future. Our cultivation is still weak now. If the descendant of the ghost clan really shows up to do evil, someone will punish her. Su Li responded obediently when she heard the words, and said, My sect is not strong. I have heard of the Tianjiao list that you mentioned, but I don't know much about it. Can you explain it to me in detail? That's not difficult. Xian'an waved his hand, but his finger pointed to the endless black ruins under the dark clouds ahead. However, we have already arrived at the relics. The periphery is not dangerous. Why don't we explore the periphery now? I will tell you. How about it? The smile on Su Li's face became more gentle, and her voice was crisp like the cry of an empty valley. Senior fellow apprentice, you are really a good person. Xian'an was suddenly praised, and he subconsciously scratched his head. His face was slightly red, and he giggled. Jiguang sect was the second largest sect in Zhouli region. Xian Jingju, the lord of Jiguang sect, was a legendary cultivator in Zhouli region. Although Xian Jingju was the legitimate son of the previous lord of Jiguang sect, he only had ordinary low-grade spiritual root, and his cultivation speed was far less than that of his peers. The previous lord spent a lot of effort to raise his spiritual root to middle grade, but he was not as good as other outstanding disciples in the sect. In addition, Xian Jingju neglected cultivation and was obsessed with wine. The disciples of Jiguang sect all laughed at him in private. 1,000 years ago, the reincarnation mirror opened. Although it was a lucky chance, the danger of death was not small. The previous lord knew that his life was coming to an end, so he made up his mind to send Xian Jingju into the reincarnation mirror. After the bloody accident of Holy Spirit, Xian Jingju disappeared for decades. Everyone thought that Xian Jingju died in it. The previous lord was so disheartened that he didn't see his son come back until he died. But one day, Xian Jingju suddenly returned in an extremely powerful manner. Not only did his cultivation reach the nature's test realm, which was beyond the reach of his peers, but his combat power was also extraordinary. It was as easy as eating and drinking to crush practitioners at the same level. Therefore, relying on the loyal supporters left by his father, Xian Jingju became the new lord without much effort. After becoming the lord, the first thing Xian Jingju did was not to eliminate his opponents in the sect, but to marry an elder of a new sect in Zhouli region as his cultivation companion. And that cultivation companion was none other than Su Yu. Wanjian sect, Su Yu. Pavilion head, Wen Tingshan. This move attracted the envy of countless small sects in Zhouli region, but no one dared to do anything under the power of the Jiguang sect. With the support of the Jiguang sect, the Wanjian sect quickly became stronger. A few years later, Xian Jingju and Su Yu's son was born. Lord, the young lord saved a young female practitioner in Baisha city and is exploring the periphery of the white stone relics with her. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Xian Jingju suddenly had a headache. He pinched his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Have you found out the origin of the female practitioner? This little rascal is really spoiled. There's never a day where he doesn't make people worry. Su Yu, who was flipping through the recent intelligence files, immediately raised her head and said softly, Husband, I didn't hear it clearly just now. Can you say it again? Xian Jingzhou's face trembled slightly, and he turned his head with a smile. My wife, I'm just worried about An. What if he is deceived by a woman of unknown origin? Suyu rolled her eyes and ignored him, but her eyes clearly said, since you are sensible, I will let you go. Xian Jingju waved his hand to dismiss his confidants, who had been holding back hard, and smiled bitterly in his heart. It was all the sin in the reincarnation mirror that he had been trapped in for a lifetime. He sighed and tidied up the black file at hand. The 3 big words on it were particularly conspicuous. Leanly building. Chapter 488. The periphery of the white stone relics was covered with a faint mist, which covered the ruins and ancient buildings. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Suddenly, swish, swish, 2 white streamers fell from the sky in a straight line. After the light dissipated, Su Li and Xianan appeared. Although the danger on the periphery of the relics is low, you can't be careless. You must follow me closely, Xianan told her and looked around cautiously. His expression was not as relaxed as before. Su Li nodded slightly and followed Xianan. She narrowed her eyes and looked around. The geology of the relics was completely different from the ordinary soil outside the white stone city. It was brownish-purple like blood. From a distance, it was as black as ink, which was somewhat similar to the Blackstone forest. However, the fog in the Blackstone forest was so dark that people couldn't see their fingers. Compared with the white fog here, it was much weaker. At least at a glance, she could see many tall silhouettes through the fog. Unfortunately, Xianan didn't dare to go there. She didn't intend to expose her strength, so she could only give up for the time being. Xianan was born in an extraordinary family, and he had been practicing outside alone for many years. He slowed down his pace and took Su Li to familiarize herself with the relics. There were no surprises or dangers along the way. Although they encountered a few evil practitioners who didn't have eyes, they were solved by him quickly. A few days later, as Su Li expected, they got some waste treasures. But Xianan was still very happy, and his tense mind relaxed a lot. While he continued to explore with Su Li, he intermittently talked about the Tianjiao list of top 10,000 people. There are thousands of practitioners in the cultivation circle. There are always a small group of people who are favored by nature. They show extraordinary potential from an early age and are called the Tianjiao list of 10,000 people. The Tianjiao list of 10,000 people, as the name implies. It is the top 10,000 practitioners in a generation of Tianjiao. If they want to be on the list, they must fight for it through the Tianjiao battle. Speaking of this, Xianan's eyes showed a sense of eagerness. Speaking of it, this Tianjiao battle is about to begin. I am only in my early 500 years old. I am still young. The top 10,000 people are too far away for me, but I can still see the world. Senior fellow apprentice, is 500 years old still young? Su Li followed Xianan to clear the obstacles on the slope and pretended to be puzzled. Xianan immediately rolled his eyes. He turned his head and saw Su Li with a trace of childishness on her small face. He said angrily, 500 years is considered a long time for mortals, but for us cultivators, it is but a snap of the fingers. The age limit of the list of top 10,000 people was 2,000 years old, and it was changed every 500 years. However, the last 2 prodigy battles were not held successfully because of the disaster brought about by the Lady of Providence. Who knows how many people were over the age limit and lost their only chance to enter the prodigy rankings. Speaking of this, expectation appeared on Xianan's face. After 1,500 years, this Tianjiao battle will be extremely exciting. If I don't go and have a look, it will be a pity. Senior brother, even I want to go and have a look. It's a pity that I don't know if Master will bring me there after I return to the sect. She seemed to be attracted by the scene described by Xianan, and her face was full of expectation. Xianan laughed, junior sister apprentice, don't worry. The Tianjiao battle is a grand event in the entire Qingshui circle. This time I will take you to find some Mushirei spiritual jades and take them back. It can be regarded as making up for my mistakes. For the sake of the spiritual jades, you will have a place in the team that goes to the Shengxian mountain to watch the battle, Xianan said with certainty. Su Li's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands repeatedly and said, "Thank you for your care, senior fellow apprentice. You are so kind." Xianan blushed again and giggled happily. When Black Lotus heard Su Li's coquettish voice, he almost vomited out the souls that he swallowed 2 days ago. But when he saw Samsara lying on the side, he swallowed the soul nourishment back in a daze. Lord, the female practitioner accompanying the young lord is very simple. Her bone age is less than 300 years old. She is not a threat to the young lord, but her origin is unknown, and it can't be found out in a short time. She may come from another big region or be a disciple of a small sect. When Xian Jingju heard the words, the wrinkles on his eyebrows disappeared slightly, but he still cared about the words unknown origin. He immediately ordered, "Continue to investigate, but you can slow down the speed appropriately. You should hurry to recruit practitioners for the gulling gambling battle. There is not much time left." "Yes." After the confidant left, Xian Jingju rubbed his eyebrows, which were a little painful. His shoulders suddenly felt heavy, but he was not surprised. When he looked back and saw Su Yu, who was massaging his shoulders for him, the tenderness in his eyes rippled. Su Yu no longer looked like a tigress at the moment. There was a trace of worry on her beautiful face. "Master, is this trip too risky?" Xian Jingzhou's broad palm gently rested on the back of Su Yu's hand, and he shook his head firmly. "The treasures in Su Li's hands have long been clearly investigated by some people. If we don't even take back the sound acquaintance, the prestige that the Leanly building has built up will plummet. What's more," Xian Jingzhou's eyes darkened, "Ling Qinglan and Chu Lu are still in their hands. This time, we must succeed no matter what." Su Yu was not an indecisive person. She knew the importance of this action. Although she was still extremely worried, she didn't show it. She just nodded and said, "Senior fellow apprentice is ready. If the gambling battle fails, he will take action personally. But in this case, the Wanjian sect will be exposed. Senior fellow apprentice can only take people to hide in the dark. It is not good for many people to be involved." Xian Jingju nodded solemnly and sighed, "I have secretly recruited experts who use poisonous insects. I hope it will not come to this step." A few days later, in an underground ruin on the periphery of the relics. With a muffled sound, Xianan climbed out of the pit with a dirty face. Seeing Su Li squatting by the pit, he sighed and spread out his palm. No one found this underground additum before. There are also spiritual jades in it, but they are not Mushirei spiritual jades. They are just ordinary spiritual jades. Su Li saw a few pieces of inferior spiritual jades scattered in Xianan's palm, and her shining eyes immediately dimmed. She reluctantly smiled and said, "Senior fellow apprentice, thank you for your hard work. If you really can't find it, forget it." At the same time, she was thinking in her heart whether to leave Xianan and go to the depths of the relics alone. Seeing the disappointment in her eyes, Xianan couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was the first time that he was a senior fellow apprentice, but he couldn't help much. If his strength was stronger, he might be able to take her to the relics to have a look. Xianan, who was lazy in cultivation, had the idea of working hard to cultivate again in his mind. But he couldn't become fat in one bite. It was obviously unrealistic to improve his strength now. He suppressed his anxious mind and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and said, "I got it. Let's go to Tianyek Attic," he said excitedly, and subconsciously wanted to take Su Li's hand and take her away. Su Li's eyes flickered slightly, and she stepped aside without a trace. But she looked confused. "Tianyek Attic? Why do we go to Tianyek Attic? Although they sell information there, the relics have only been opened for a few years. If there is really information about Mushirei spiritual jades for sale, they have been looted long ago." When Xianan heard this, he immediately forgot the doubt that Su Li dodged his action, and quickly explained, "That's different. We are going to the temporary station set up by Tianyek Attic in the white stone relics. If there is no news about Mushirei spiritual jades in that place, we don't have to waste our efforts anymore. We can simply go to Huangxing Chamber of Commerce to buy them." "I see. Senior fellow apprentice, let's go quickly." Su Li's face showed hope, and then she wondered, what is Huangxing Chamber of Commerce? Is it related to Huangxing Hall? Yes. Xianan nodded and raised his hand. The flying sword was unsheathed with a clang in the air. He jumped on the flying sword and looked back with a smile. The strength of Huangxing Hall is not strong among the four-peak holy sects, but the group of old Taoist nuns do business reasonably. Huangxing Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Qingshui Circle. As long as you can afford it, you can buy almost anything. Su Li called out the flying sword and showed a look of understanding. She immediately bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for solving my doubts, senior fellow apprentice. It doesn't matter. It's just a trifle. Let's go to the station and have a look." Xianan waved his hand, and the flying sword rushed into the sky with him. Su Li followed closely with a faint smile in her eyes. This brat was like a treasure trove. Every sentence of his could dig out a considerable amount of information. He was truly her lucky star. Tianyek Attic, the largest intelligence organization in Qingshui Circle. Originally, Su Li didn't know who set it up. But after Xianan showed off, she finally learned that it was left by a force called Tianxing Valley in ancient times. Although there were a large number of intelligence dealers cooperating with Tianyek Attic, and the organization was very loose, in fact, it was loose on the outside and tight on the inside. The real decision-makers of Tianyek Attic rarely showed up, and their background was even more unfathomable. Even if it was not listed among the four-peak holy sects, it was the most mysterious among all the cultivation forces in Qingshui Circle. Little Su Li, Tianyek Attic is not as simple as this silly boy said. In my heyday, Qingshui Circle was in a mess, but this organization was still unshakable and feared by everyone. At that time, I suspected that the real origin of Tianyek Attic could be traced back to the primitive times. Black Lotus, why didn't you tell me about Tianyek Attic before? Well, you didn't ask me, did you? Black Lotus was embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Li didn't probe further. She and Xianan stopped. What came into view was a temporarily built bustling market. People were coming and going, and the regular stone streets and houses looked extremely comfortable. Su Li looked up and saw the iconic three big words Tianyek Attic engraved on the tall stone archway at the gate of the market. And below this line of three words, there was also the word station. As Xianan said, it was a temporary station. Xianan smiled, but he secretly wiped his sweat and was anxious. He had never been here. He almost got lost after looking around the relic for a few times. Fortunately, he was lucky. I heard that the station of Tianyek Attic is very safe, and no one is allowed to fight. I hope it is true, Xianan muttered in his heart, and finally walked into the stone archway with Su Li. Chapter 489. As soon as they passed through the illusory gate in the stone archway, they heard the hustle and bustle, but it was not chaotic. Su Li glanced at it roughly, and then strolled with Xianan. There were stalls on both sides of the dirt and stone street. Most of the stalls were unknown objects obtained from the relics. If anyone was interested in buying, he would be pulled into a separate soundproof tactical matrix by the stall owner to talk about it in detail. In addition to the stalls, she also saw many bulletin boards erected on the roadside, which were shining with a little spiritual light. She could see all the information at a glance with the divine awareness. Most of the messages on these bulletin boards are soliciting helpers to explore the relics together. After Xianan glanced at dozens of bulletin boards, the hope in his eyes was slightly dim, but he still smiled on the surface. Let's look carefully, and we will always get something. When he said this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked back abruptly, but he saw nothing. Is it an illusion? Xianan frowned, and he always felt that there was a faint feeling of peeping behind him. Senior fellow apprentice. Su Li called out, and he immediately returned to his senses. He smiled as if nothing had happened. Let's go and look for it again. Su Li nodded gently, and her eyes naturally drifted to the two corners behind her. There were two groups of obscure numas faintly locked on Xianan. They should not be the same force, and one of them had impressive strength. However, for her, there was not much difference in the strength of these two groups of people, so she didn't bother to pay attention to them. Less than half a day later, Xianan took Su Li to run all over the bulletin boards. There might be news of Mushire's spiritual jade, but all of them were in the depths of the relics. Seeing that Xian put his disappointment on his face without scheming, Su Li secretly laughed in her heart, but she comforted him on the surface. Senior fellow apprentice, don't worry. I see that the news on the bulletin board is changing every day. Why don't we wait here for a few days? Maybe we will be lucky enough to meet it. That's the only way. Xian sighed and agreed with Su Li, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. He was even thinking about which branch of the Huangxing Chamber of Commerce to go to. Taking a deep breath, Xian's eyes became firm again. There was no turning back. Since he had promised this girl that he would help her find Mushire's spiritual jade, he would definitely not break his promise. Young sect leader is still childish. The old man who secretly protected Xian shook his head, but a smile appeared on his face. Otherwise, I will arrange a surprise for this kid. But in that case, will the master say that I spoil him too much? In the next few days, Xian took Su Li to see the bulletin board. Unfortunately, the spiritual messages in the bulletin board were changing every day, but there was no new news about Mushire's spiritual jade. Junior sister apprentice, I think, we'd better go to Huangxing Chamber of Commerce. In front of the notice board, Xian took back his divine awareness, sighed deeply, turned his head and said. Su Li was about to nod, but at this moment, a travel-worn practitioner came in a hurry. He stretched out his palm and pressed a rune into the groove of the bulletin board. Then he rushed to the next bulletin board without looking at it. Boom! A burst of light emerged on the notice board. Xian's expression froze, and he intercepted the extra spiritual message. Spiritual light has appeared in the GU burial grounds periphery. A top-grade numinous treasure has appeared, and there are many GU demons. Now we are recruiting practitioners whose cultivation is not lower than Jindan realm to go together. The reward. Those who kill many GU demons can exchange their poisonous insect cores for Mushire's spiritual jade. When Xian saw the last line of words, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he said in surprise, there is news, and it is in the periphery. Let's go and have a look. Su Li's eyes flickered slightly, but she also showed surprise on the surface. Then she left. Not long after, the two came to the stone archway of the station. Xian saw a group of people gathered there from a distance, and they were surrounded by temporary wooden fences. Xian roughly counted more than 50 people. The leading middle-aged practitioner's cultivation was not high, only hovering in the early stage of Yuanying realm. But his clothes and the flying sword in his hand revealed the fact that he had an extraordinary background. Xian ran through this person's face in his mind, but he did not find a junior of a famous sect who matched him. However, he was only familiar with the descendants of famous sects in Jiuli region. Qingshui circle was so big, so this person probably came from other big regions after hearing the news. Stop! Xian approached and was immediately stopped by two serious-looking guards. He immediately held his fist and smiled. Fellow practitioner, we brother and sister received the news on the bulletin board, so we come to help. As soon as the words came out, the hostility in the eyes of the two guards was slightly relieved. One of them said coldly, my master is recruiting practitioners in Jindan realm, not young masters and young ladies who come out for sightseeing. If you want to join my master's team, you must have the corresponding strength. Xian was not annoyed when he heard the words. He took a step forward, and the pneuma of the peak of Jindan realm was undoubtedly revealed. Su Li also cooperated and revealed her cultivation in the early stage of Jindan realm. The guard's face suddenly changed, and he changed his previous indifferent attitude. He also held his fist and said pleasantly, you too, please. Xian nodded with a smile and entered the fence. The middle-aged practitioner in luxurious clothes immediately greeted them. Young masters, you have reached Jindan realm at such a young age. You must have an extraordinary background. My servants really offended you just now. It doesn't matter. In the cultivation circle, the strong are respected. I understand. Xian waved his hand and said indifferently. The middle-aged practitioner touched the universe ring with his finger and took out two crystal-clear water-blue spiritual jades. This is an apology gift. Please accept it, young heroes. Seeing this thing, Su Li's calm and obedient face suddenly froze. She stared at the spiritual jades in the hands of the middle-aged practitioner and slightly stimulated the Sueyu tactics in her body. Immediately, a subtle water spiritual power separated from the spiritual jades and integrated into her body. At this moment, Su Li immediately felt that the originally solid bottleneck of Jindan realm had a tendency to disintegrate, but it only disintegrated by 1/10,000th, and then it stopped. Mushirei spiritual jades were useful. Su Li's eyes changed, and she was thinking. Since Mushirei spiritual jades were useful, would the other Mu spiritual jades of the 5 elements also be effective? Among the Mu spiritual jades of the 5 elements, only Mushirei spiritual jades and Mushirei spiritual jades were precious. These 2 kinds of spiritual jades were the holy medicine for healing, and they were the raw materials of the life-melting pill and the life-melting pill. The other 3 kinds of spiritual jades were much more common. After this experiment, she had a preliminary estimate in her mind. If she wanted to break through the bottleneck of Jindan realm, she would need at least tens of thousands of spiritual jades. The production of Mushirei spiritual jades was not high, so it was obviously unrealistic to use it for practice. Xianan didn't want to accept it, but seeing Su Li's focused and very interested look, he didn't refuse after all. After taking the spiritual jades, he cupped his fists and thanked her. Mushirei spiritual jades were not precious to him. Although there were not many Mushirei spiritual jades collected by the Jiguang sect, he knew that his father's most precious treasure was much rarer than Mushirei spiritual jades. Any one of them could be worth thousands of Mushirei spiritual jade. However, if he really took those things out to exchange for Mushirei spiritual jades, he didn't know whether he could get it or not, but he would definitely be taken back by his father and put in confinement before he could reach that step. Thinking of the confinement he had been in these years, Xianan shook his head hard to get rid of the strange thoughts in his mind. Then he stuffed the spiritual jades into Su Li's hands and transmitted the sound. Although I don't know this person, he is generous, humble and polite. I don't think he will go back on his words for that little reward. Junior sister apprentice, don't worry. Su Li held the spiritual jades that were still warm in her hand. She slightly pursed her lips and hesitated to transmit the sound. Otherwise, I can take these 2 Mushirei spiritual jades back to fool the master. I don't want you to be in danger, senior fellow apprentice. Xianan was moved, but he couldn't help laughing. He said helplessly, the mouth is short of the mouth. He said that these 2 spiritual jades are an apology gift. You really think it is an apology gift? If we leave now, we will probably be stopped. Really? Su Li's eyes showed panic. Then we don't want these spiritual jades. Let's leave quickly. Don't worry. Don't panic. Xianan pressed the spiritual jades back into Su Li's palm, blinked, and said, so many people go together. What are you afraid of? If there is really danger, we can run away. Then, okay. Su Li nodded worriedly. She lowered her head to look at the Mushirei spiritual jades in her hand, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. They looked for Mushirei spiritual jades for only a few days, and Mushirei spiritual jades came to them obediently. How could there be such a good thing in the world? What's more? She glanced back at the few practitioners who came in after them. Although they also looked like casual practitioners, the pneuma revealed by their gestures was clearly the same as that of the middle-aged practitioner. Most of the people waiting in the fence, she had actually felt it from one of the groups of people who secretly stared at Xian, and it's interesting. Since Xian is unwilling to leave, I will see who wants to trouble him. Thinking of this, Su Li slightly raised the corner of her mouth and pretended to walk with Xian unconsciously. Xian obviously couldn't notice this. He just took Su Li to sit down in a place and waited patiently. When it was getting late, the number of people in the fence had reached 80. Su Li was surprised to find that the second group of people who secretly followed Xian also sneaked in. The 2 groups of people mixed together, and no one recognized the real purpose of the other. The atmosphere was strange and harmonious. The middle-aged practitioner in luxurious clothes also frowned at the moment. The person he sent clearly only deliberately issued a commission in front of Xian in order to lead him to come here alone. Originally, it was an accident that Su Li had never seen before, But he didn't expect that when he gathered his own people, more than 30 casual practitioners came in one after another. Judging from Xian'an's reaction, they were not people of the Jiguang sect. Your Honor, there are more than 30 miscellaneous people. How should we deal with them? Some people under his command showed hesitation. The middle-aged practitioner who was originally smiling narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, and his smile became a little more casual. They are just some repulsive casual practitioners in Jindan realm. Since they broke into the hell, we can kill them together. After we kill the boy of the Xian family, we will take the benefits and leave. We don't have to stay in the Zhouli region anymore. Many people dressed as guards were shocked and bowed their heads in response. The skinny elder who had been resting on the side also opened his eyes and nodded gently. The middle-aged practitioner smiled more when he saw this. He didn't care about the guards. As long as the skinny elder agreed, it would be foolproof. Even if the rest of the people died, it didn't matter. Chapter 490. Master, it's almost time. Behind the fence, a guard beside the middle-aged cultivator whispered in a low voice. The middle-aged cultivator turned the jade ring on his thumb, walked to the center of the field, and said with a bright smile, "Everyone, it's almost time. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, all the practitioners who were resting stood up. One person beside the middle-aged practitioner immediately led the way. They passed through the range of the tactical matrix, and the other 80 people immediately followed. On the way, the middle-aged practitioner talked about some precautions in the burial ground of poisonous insects. You must be familiar with the burial ground of poisonous insects, but for the sake of everyone, I still have to explain. There are opportunities everywhere in the burial ground of poisonous insects. Don't let go of any poisonous insect stone. Maybe there is a precious poisonous insect in the state of tortoise. Moreover, you can kill poisonous insect demons, but you can't destroy the demonic mother. Otherwise, no one can save you. Xian'an nodded repeatedly. His father once said that the white stone relics was built on a huge burial ground of poisonous insects. It was normal for there to be a small burial ground of poisonous insects in the periphery. Relying on this, he became even more confident in the operation this time. Su Li only knew a little about it. After secretly asking Xian'an, a touch of understanding flashed through her eyes. This white stone relics turned out to be a burial ground of poisonous insects for cultivation. In the ancient cultivation era, poisonous insect practitioners existed. Although they were rare, each poisonous insect practitioner's means were unpredictable. They did things that ordinary people couldn't do, and the poisonous insects in their hands also had their own functions. In the reincarnation mirror, the sound acquaintance, poisonous insect tracking for miles, and poisonous soul eating she encountered were all very rare poisonous insects in the poisonous insect cultivation system. Ordinary poisonous insects simply superimposed the cultivation of poisonous insect practitioners, and their functions were very limited. Su Li still remembered that in the reincarnation mirror, she used sound acquaintance for the first time. She diverted the trouble to Yong Wei and solved a big problem for herself. Sound acquaintance was refracted in Qingshui Circle, and it still had the same effect. Even if a practitioner in Zhuji realm used it, it would be difficult for a practitioner in Huishan realm to distinguish whether it was real or fake. If she got it again, it would play a greater role. Thinking of this, Su Li's eyes flashed, and she glanced around. The poisonous insect cultivation was good, but the premise was that this action was real. An hour later, the group of more than 80 people had reached the critical point between the outer and inner ring of the ruins. If they advanced a few more miles, the danger would increase by several times. Xian'an looked at the desolate and lonely ruins around him. Except for their team, there was no one else. Is this really the Jiyu burial ground? He couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged cultivator smiled. Young hero, don't worry. If the Jiyu graveyard was so easy to find, it would have been dug out 2 years ago. We wouldn't have had a chance. When Xian'an heard the words, he felt it was reasonable, and temporarily put down the doubts in his heart. But he was easy to deceive. Among the other 30 people, An old man in a grey robe noticed that something was wrong. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Young lord, be careful. There's a killing array underground." As soon as the words came out, Xian'an's pupils shrank instantly. Without saying a word, he pulled Su Li back and wanted to get away from the middle-aged practitioner. "Damn it, it's the bastards of the Jiguang sect." The middle-aged cultivator's expression turned ugly. He waved his hand and shouted, "Attack." As soon as he gave the order, the practitioners dressed as guards, who had faintly formed a circle around Xian'an, approached in an instant. Xian'an's expression was cold. He waved one hand, and dozens of spiritual jades exploded, turning into barriers to protect the surroundings. Colorful spiritual power poured on them, and blasted in the silent mountain. At the same time, the rest of the middle-aged cultivator's subordinates had also fought with the practitioners of the Jiguang sect. In a few seconds, there were casualties. "Young lord." The old man in a grey robe's face changed wildly. His white sleeve swelled in the wind and turned into a huge knife. When he slashed down, the terrifying wave that poured into the blade cut a dozen guards in front of him into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye. Nature's test realm. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this scene, his face changed slightly. His eyes were gloomy, but he didn't panic. He said respectfully, "Elder Ghost, things have changed. Please help." The skinny old man, who was less than 6 feet tall, who had been beside him, narrowed his eyes into a line. Suddenly, he opened his eyes a little, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The old man in a grey robe was so anxious that he quickly approached Xian'an suddenly. A white claw shadow attacked him without warning, and the target was his heart. The old man in a grey robe snorted coldly. His left sleeve moved and turned into a silver round shield, blocking in front of the claw shadow. Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sound of the 5 fingers colliding mixed into a sound. 5 black spots appeared on the silver round shield, and the entire shield was dyed black in the blink of an eye. The old man in a grey robe was moved. He immediately threw the round shield on the ground, letting it be polluted by the black and become a pile of black scrap iron. "Sen Luo Claw, you are Wanxiang old demon." The old man in a grey robe's face became gloomy. The skinny old man looked at him expressionlessly, and suddenly laughed, "Tut tut. It turns out that you, immortal Mirage Blade, Qiu Zhen, are the lackey of the Jiguang sect. You really lose the face of casual practitioners." Qiu Zhen's identity was seen through, and he had a cold sweat. "I was originally from the Jiguang sect. How can I lose face? But you, when did you, Wanxiang old demon, fall to the point of working for others?" Hearing this, Wanxiang old demon didn't get angry but laughed. He pointed to the luxurious middle-aged practitioner and sneered maliciously, "See clearly, I am just cooperating with the people of the Ghost Dom. After finishing this task, I will continue to be free. You'd better think about how to save your master." "What, the Ghost Dom?" Qiu Zhen's heart thumped, and he was even more anxious and worried. The Ghost Dom was famous in the Zholi region for only recognizing money but not people. It did all kinds of bad things, but it was very slippery, which made people unable to catch it. Unexpectedly, this time, the people of the Ghost Dom actually wanted to kill the young lord. Who was against the Jiguang sect? Qiu Zhen was shocked and angry, but Wanxiang old demon stood in front of him, and he had no good way to save Xian'an. "I'm in trouble." Xian'an opened the universe ring and glanced at the few protective talismans left in it. He only felt a splitting headache. If he had known this earlier, he would have taken more talismans and not pretended to be a hero in front of his mother. Now, he constantly replenished the talismans, and then looked up at Qiu Zhen in the gap. "Grandpa Qiu, you reminded me earlier." He knew that his father would definitely send someone to protect him secretly, but he didn't know that it was Qiu Zhen who was good at disguise. He didn't expect that the enemy was so well prepared this time, and obviously wanted to kill him. "I didn't do anything bad. Who did I offend?" Xian'an's eyelids were twitching, and he touched a sword rune hanging on his neck from time to time. He smiled bitterly in his heart. The trump card given by his father was powerful, but it could only be used once. What he was facing now was the siege of 70 or 80 people. Crack! Suddenly, a harsh cracking sound sounded. Xianan trembled in his heart, and all the talismans in his head burst into a spiritual shield. Young lord of Jiguang sect, why are you struggling? Just let us kill you, so that we can finish our work earlier. Outside the shield, the voice of a luxurious practitioner came slowly. Xianan snorted coldly and grinned, bastards of Ghost Region, I'm very lucky. I'd like to see whether you are faster or my father is faster. Ha ha. Young Lord Shen is really cute. My people don't set a big tactical matrix for isolation nearby. I'm afraid that your carrier rune is useless. Xianan was sullen and didn't speak. He continued to manipulate the spiritual shield to delay time. Senior fellow apprentice, let me out, so that you can hold on for a while. Su Li suddenly said, and Xianan remembered that there was another person beside him. He immediately showed an ugly smile to Su Li. Junior sister apprentice Jojo, what are you talking about? This time, I really got you into trouble. Su Li shook her head and said, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fallen into the trap. It's my fault. Ha ha ha, it's really a loving couple. What a touching picture. Young Lord Shen, since you like your junior sister apprentice so much, why don't you kill yourself on the spot? Maybe I'll let her live if I'm in a good mood. The voice from the outside came again. Xianan grinned and laughed, in your dreams. You people of Ghost Region are all untrustworthy. If I believe it, am I a fool? Even if I die, I will disgust you before I die. Sword rune, open for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he touched the thumb-sized sword on his neck with one hand. In an instant, sharp and terrifying sword light rose from the top of his head, like a king descending, extremely domineering. Boom, boom, boom. In everyone's horror, all the spiritual power and spiritual shields were shattered, turning into nourishment for the huge sword light. This is. Su Li and the middle-aged practitioner changed their faces at the same time. Qiu Zhan and Wanxiang Old Demon also stopped. Looking at the white sword light suddenly rising in the sky, they all felt a sense of fear. What method is this? At this moment, Xianan's face was pale. He clenched his teeth and stared at the huge sword rising in the air. He shouted in his heart, move. Don't use this sword rune easily unless it's a last resort. Otherwise, you will lose 800 men to kill 1,000 enemies. You must remember this. Thinking of what his father said, Xianan finally understood that his father was simply a trap for his son. I can't use any means at all, let alone kill the enemy. The huge sword in the sky did not move for a long time. The middle-aged practitioner finally came to his senses, and his face was pale. When he thought of the fear just now, he couldn't help but become angry out of shame. He sneered, our young Lord Shen is really kind-hearted. Before you die, you even put on such a big show. I will take your head. As he said, the middle-aged practitioner appeared in front of Xianan in a flash and reached out to pinch Xianan's neck. Xianan blushed and tried to avoid it. But the sword was on top of his head, which was like a mountain pressing on his body. Only his mouth could move. Young lord. Qiu Zhan's eyes widened in anger, but the Wanxiang Old Demon laughed. No matter how crazily he attacked, the Wanxiang Old Demon's incorporeal technique blocked all of his attacks, not affecting the middle-aged cultivator at all. At this critical moment, Xianan, who fell into despair, suddenly saw a white palm grab the middle-aged practitioner's wrist. Everything came to an abrupt end. He turned his eyes in amazement and tried to look at the junior sister apprentice beside him, but his eyes were blurred. Su Li's smiling face appeared in his eyes, which was fascinating. Her red lips opened slightly, and her eyes turned. Xianan, what's your father's name? Chapter 491. My father. Xianan froze for a moment, and subconsciously replied in astonishment, my father's name is Shen Jingju. This was not a secret. Everyone knew that he was the only son of the lord of Jiguang sect. Su Jojo asked his father's name, and he subconsciously said his father's name. Ho ho, Su Li chuckled, which was as crisp as a silver bell. At the same time, she exerted force with her palm, and the wrist that was caught made the same crisp sound. The palm mixed with blood fell down. The bloody scene coupled with Su Li's gentle laughter stimulated Xian and to have goosebumps all over his body. The middle-aged practitioner had no time to be shocked or care about his broken right hand. He withdrew and retreated. What kind of power was this? His real cultivation had surpassed Yuanying realm and reached the half-step to Huashan realm. He was only a step away from being reborn. Even if he was not good enough, his hand bones would not be crushed by a little girl. Did he kick an iron plate? Who are you? The middle-aged practitioner stared at Su Li. He held his wrist that was still dripping with blood with one hand, withdrew his hand, and asked with fear. The rest of the practitioners also stopped attacking for the time being. Su Li, who was no different from a transparent person in everyone's eyes, finally showed her true face at this moment. Who am I? She raised her eyebrows and glanced at Xianan, who was still in a daze. She said with a smile, I can barely be regarded as the elder of this kid. You want to kill him, so it's impolite not to reciprocate. The middle-aged practitioner's pupils shrank when he heard the words. Without saying a word, a blood mist burst out of his body. In the blink of an eye, his figure flew out of the sky like an arrow leaving the string. This sudden scene caused all the cultivators who were dressed as guards to be stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't be bothered to curse and were about to flee in all directions. Ho ho, that's not possible. Anyone who hears this must die. Su Li's laughter echoed. She pointed in the air with her fingertips, and the giant sword above Xianan's head instantly divided into countless small swords, densely covering the entire sky. Such a movement finally alarmed Wanxiang Old Demon and Qiu Zhen, who were fighting fiercely. This is, horror flashed in Wanxiang Old Demon's eyes. He rolled up the magic treasure in his sleeves and was about to escape. But before he could escape more than 10 feet, Qiu Zhen saw that the small swords that were as fine as rain stopped for a moment and instantly changed direction, like a golden rain. Wanxiang Old Demon hurriedly raised his magic treasures to block the attacks. The crisp clanging sounds were like rain hitting banana leaves, but how could the weaker banana leaves withstand the storm? Catcher! The cracking sound rang in Wanxiang Old Demon's ears, like a death knell. He shifted his eyes, revealing a pleading expression. In the next instant, 10,000 swords pierced through his heart. Pu! Puff! 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 Fart! Countless small swords pierced through, erasing his figure in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint blood mist floating in the air. Qiu Zhen looked at the dead Wanxiang Old Demon in front of him and felt his body stiffen. He did not dare to move. When Su Li said those words just now, he was concentrating on fighting against the Wanxiang Old Demon, so he did not hear it. When did such a horrible evil figure come to Jiuli region? Qiu Zhen took a light breath and barely stabilized his mind. He turned his head and saw corpses everywhere. The people of Ghost region were all killed by the mysterious girl when he was in a daze. No, there is one left. He thought of the middle-aged practitioner who escaped by exploding his blood. Suddenly, a bloody flowing light flashed in the sky. Bang! The blood mist dissipated, and the figure was revealed. The middle-aged practitioner looked at Su Li with astonishment. His eyes were full of despair and despair. How can I come back? Before he finished his words, Su Li smiled slightly and slapped him into a blood mist. It was impossible for a man in the half-step of Huashan realm to escape in front of her by such an inferior means as exploding his blood. She just let him enjoy the despair after a moment of hope, and let the nightmare cast a spell on the middle-aged practitioner. Senior fellow apprentice, come back. Su Li picked up the cracked sword rune on the ground and shook it in front of Xianan. When Xianan heard the word senior fellow apprentice, he suddenly shivered, and his dazed pupils slowly became lively. He looked at Su Li, who was still smiling in front of him, and then turned his head to see the blood all over the ground, as well as Qiu Zhen and others who were also stunned. He still couldn't believe what he saw. It was like a dream. Was the person in front of him really the little junior sister apprentice who had been with him for several days? Don't call me senior fellow apprentice, Xianan swallowed, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Although Su Jojo just took action to save him, her cruel means were really chilling. Su Li sighed when she saw this. She turned around desolately and said, I didn't mean to hide it. Since you are afraid, I will leave now. Xianan's heart trembled when he heard this. Yes, Su Jojo committed so many murders for him, wasn't it? What was he afraid of? Xianan, were you still a man? Don't go. I'm not afraid. He looked anxious and stepped forward to stop in front of Su Li. But he saw Su Li smiling gently and didn't look sad at all. Xianan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was fooled, he felt much better after this. He immediately scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "You are better than me. I can't be called senior fellow apprentice. I will call you senior sister apprentice Jojo in the future." Su Li nodded gently and agreed. This guy was in a daze just now, and he probably didn't hear that sentence. Young lord, at this time, Qiuzhen finally summoned up the courage to come over. Seeing Su Li looking at him, he froze and quickly saluted, "Senior, I am Qiuzhen, an elder of Naiman branch of Jiguang sect." Su Li nodded slightly and said lightly, "Don't let others know what happened today. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Qiuzhen suddenly sweated on his forehead and nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he looked at the natural relationship between his young lord and Su Li, and he was also envious. The young lord was really lucky. Although this mysterious female practitioner's means were like the devil, she was very close to the young lord. Now the situation of Jiguang sect was not good. If this person could help, maybe the lord could be relieved. Thinking so, he retreated with Su Li. Su Li asked the nightmare to cast a spell of words binding on Qiuzhen and others without a trace, and then let them leave with Su Li. Xianan was simple-minded, but it didn't mean that Qiuzhen and others were the same. She reached out and collected the universe rings of Gui Mo and others. She took out about 30 pieces of Mushire spiritual jades from them and gave the rest to Xianan. She, who had robbed the holy sects, didn't like this little wealth. Xianan was usually disciplined very strictly. He had never seen so many spiritual stones. He immediately accepted them happily and quickly adapted to his new identity. He looked up and asked, "Senior sister apprentice, where are we going now?" Su Li picked up a Mushire spiritual jade and smiled sweetly. "Since this is the burial place of poisonous insects, isn't it a pity if we don't find 1 or 2 poisonous insects for cultivation?" Xianan's eyes brightened when he heard the words. He laughed and said, "Senior sister apprentice, you are right." After setting the goal, the two quickly entered the inner periphery of the relic after packing up. Qiuzhen, who followed them secretly, saw this scene and could only helplessly return to Baisha City. It was meaningless to continue to follow them. If they encountered trouble that even the female senior couldn't solve, they would not be opponents. 3 days later, Su Li and Xianan found the first burial place of poisonous insects. At the same time, they also encountered a huge centipede poisonous insect demon with a height of hundreds of meters, which set off a monstrous wind. Xianan was horrified. Su Li just pointed out a finger, and the golden lightning flashed. The centipede poisonous insect demon, which had just escaped from the burial place of poisonous insects, was burnt by the lightning before it could make trouble. "Senior sister apprentice, do you also know the thunder method? It's so powerful. Last time, you clearly used the sword commanding skill." While Xianan was amazed, he saw Su Li's hands moved quickly. She pulled out the most essential tender meat of the centipede and put it into the universe ring. "Senior sister apprentice, what are you doing?" Su Li didn't answer. She tilted her head and looked at the east. Without saying a word, she carried Xianan and disappeared. Not long after, a group of practitioners with extraordinary pneumas came. When they saw the huge centipede poisonous insect demon, which was bigger than a mountain, they were shocked. The inner periphery of the relic was covered with white mist. The night was as cool as water. Beside the clear and quiet lake, a small isolation tactical matrix was formed by Su Li's fingers, which made Xianan's eyes full of admiration. "Senior sister apprentice, do you also know tactical matrix?" Su Li smiled and still didn't answer. She put spiritual firewood in the tactical matrix to make a fire, and then skewered the centipede meat on the bright flying sword and put it on the fire. After finishing this step, she waved her sleeve robe, and many bottles and jars appeared around her. The fragrance was overwhelming. Xian'an's eyes widened. Was she going to barbecue? Senior sister apprentice actually used spiritual firewood of ordinary practitioners to refine elixirs to cook. This was really too fragrant. The spiritual firewood crackled. Xian'an sat cross-legged beside the campfire and looked at Su Li attentively. Her hands were like flowing water, sprinkling layers of spices on the centipede meat. The fresh and tender meat glistened with oil and made a sizzling sound, and there were bursts of spiritual energy surging. How delicious was this? Xian'an couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He stared at the meat skewers and was unwilling to look away. Su Li looked at it and laughed. She handed over the meat skewers that had been made in her hand. This poisonous insect demon has 2,000 years of cultivation. You eat less to avoid nosebleeds. Ah! Is there a cultivation limit for eating meat skewers? Xian'an heard such a remark for the first time. He couldn't help but feel bitter, but his hands moved extremely quickly. He took the meat skewers and took a bite. Crack! It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In the next moment, the extremely delicious taste exploded in his mouth, turning into waves that impacted the taste buds. Xian'an stared at the skewer in his hand in a daze. After a long time, he wiped his eyes, and his eyes were wet. It was delicious, and he cried. It's not delicious when it's cold. Su Li reminded him faintly. Xian'an immediately came to his senses and ate up the meat skewers quickly. He even wanted to swallow his tongue. Only after one skewer, the hot spiritual power poured into his limbs and bones. Xian'an only felt warm all over as if he was in a stove. His face instantly turned red, and soon he began to have nosebleeds. Su Li shook her head and laughed. Fortunately, she sprinkled some neutralizing powder. Otherwise, a centipede poisonous insect demon in nature's test, even if there was only a piece of meat, could not be borne by people in Jindan realm. Xian'an covered his nose with one hand and wiped his tears with the other. Senior sister apprentice, it's so delicious, woo-woo. Chapter 492. This meat is full of nimbus, which is suitable for you to practice. Su Li reminded him, and Xian'an immediately sat up straight. He ran the mental method for a moment and entered the state of meditation. Su Li saw that his breath was stable and there was no danger, so she ignored him. She took out more than 20 poisonous insect stones from the black lotus ring and cracked them one by one. The centipede poisonous insect demon was quite powerful, and the poisonous insect stone it guarded was not an ordinary one. Crack, perhaps it was a long time ago, Su Li easily cracked the first poisonous insect stone without much effort. It was scorched black and lifeless inside. Even she couldn't recognize what kind of poisonous insect it was. After all, the poisonous cultivation insects in Qingshui Circle are somewhat different from those in the reincarnation mirror. They are not only of distinct grades, but also have various functions. I can't distinguish the types of poisonous insects just by looking at the surface of the poisonous insect stone. I don't know if what I learned in the reincarnation mirror can be used to refine and drive poisonous insects. Many thoughts flashed through Su Li's mind, and the second poisonous insect stone in her hand was broken. This time, what she saw was no longer the scorched gravel, but a weak cyan turtle. The turtle shell was triangular, like a pocket-sized mountain. It turns out to be the poisonous power insect, but I don't know which grade it is. The poisonous cultivation insects were divided into 7 grades according to grades. The first grade was the lowest, and the 7th grade was the highest, corresponding to the 7 realms of cultivation. Su Li recognized this poisonous insect, and her eyes lit up slightly. Although the poisonous power insect was not as good as the poisonous body insect among the poisonous cultivation insects, it was also a relatively rare poisonous insect. The poisonous power insect fed on demon beasts. Su Li happened to collect a lot of meat of the centipede poisonous insect demon. She took out a few pieces and threw them over. The originally slow cyan turtle immediately crawled quickly and bit the meat in its mouth, trying to swallow it. Seeing this, Su Li put it aside and smashed the remaining poisonous insect stones together. She got 3 identical cyan turtles. They looked like they were about to starve to death, and her grade couldn't be seen. Su Li threw a large piece of raw meat for the 4 little turtles to eat, and then absorbed the Mushire spiritual jade on the side. Although there was not much demon meat in the universe ring, it was the most essential part of the poisonous insect demon's body. It was enough to feed these poisonous insects for a long time. It was a silent night. In the morning of the next day, Xianan woke up from meditation. He looked inside his body and suddenly found that the originally strong Jindan had a few cracks. He might be able to break the Jindan and reach Yuanying realm after a few days of hard work. Such powerful demon meat. Xianan was speechless secretly. There was no shortage of poisonous insect demon meat in Jiuli region, but he had never heard that it could be used to make spiritual soup to assist cultivation. This was probably Su Jiuzhou's unique secret skill. Thinking that Su Jiuzhou even displayed such a precious secret skill in front of him without concealment, Xianan Xin couldn't help but feel moved. He opened his eyes and looked around. He was stunned by what he saw. Why were there 4 more turtles by the bonfire? Where did senior sister go? You're awake. Su Li's voice suddenly came from behind. Xianan was so scared that he shivered. When he turned around, he saw Su Li coming over with a few lively strange fish. You can't be too hasty in your cultivation. You ate the meat of the Jiu demon yesterday, so you can't eat it again today. Otherwise, you won't be able to absorb it and your foundation will be damaged. After that, Su Li put the processed fish on the shelf and continued, these fish are poisonous. You will feel a little pain after eating them, but it can erase the influence of the poisonous insect demon's meat in your body. Eat them all when they are cooked. Xianan nodded repeatedly. He glanced at the strange fish with sharp teeth in its mouth and swallowed in horror. Could poisonous fish in Jindan realm really be eaten? Although he trembled in his heart, he still trusted Su Li unconditionally and wondered how to eat them later. At this moment, buzz, 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 buzz. Several halos lit up on the surface of the 4 cyan turtles motionless by the bonfire one after another. Among them, the smallest one lit up the most halos. There were 4 halos, and the others all had 3 halos. Rank 4 poisonous insect. Xianan's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Senior Sister Apprentice, are these? Su Li answered softly and held up the only rank 4 poisonous insect. The little cyan turtle awkwardly rubbed against Su Li's fingertips. There was a smile on her usually indifferent face. The poisonous insect method learned in the reincarnation mirror was useful. Otherwise, these poisonous insects could not be awakened at all. They would have died when she broke the poisonous insect stone. Senior Sister Apprentice even knows poisonous insect method, Xianan muttered to himself and was completely absent-minded. In Jiuli region, there were many people who knew poisonous insect cultivation, but very few people really knew poisonous insect method. Even in their Jiguang sect, only a very old Grand Elder knew a little about it. As for himself, his understanding of poisonous insect only stopped at recognizing the poisonous insect ring. He didn't even know what poisonous insect was in Su Li's hand. Xianan was stunned, but he saw Su Li's hand move again. She picked up the other 3 rank 3 poisonous insects and softly chanted an obscure incantation. Then Xianan saw the rank 4 poisonous insect suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the 3 rank 3 poisonous insects in one gulp. Not even a drop of blood splashed out. At the same time, the rank 4 poisonous insect exuded a mysterious pneuma. A new layer of halo shadow faintly appeared outside the halo on the surface of its body. What is this? Is the rank 4 poisonous insect going to advance? Xianan looked at it with a confused face. He could not understand what Su Li was doing. The poisonous insect's digestive ability was very strong. After a while, the pneuma of advancement disappeared. At the same time, the shadow on the surface of its body was also fixed and did not solidify. The limit of rank 4. Su Li frowned slightly for a moment, and then she was relieved. She learned the method of poisonous insect fusion from the first life of reincarnation mirror. 3 poisonous insects of the same rank could be integrated into a higher poisonous insect. The 4 poisonous insects in front of her were obviously of insufficient rank. She had made up for it with her method, which was the limit. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Thinking of this, Su Li smiled and pinched the poisonous insect in her hand. When she slightly stimulated it, she suddenly felt that her strength had improved a little, but it was not obvious. After my physical body awakened the evil ghost in Gui region, I was tempered by a lot of thunder. Most of it has broken the limit, and it is not inferior to the nature's test. The rank 4 poisonous insect is still too low for me. Su Li sighed secretly, undid the mark, and threw the poisonous power insect to Xian'an's senior sister apprentice. This, Xian'an was immediately flattered. He held the little turtle in both hands and didn't know what to say for a while. He couldn't understand why Su Jojo was so considerate to him when he and Su Jojo met by chance. From the day she killed Gui region, he could see that this woman was by no means as kind as she looked on the surface. On the contrary, she was more like a ruthless female practitioner of the evil cult. However, she was extremely gentle to him. He was not a heartless person. Such gentleness made him feel a deep pressure, which made him inexplicably frightened. Take it. Su Li had lived 2 lives. How could she not know what Xian'an was thinking? She said indifferently, "This thing is useless for me. Although you can barely use it, it is also a life-saving weapon if you use it well. I broke your sword rune, so I will compensate you with another one. However, compared with the sword rune, this thing is probably of a much lower grade." Her eyes were gentle, and she looked at Xian'an as if she was looking at Su Yu's stillborn son in the reincarnation mirror. She still didn't want to see the truth and falsehood in the reincarnation mirror. Some things had become her obsession. She could meet the son of Xian Jingju again in this life. Even if he was an enemy, she would make up for what she owed in the previous life. Although such behavior was selfish, she was selfish. Thinking of this, Su Li smiled more, but Xian'an inexplicably felt a trace of bitterness, so that he couldn't bear to refuse Su Li again. He just took it and said cautiously and stupidly, "Senior sister apprentice, you are so kind to me, as good as my mother." "Your mother is very good to you?" Su Li asked casually. Xian'an nodded naturally and said, "Yes. My mother is very fierce to my father, but she is very kind to me. Otherwise, I would have been caught by my father and put in confinement because of my slacking practice." Su Yu's face flashed in Su Li's mind involuntarily, and she chuckled. "It turns out that the Lord of Jiguang's sect is a henpecked person." "That's right." Xian'an raised his head. "If my mother said to go west, my father would never dare to go east. At that time, my mother was a famous cold beauty in Zholi region. My father tried his best to get her, so he naturally cherished her very much." Su Li nodded and didn't want to say more. She put out the bonfire, took the poisonous fish roasted on the bonfire, and handed it to Xian'an. Xian'an's face suddenly became bitter. 2 hours later, Xian'an's eyes were dull, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. He was sweating all over and was full of a strong stench. How could this be a little pain? It was clearly a hell that was more terrible than confinement. "Senior sister apprentice, you are too cruel. Even my father has not treated me like this." He reluctantly got up and sat up, looking at Su Li, who was absorbing Mushire's spiritual jade, with a bitter face. Then, Su Li opened her eyes and waved her sleeves. "Ah!" Xian'an shouted, and then he turned into a flying man and was thrown into the lake. The stench spread, and in an instant, many fish emerged from the water with their bellies up. "Take a good bath. Your body is mixed with highly toxic, and it will take an hour to integrate into your body. If you don't take a good bath, don't blame others if you are poisoned to death later." Xian'an finally swam out of the water. When he heard Su Li's words from a distance, his heart trembled fiercely. He didn't care that there were monsters in the lake, and immediately flapped his feet to take a bath. Su Li removed the tactical matrix, stood by the lake with her hands behind her back, and looked at Xian'an calmly. He was protected too well by Xian Jingju, and he had hardly suffered. If this went on, although his talent was good, it would be difficult for him to make great achievements. If the Jiguang sect was destroyed, he would not escape death. In this case, she would be a villain and train him well. An hour later, Xian'an climbed ashore with a bitter face. He put on his clothes and sat aside angrily, but he was extremely grateful to Su Li in his heart. At this moment, what was lying in his pubic region was no longer Jindan realm, but a baby carved from jade. He knew very well that if he only relied on his own practice, it would take at least 200 years to break through Yuanying realm. But with the help of his senior sister apprentice, the 200 years were shortened to a few days, and his foundation was solid, without any worries. Seeing that his childish temper was reversed, Su Li couldn't help laughing. She said helplessly, "Come here, I will teach you how to use the poisonous power insect." Chapter 493. The poisonous insect method was broad and profound. If Xianan learned it all, it would take too long, and it would delay his practice. Therefore, Su Li only taught him the control method. After several failures, Xianan initially controlled the poisonous power insect in just half a day. Feeling the surging power in his body, he had a lot of fun. After that, Su Li took Xianan on the road again and killed several poisonous insects to feed the poisonous power insect. Several of them were killed by Xianan with the poisonous power insect. In terms of poisonous insect stones, there were a lot of gains, but there was no poisonous cultivation insect comparable to the poisonous power insect. Besides, it was troublesome to feed them, so Su Li discarded them casually. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. Su Li visited all the suspicious places in the white stone relics and gained a lot. She got nearly 3,000 Mushure spiritual jades, but this was also the limit. As for the center of the white stone relics, Su Li tried to get close, but she gave up after sensing a breath that made her afraid. In this life, she was not going to take the road of poisonous insect practice. There was no need to add trouble. "Senior sister apprentice, are you leaving?" In front of the white stone city gate, Xianan looked at Su Li reluctantly. Behind him, Qiu Zhan and others watched from a distance and did not dare to approach. Su Li smiled calmly, "All good things must come to an end. You should go back and have a look after coming out for a long time. If I have the chance, I will visit the Jiguang sect in person. At that time, don't let me down with your cultivation. I will work hard to practice." Xianan's voice was firm, but his heart was full of bitterness. How could he not understand that Su Li's words were perfunctory? Who could say when he could see her in the future? He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Senior sister, can you give me a summoning talisman? I won't harass you on normal days. If I encounter a danger that even my parents can't solve, at least I have." Su Li bent her eyes and looked at Xianan with a faint smile. Until the latter blushed, she took out a carrier rune and put it in Xianan's palm. She chuckled and said, "This carrier rune can only be used 3 times. "Ah! 3 times? Xianan's little face became bitter. He saw the beautiful figure in front of him suddenly drifting away like clouds, and only the voice echoed in his ears. "We will meet again if we are destined." Xianan grabbed forward but failed. He was lost and muttered to himself, "Senior sister apprentice, young master, it's time to go back." Qiu Zhan came up and said in a low voice. He was deeply moved. It had only been a month, but the young master had already reached the nascent soul stage under the guidance of that mysterious female cultivator. After a quarter of an hour, Xianan put away the reluctance on his face and returned to his former cynical appearance, but there was a little more firmness in his eyes. "Then let's go back. I want to cultivate as fast as I can." When Qiu Zhan heard this, he immediately felt very comforted. If the sect master heard this from young master, he would definitely be very happy. Who could have thought that the young lord's dislike of practicing was cured by such a coincidence? Although he knew in his heart that Xianan practiced in order to catch up with the female practitioner of the evil circle, as long as his strength became stronger, everything was fine. Shua. The advanced spiritual boat engraved with the mark of the Jiguang sect flew into the void and gradually disappeared into the sky. A light suddenly flashed in front of the empty Baisha city gate, and Su Li's figure reappeared. She looked up at the sky lightly, and then her body flew away like an arrow leaving the bow. Tianyi City. Zholi region was the most prosperous cultivation city under the control of the holy sect Tianyin tribe. The largest Huangxing Chamber of Commerce in Jiuli region had also taken root here for thousands of years. The cultivation trade was extremely popular. On this day, in front of the gate of Tianyi City, which was hundreds of meters high, there was a regular queue as usual. From time to time, there were some practitioners who had just come out to see the world. Looking at the tall city tower, their faces were full of amazement. On a bulletin board on the side of the city gate, a few golden characters were constantly flashing. Those below Jindan realm are not allowed to enter the city. In the front of the queue, a female practitioner in white with an ordinary face was mixed in, inconspicuous. This woman was Su Li. If she wanted spiritual jades other than Mushire spiritual jade, the channel of the Huangxing Chamber of Commerce was useful to her. The Huangxing Chamber of Commerce in Tianyi City was the best choice. She retracted her gaze from the bulletin board and sighed slightly in her heart. The practitioners who could be regarded as the mainstay in Jiuli region only reached the standard of entering the city when they came to Tianyi City. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion behind the queue. Su Li looked back and saw a huge golden jade chariot falling from the sky. The white gauze fluttered in the wind, and the flames were flowing under the wheels. It was like a fairy chariot descending to the world. The immortal sons and goddesses of the Tianyi tribe have returned to the city. Oh my God! I can see the talents of Jiuli region with my own eyes in my lifetime. This old man's trip was not in vain. I'm so lucky. Today, I'm blessed by the immortal sons. I will immediately go back to practice in isolation to break through. Everyone was talking about it. Su Li also pretended to be excited and drowned in the crowd of practitioners. But her eyes were sober and clear. She looked coldly at the huge jade chariot floating into the city from the sky, and frowned imperceptibly. There were more than a dozen Numas in the jade chariot, and all of them had extraordinary cultivation. None of them was lower than Yuanying realm, and 2 of them had even reached Huashan realm. Huashan realm was nothing to her, so she didn't care much about it. What she really cared about were the Numas of the 2 Huashan realm, which actually reminded her of 2 old friends. Tianyin tribe, hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Do you still want to enter the city? The grumpy voice of the guard came into her ears. Su Li came to her sense and smiled apologetically. The guard was slightly stunned. This female practitioner didn't look good, but why was she so beautiful when she smiled? When he was in a daze, Su Li had taken the rune to enter the city from his hand and disappeared in the big tactical matrix for protecting the city, which made him feel sorry. After Su Li entered the city, she heard the noise. In her eyes, Tianyi City was almost the same as other cultivation cities. The only difference was that the roads and houses were wider and more magnificent, and the practitioners' cultivation was higher. For example, the street was as flat as a mirror, which could accommodate dozens of practitioners walking side by side. From time to time, she could see the strong practitioners sitting on the back of the demon beasts passing by. There were no practitioners setting up stalls on both sides of the street, but only beautifully decorated pavilions and shops. Su Li grabbed a casual practitioner and asked for the way. Then she knew the specific location of the Huangxing Chamber of Commerce. She immediately went into the vast crowd. Not long after, a 9-story pavilion located at the corner of the central street came into her sight. The words Huangxing Chamber of Commerce were outlined with purple gold, which was gorgeous and undecayed for thousands of years. The Huangxing Chamber of Commerce is so rich. Little Su Li, don't you consider going to the Huangxing Hall? After that, you will have everything. Looking at the gate of the Huangxing Chamber of Commerce, Black Lotus's eyes were shining. His old habit suddenly occurred, and he desperately urged Su Li to be a gentleman on the beam. Su Li casually plated a layer of isolation tactical matrix on the surface of the Black Lotus ring, and stepped into the gate of the pavilion. A cold and fragrant breath came to her face. At the same time, one of the handsome male practitioners in cyan clothes standing on the side of the door came out and stopped in front of Su Li. A gentle and polite smile appeared on his face. What do you want to buy? I'm Qing She, and I can lead the way for you. Su Li tilted her head and glanced at the female practitioners in pink clothes on the other side of the door. There was no fluctuation in her eyes. She just nodded and said, "Take me to see the Mu spiritual jades of the 5 elements, except for the Mushire spiritual jades." Qing Shi-er's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard the words. He made a gesture and said, "This way, please." Although the rest of the Mu spiritual jades of the 4 elements were not as precious as the Mushire spiritual jades, they were still valuable. If he could make this business, he would not have to worry about the practice resources this month. Thinking of this, he pretended to turn around inadvertently and quietly glanced at Su Li, who looked younger than him. He felt a burst of envy in his heart. Different people had different lives. Some people were born with a golden spoon, and they didn't need to worry about the practice resources at all. People like them, who were born in poverty, had to rely on themselves to fight for the cultivation resources. Only by doing their best in the Chamber of Commerce could they get meager rewards and push forward their own cultivation. Their future was worrying. "Have we arrived?" Su Li suddenly asked. Qing Shi-er was shocked and said immediately, "Almost there. It's in the branch ahead." He didn't dare to have any more thoughts or show any emotions. Compared with those desperate casual practitioners who put their lives on the line, his life was good enough. At least he was born with a good appearance and could work in the safest Huangxing Chamber of Commerce in the world. Su Li naturally didn't know the thoughts of such a small figure as Qing Shi-er. She turned and stepped into the branch, and immediately saw rows of transparent counters made of spiritual crystals. There were rows of rare spiritual stones and spiritual jades on the counters. The varieties were quite complete. There were several pawns with the same status as Qing Shi-er beside the counter. They humbly introduced in a low voice in front of the practitioners who were either dressed in extraordinary clothes or looked cold and arrogant. Su Li walked to the counter and glanced at it. She immediately nodded with satisfaction. She pointed to one of the fiery red spiritual jades and said, "Very good. Show me the Muhua spiritual jade." As soon as she said that, Qing Shi-er's face suddenly showed embarrassment. "Dear customer, our Huangxing Chamber of Commerce has a clear order." Before he finished his words, he was suddenly interrupted by a tender laugh. "Ha ha ha, where does this bumpkin come from? She doesn't even know the rules of Huangxing Chamber of Commerce. How dare she come to the Tianzi side hall? Yu Tian, the threshold of your Huangxing Chamber of Commerce is too low, isn't it?" This voice was not loud, but everyone present had cultivation and had sharp ears and eyes. They all heard it clearly and looked over at the same time. At this glance, many people's expressions changed slightly, and they secretly felt pity for Su Li. How could this playboy come here? In front of the counter not far in front of Su Li, a graceful and delicate female practitioner leaned on the chest of a pale young man like a little bird. Her eyes were full of charm. At the same time, the female practitioner straightened up from the young man's arms. Her eyes were like silk, which made the male practitioners around her feel hot, and the female practitioner frowned. That woman was Yin Jiaojiao, the famous slut of the Tianyin tribe. Su Li glanced at the two of them, and then turned her eyes back to the Muhua spiritual jade. She said, "What is the clear order of your Huangxing Chamber of Commerce?" Qing Shi-er's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He transmitted the sound in secret anxiously, "Go away. Yin Mingyu is the only son of the first elder of our Zhouli region branch of the Chamber of Commerce. You can't offend him." Chapter 494. When Su Li heard what Qing Shi said, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Surnamed Yin, this idiot in front of her was actually a lineal descendant of Huangxing Hall. Seeing that she didn't show any sign of leaving, Qing Shi sighed in his heart and stopped persuading her. He replied in a low voice, "Our Chamber of Commerce has a clear order that the goods will not be sold before the transaction is completed. If you want to test the effect of the spiritual jades, you must buy them first. If there is any problem with the spiritual jades, our Chamber of Commerce will bear the responsibility." Su Li suddenly understood. There were many deceitful means in the cultivation circle. If she could test the effect of the spiritual jades for free, she had 100 ways to extract the essence of the spiritual jades without being noticed. It was reasonable for Huangxing Chamber of Commerce to avoid losses in this way. But if it wanted to implement this rule, It was absolutely impossible for a chamber of commerce to do so without the backing of Huangxing Hall. Otherwise, the temper of the practitioners would not be so good. Thinking of this, she touched the universe ring with her finger and took out 10 bright white spiritual stones. She put them on the counter and turned to look at Qing Shi. Is this okay? As soon as this thing came out, all the practitioners changed their faces slightly. Celestial stones. This female practitioner actually used such pure celestial stones to make a deal. It was really extravagant. Facing Su Li's inquiring eyes, Qing Shi suddenly sweated on his forehead and said, "The price you gave is enough to buy 2 muhua spiritual jades. I will get them for you now." He saw that Su Li wore ordinary clothes and thought that she didn't have a big background. But he didn't expect that she was so generous. Her wealth was probably not inferior to Yin Yutian's. No wonder she was not flustered at all. Muhua spiritual jades were soon in Su Li's hands. Except for the first glance, she didn't look at Yin Jiaojiao again. Yin Jiaojiao, who had always been arrogant, couldn't bear it. She was so angry that her pretty face was full of anger. Her chest rose and fell violently. She pointed at Su Li and scolded, "What a lowly servant girl. Are you deaf? You don't even listen to what I said. Are you tired of living?" Yin Jiaojiao insulted the elders, which made the surrounding practitioners frown. They secretly thought that this woman was so uneducated. Many people secretly looked at Su Li to see how she would react. Sure enough, Su Li stopped and looked up at Yin Jiaojiao. Although her eyes were calm, Yin Jiaojiao felt cold. What kind of gaze was that? Yin Jiaojiao had a bad feeling in her heart. She regretted not controlling her mouth, but with so many people watching, she couldn't lose face. She immediately put her hands on her hips and continued to ridicule, "Oh, little bumpkin is angry? I can't help but pity you. You have such an ugly face and you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Hurry up and get lost." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Li walked towards Yin Jiaojiao. Yin Jiaojiao's face suddenly changed, and she pulled up Yin Yutian's sleeves. Qing Shi also followed her closely. It seemed that he wanted to say something but didn't dare to persuade her. Su Li didn't stop and soon came to Yin Yutian. She waved her hand without saying a word. Yin Yutian, who had been calm, suddenly changed his expression. He was about to stop her, but he seemed to be invisible in front of Su Li. Even if he stood in front of Yin Jiaojiao, Su Li's hand still fell on Yin Jiaojiao's face. Pa! The crisp sound reverberated in the hall, and everyone was stunned. This female cultivator dared to hit Yin Jiaojiao in front of Yin Yutian? She was really tired of living. Yin Jiaojiao's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. She covered her cheek and was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately grabbed Su Li's face crazily. "Wicked girl, I want you to die." Su Li's eyes flashed with ridicule. She grabbed Yin Jiaojiao's arm with one hand and exerted a little force. Crack, the arm was broken. Vulnerable. Su Li chuckled, but it sounded like a devil's ravings to everyone. Where did this hothead come from? How dare she fight in Huangxing Chamber of Commerce? Your Excellency, you have gone too far. Yin Yutian shouted coldly. He failed to stop Su Li again and again, and his face finally became gloomy. Su Li's action was not only a slap in his face, but also a slap in the face of Huangxing Chamber of Commerce. If Su Li escaped today, he would become a big joke in Huangxing Hall, and even his father would be implicated. Su Li turned around and returned to her original place. She put her palms back in her sleeves and stared at Yin Yutian with great interest for a moment. Suddenly her lips buzzed, and a sound was transmitted into Yin Yutian's ears. You want to use Yin Jiaojiao's charming skill to achieve great success. You are not as unbearable as the rumor says. Su Li's first sentence made Yin Yutian's expression change greatly, and the second sentence made him tremble slightly. But Yin Jiaojiao's charming skill is not as simple as you think. You have been cheated by her for several months, but you didn't notice it at all. If you fool around with her for half a month, your foundation will almost be destroyed. Now you even stand up for her. It's ridiculous. Yin Yutian clenched his fists and responded secretly, "Is this true? Yes or no, don't you have a try?" Su Li's tone was impatient. She turned around and called Qing Shi. She took out the celestial stones and said, "Give me Mujin spiritual jade, Mu spiritual jade, and Mewtwo spiritual jade." Qing Shi glanced at Yin Yutian, whose expression kept changing, and didn't mean to stop her. He immediately nodded, took the celestial stones, and walked to the counter to operate. A fierce conflict suddenly disappeared, and there was only a little silence in the field. Seeing that there was nothing to see, the practitioners left one after another. Before leaving, they didn't forget to look at Su Li's face. Although they didn't know the content of Su Li's last sound transmission to Yin Yutian, it didn't prevent them from imagining it. This woman was not someone they could provoke. Yutian. Yin Jiaojiao covered her face and looked at Yin Yutian in astonishment. She couldn't help but cry out. Yin Yutian's words were soft and pleasant in ordinary days. But when he sensed that his foundation was depleted to only 30%, it instantly became a deadly sound. Yin Yutian's face was distorted. He thought of what he did with Yin Jiaojiao in ordinary days. He thought that this woman had completely changed her mind after following him. He even chose a low-level practice method in order not to hurt Yin Jiaojiao. But he didn't expect that the person next to him wanted his life every day. "Yin Jiaojiao, you are really good." Yin Yutian took a deep breath. He was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were full of killing intent. When Yin Jiaojiao saw Yin Yutian's change of attitude, her heart skipped a beat. The grievance on her face immediately turned into panic. "No, Yutian, I didn't mean to hurt you. Listen to my explanation." Slap. Yin Yutian slapped Yin Jiaojiao fiercely with a ferocious look. "Get out. Get out. Otherwise, even if you have the support of the Tianyin tribe, I will kill you." Yin Jiaojiao finally felt Yin Yutian's determination. She didn't care that her face was beaten into a pig's head. She quickly got up and fled in panic. Seeing that Yin Jiaojiao was so straightforward, the last hope in Yin Yutian's heart was completely eliminated. He was full of bitterness. Even if he almost lost his foundation, he was still soft-hearted after all. He closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and calmness was restored in his eyes. There was no one in the Tianzi side hall. Yin Yutian pondered for a moment and called Qing Shi. "Where is the female senior?" The female practitioner could see through his background at a glance. She couldn't be as young as she looked. Yin Yutian guessed that she was probably a hidden senior. Qing Shi was surprised to hear the name. Senior. Although cultivators could maintain their youth forever, there was still a difference between an aged face and a truly young face. He had received many people, so he could naturally see that the female guest was truly young. At most, she was no more than 500 years old. However, since the young lord said so, he didn't dare to refute. He immediately replied respectfully. After the senior bought 4,000 Mu 4-element spiritual jades, she left slowly 4,000 Mu 4-element spiritual jades. Yin Yutian was stunned, and he almost thought that he had heard it wrong. Mu 4-element spiritual jades had no great use except for refining elixirs. Besides, the elixirs refined by Mu spiritual jades were useful. Other spiritual jades could not be sold at all. Yes. Qing Shi lowered his head and carefully added, they were all paid with celestial stones. Yin Yutian was speechless suddenly. Even if there were spiritual stones, they shouldn't be spent like this. Even with his identity, he didn't dare to be so wasteful. At this moment, he was even more convinced that the female practitioner he saw during the day was an old monster. Only an old monster could be so rich. "You go back. Don't tell anyone what I asked today." Waving his hand, Yin Yutian let Qing Shi go, but a glimmer of light rose in his eyes. If he could find the senior to participate in the gulling gambling battle, alas, why didn't I think of asking for a carrier rune from the senior? How can I find it? I'm afraid that the senior will be unhappy if I investigate without authorization. Yin Yutian regretted it. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up the idea of investigating Su Li. Although the gulling gambling battle was important, it was obviously not worth the loss to offend a mysterious mighty for no reason. Forget it. I'll leave this matter to my father. Before my father finishes his work, I have to make up for the deficit, so that the group of people in Huangxing Hall won't gossip. With a sigh, Yin Yutian left the matter about Su Li behind. There were 2 ends of the flower, one for each side. After Xian returned to Jiguang sect and showed his cultivation of Yuanying realm, he was immediately summoned by his father, Xian Jingju. Su Yu also put down what she was doing and hurriedly came out of the underground secret castle. I pay my respects to my parents. When Xian came to the study and saw that his parents were both there, he quickly knelt down and saluted. Before he completely knelt down, he was helped up by Su Yu. Looking at her son who was capable and calm, her eyes suddenly turned red. With tears in her eyes, she said angrily, "Get up. You have been out for more than 2 years. You don't come back to see me." Feeling his mother's deep care, Xian smirked, but Su Li's face flashed in his mind unconsciously. "Mom, I'm fine. You see, I have reached Yuanying realm when I came back this time." Su Yu wiped her tears and said with a smile, "Yes, my son has grown up. Your father is not as talented as you at this age. He is still struggling in Jindan realm. All right, don't make fun of me." Xian Jingju sat aside and watched. He couldn't stand such a scene the most. He sighed with emotion in his heart and quickly interrupted Su Yu and Xian's affection. Seeing that Xian and Su Yu separated, he looked serious and said solemnly, "And, since you have broken through Yuanying realm, it's time to shoulder part of the heavy burden of our Jiguang sect." Chapter 495. Xian was refreshed when he heard the words, and his eyes lit up. "Dad, are you serious?" Xian Jingju smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "When did I lie to you?" "Great." Xian was so happy that he almost jumped up. The old man standing aside shook his head and laughed. After all, the young lord was still a young man, and he couldn't hide things in his heart. "Come with me." Xian Jingju got up and walked into the house, and Xian immediately followed. Su Yu smiled and watched the father and son enter the house. When the figure disappeared in her sight, the smile on her face disappeared, and her voice was faint. "Grandpa Wu, don't spread today's matter." When the old man called Grandpa Wu heard the words, several inherited disciples who competed fiercely in the sect today flashed in his mind. He immediately changed his face and whispered, "I will." Xian followed Xian Jingju to the inner hall, and found that there was a different world inside, and there was a small study room. "Dad, this is," he said in surprise. Xian Jingju hesitated for a moment, and covered the file on the table without a trace. He said warmly, "This room is where your mother and I talk about important things in secret. There are many spies in the sect. Even if your father is the Lord, I have to be careful. Sit down." Xian nodded, not fully understanding, and sat down obediently on the side. Xian Jingju turned around and pulled out a file from the bookshelf. "These are the important things and plans of our Jiguang sect in recent years. You can come here to read when you have time. Remember, these files can't be taken out of this door, otherwise you may be killed. Also, don't reveal the existence of this room. Don't tell anyone except your mother and me." Xian's eyes were filled with horror, and he finally realized the importance. His excited mood was broken a little. He solemnly took the file and looked at it carefully. The first line that came to his eyes was "Bloody accident of Holy Spirit." This chronicle file actually began to record after the reincarnation mirror was broken. "In the 51st year of returning to the sect, I killed people and took over the position of Lord. There were still 3 remnants of the enemy at large, but in the 52nd year, I killed people. In the 53rd year, I married Yu Er. In the 54th year, I killed people." Sometimes Xian was shocked, and sometimes his face was hot. This account was obviously written by his father, and even his mother was recorded in it. He clearly felt that in the years when his father and mother got married, even the word murder was written with tenderness. Xian continued to read. In the next few decades, he spent nothing more than killing people and pacifying the Jiguang sect. He saw his father's hardships and his mother was bullied by others because of her birth. So, he simply killed her on the spot. He had never thought that so many cultivators would die in the hands of his parents, nor did he think that the cultivation world would be as cruel as others had said. He had lived a carefree and comfortable life for the past 500 years, but that was only because his parents had been supporting him from behind. His mind was shaken, and he flipped to the next page. It was no longer full of records, but only a line of scribbled words. In the 557th year, you gave birth to Lin named Xianan. I have no regrets in this life. Xianan's lips trembled, and his eyes were wet. Then he couldn't help grinning. How lucky was he to have such parents for his son? He pursed his lips and suddenly put down the file. He walked to Xian Jingju and knelt down. When he looked up, there was unprecedented firmness in his eyes. Dad, I will live up to your expectations. I will concentrate on practicing in the future and share your worries and difficulties. Seeing his son's true feelings, Xian Jingzhou's face was slightly moved, and a strange feeling that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. At this moment, he had an illusion that he was old. Well, Mayan has finally grown up. He laughed and showed a soft expression to his son for the first time. In the following days, in addition to practicing, Xianan read the files in the small study every day, and Xian Jingju also put all the files about the Linli building into the universe ring. Although he knew that his son could not betray him, he didn't want Xianan to step into the whirlpool for the time being. Xianan was like a sponge, quickly absorbing the important events of the Jiguang sect in the past 1,000 years, and soon saw the recent years. On this day, he opened a new file as usual, and the 4 words Gulling Gambling Battle came into view. He, who could use the poisonous power insect at will, suddenly felt a little moved and checked it carefully. In the 1017th year, in the depths of the white stone relics, the burial ground of the immortal poisonous insect appeared. The Tianyin tribe wanted to swallow it alone. Our Jiguang sect, Yinquan sect, Shuejian sect, and Shejian sect joined hands to stop it. They tied and agreed to decide the ownership of the immortal poisonous insect in the Gulling Gambling Battle 5 years later. There are very few poisonous insect practitioners in the sect. The practitioners who participate in the Gulling Gambling Battle must at least be in the Huashan realm. No one in our sect is qualified. So, we secretly issued a recruitment order, but no one is suitable. It's worrying. In the 1018th year, we recruited 3 suitable poisonous insect practitioners, but we refused because we were afraid of the revenge of the Tianyin tribe. In the 1019th year, we recruited a suitable poisonous insect practitioner, but we found out that he was a pawn of the Tianyin tribe and killed him. In the 1020th year, we got nothing. In the 1021st year, we got nothing. After the 1022nd year, there was still no result. Seeing this, Xianan frowned. He was now 465 years old, and the 1022nd year was this year. It was also the 5th year of the agreement, but his father still didn't find a suitable poisonous insect practitioner. It was urgent to find someone. He finally felt the pressure of his father. Not only did he have to maintain the affairs of the sect, but he also had to struggle under the internal strife of the Tianyin tribe. My cultivation is too weak. Even if I get the poisonous power insect, I can only deal with ordinary peak of Yuanying realm at most. I haven't even reached the threshold to participate. Xianan lamented in his heart. He took out a delicate carrier rune and put it in front of him. There was hesitation in his eyes. If he could invite the mysterious senior sister apprentice, he would have a great chance of winning. But if he used up a chance for this, would the senior sister apprentice have a bad impression of him? After thinking for a long time, Xianan sighed and put away the carrier rune. After all, he didn't dare to pass his thoughts into it. There are still a few months before the appointed time. Instead of disturbing the senior sister apprentice rashly, it is better to ask my father about the progress. After all, this file was written a month ago. After making up his mind, Xianan put down the file and strode away. After asking Earl Wu about the whereabouts of Xian Jingju, he immediately went to the hall of the sect. At this moment, Xian Jingju sat in the main seat of the hall. He glanced at the elders in the hall and frowned. You really can't find a suitable poisonous insect practitioner? The leading elder in a white robe shook his head and sighed bitterly. Lord, you have seen it in the past 4 years. Poisonous insect practitioners are extremely rare, and they all cherish their lives. Today, the Tianyin tribe is powerful, and there are 2 immortal sons and goddesses above our heads. There is no possibility of decline in the future. As long as the poisonous insect practitioners don't intend to leave their hometown, they will not choose to fight against it. After the elder in a white robe finished speaking, the younger elder in black clothes on his side suddenly snorted coldly, "Elder Fang, you really know how to boost others' morale and belittle your own. Just because it is difficult to find a suitable one, we should stop looking for one." The elder in a white robe looked pale. "When did I say that I would not look for one? If you put the idea of making fun of me into looking for a suitable person, maybe you have already found a suitable candidate." That's right. Elder Li is unforgiving, but he has made the least contribution. I don't know how he has the face to mock Elder Fang. Nonsense. When has our Elder Li ever been lazy? It is clear that you are usually lazy, and your eyes are on the ground. The 2 factions headed by Elder Fang and Elder Li quarreled in the blink of an eye. Xian Jingzhou's face was cold, and his eyebrows were twitching wildly. Finally, when the voices of the 2 parties reached a higher level, he shouted loudly, "All of you, shut up." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed slightly in an instant. They covered their painful eardrums, and they were shocked. Lord's cultivation had improved again. The quiet place of the hall of the sect is like a vegetable market, noisy and chaotic because of you elders. What a scandal. Xian Jingzhou stood up, and his small figure blocked the candlelight behind the golden seat, which added a little pressure in everyone's eyes. But at this moment, a young man's clear voice came. "I'm Xianan, Lord." Xian Jingzhou was slightly stunned, and the anger in his heart disappeared. Why did this kid come to the main hall instead of reading in the study? He looked at the people standing in the hall who were silent, and felt impatient. He waved his hand with a cold face. "Go back and reflect on your mistakes." Elder Fang and Elder Li felt like being pardoned, and thought that the young lord came at the right time. They hurriedly retreated, and left in the blink of an eye. Xian Jingzhou rubbed his aching eyebrows. The 2 elders had been at odds with each other for hundreds of years. If it weren't for their good strength, he would have killed these 2 who didn't know the rules. However, there was no one in the sect. Xianan pushed the door and walked in. His shadow dragged a long trace on the ground of the hall. He looked at his father in the hall, and his irritation had not faded. He saluted respectfully. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, he straightened up and said, "Father, what are you worried about?" Xian Jingzhou waved his hand and didn't want to say more. He just asked, "Why do you come here instead of reading?" Xianan straightened up and immediately replied, "I read the Gulling gambling battle. This year is the last year. How is the progress?" "Not bad. You have learned to care about the food of the sect. You have made progress." Xian Jingzhou temporarily suppressed his irritation, nodded with appreciation, and said, "It's okay to tell you about it. You have also seen the record in the file. There is no suitable person so far. If there is no candidate after 3 months, our Jiguang sect can only give up." At that time, he could only let Wen Tingshan take the risk. He was secretly nervous. Xian was not surprised when he heard this, but he struggled more in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "I have a candidate on my side, and I want to hear your opinion." "On your side?" Xian Jingzhou couldn't help laughing. This kid didn't know that Qiu Zhen had secretly followed him when he was practicing outside these years. Didn't he know who he had contacted? Among them, there was not even one in the Huashan realm, let alone the poisonous insect practitioner in the Huashan realm. He was probably cheated by someone. Don't show off. You are only in the Jindan realm. How can you make friends with the poisonous insect practitioner in the Huashan realm? Don't make trouble for the sect. Chapter 496. 34 Chinese Net. In 1 second wonderful pop-up window free reading. Xian was dumbfounded when his father refused. He immediately forgot Su Li's instructions and said anxiously, Dad, I mean it. That senior sister apprentice is very kind to me, and she gave me. Xian Jingju interrupted him helplessly and asked, what is your senior sister apprentice's cultivation now? Xian was stunned when he heard the words. Thinking of Su Li's childish face, he was confused. When they first met, the senior sister apprentice was in the early stage of Jindan realm. But later, she killed those people easily, and then killed the poisonous insect demon easily. What was her cultivation? I don't know, but, Xian answered honestly. Xian Jingju suddenly felt very tired. He put on a serious face and said, forget it. Don't get involved in this matter. Go to practice. Xian's face turned red. He only felt that something was stuck in his heart. But seeing that his father was angry, he could only nod unwillingly and leave the hall. After Xian left, the solemnity on Xian Jingzhou's face faded, and a haze flashed in his eyes. When the Fate Ancestor is in power, the world is so chaotic. Forget it. If I can't avoid this disaster, I won't. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Li did not go back to Jiuzhou region. She directly booked a room in a cultivation inn in Tianyi City and absorbed spiritual jades at ease. The evil ghost observed the change of the pubic region of the original body and confirmed it with Sueyu tactics. There were many spies in Jiuzhou region. Although there was also Huangxing Chamber of Commerce, it was far less convenient than Jiuli region. When she tested the most suitable spiritual jades for herself, she had to buy them on a large scale. During the 2 months, Su Li also went out for a day or two, hoping to meet the 2 familiar people with the Numa 2 days ago. Tianyi City was at the foot of the mountain of Tianyin tribe, so no one dared to be presumptuous. But the Numa couldn't be traced. Su Li guessed that the 2 people should have left the city and returned to Tianyin tribe. After coming to a conclusion, Su Li returned to the inn and didn't go out. The speed of refining spiritual jades increased day by day. Finally, on the last day of 2 months, the last spiritual jade was also refined. At this moment, Su Li looked over the pubic region. The essence light balls formed by thousands of spiritual jades of gold, wood, fire, and earth were flickering. Su Li controlled the first golden light ball to integrate into the black lotus bearing essence, and the black lotus was illuminated with golden light in an instant. Su Li's eyes were shining, and her practice method flowed. She sensed the change of Sueyu tactics carefully. Since her reincarnation and cultivation, she had traveled the star path twice. After the thrilling Zhuji realm in Bizhui space, as Black Lotus said, she had no bottleneck until now when she reached the peak of Jindan realm. She only needed to stack up her spiritual power. Going forward, it was another Chuangxing path. She could already vaguely sense the existence of the Stargate, but her feeling told her that this Chuangxing path would be more difficult than the previous 2 times. According to Black Lotus, the Gold Core realm was only for laying a solid foundation. Only after taking this step and reaching the Gold Core realm could one truly embark on the path of cultivation. As the only obstacle in front of him, the Chuangxing path would not be simple. She was not ready yet. At least, if Sueyu tactics could make another breakthrough, she would be more confident. Buzz 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 tilde tilde tilde. The Black Lotus, which was dyed golden, vibrated gently, and the golden jade light flowed like a magic weapon of divine light. Su Li opened her eyes, and the golden light flashed in her eyes, making a soft sound as it cut through the air. The bottleneck has been broken through to 3 out of 100, and when I use it, it has a sharp pneuma. If I use the sword intent, the power will be considerable. Mu Jin's spiritual jade is not bad. After coming to a conclusion, Su Li waited for the pneuma of the golden light ball to disappear, and immediately led the next group of spiritual jade essence into her pubic region. After half a day, all the spiritual jade essence in Su Li's hand was consumed. She got up and opened the window near the street. She looked at the bustling tourists on the street through the tactical matrix and muttered to herself. Maybe, it's not what I imagined. Mu spiritual jades of the 5 elements were not suitable for cultivation. If she fused them with the spiritual jades of the 5 elements, she could exert 3 times more strength than usual. If she fused them with the spiritual jades of the wood element, she felt that her body was full of vitality, and she could recover quickly even if she was injured. The effect of the spiritual jades of the Mushire spiritual jade must be similar. If she fused them with the spiritual jades of the fire element, the power of the Taoist method of the fire element would be doubled. However, she didn't study the Taoist method deeply, and she didn't know how much the power of the higher-grade Taoist method could be increased. If she fused them with the spiritual jades of the earth element, her defensive power would be greatly increased, and it could also form a field similar to the gravity tactical matrix. The spiritual jades of the 5 elements had their own functions. Su Li's eyes brightened. If she had enough spiritual jades to store, these abilities could be permanently fixed. With the advancement of the Sueyu tactics, there might be other new surprises. The spiritual jades in this world are far more than the spiritual jades of the 5 elements. I need more spiritual jades. Thinking of this, Su Li went downstairs to pay the bill and went to the Huangxing Chamber of Commerce. Today, Qing Shi happened to be on duty again. Unfortunately, he was already followed by a middle-aged practitioner with white eyebrows who had an extraordinary identity. Because he was appreciated by Yin Yutian, he had changed from an ordinary manservant to a steward who specialized in serving distinguished guests. However, when he inadvertently looked back and saw Su Li's figure, his body suddenly shook. He waved his hand to find another manservant in cyan clothes and said, "This is a distinguished guest. I happen to be in a hurry. Take good care of her and don't neglect her." The manservant who was summoned was stunned when he heard the words, and then he was ecstatic. He hurriedly beckoned the middle-aged practitioner with white eyebrows to leave. The middle-aged practitioner with white eyebrows frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and followed them casually. After all, these servants of Huangxing Hall were all very humble, and it was the same no matter who led the way. When Qing Shi saw the middle-aged practitioner leave, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly appeared in front of Su Li before she chose the manservant, and said with a sincere smile, "Dear guest, you are here again." Su Li recognized Qing Shi, and her face was slightly relaxed. "It's you. What a coincidence. I don't want the spiritual jades of the 5 elements this time. I will buy all the rare spiritual jades of your Huangxing Hall." It was not the first time for Qing Shi to contact Su Li. Even if Su Li's request was more strange, he immediately nodded and reached out his hand. "Dear guest, this way, please. I will take you to the Tianzi Hall. If you like them, tell me the quantity, and I will arrange them immediately." Su Li also felt relieved when she heard the words, and smiled slightly. "That's good." Qing Shi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly led the way in front. But he felt pity in his heart. The senior's smile was so charming, but her face was too ordinary and she was a little cold. Not long after, Qing Shi took Su Li to the Tianzi Hall last time. Su Li glanced over the counter and looked carefully. In addition to the 5 elements, the spiritual jades also had many strange attributes such as wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Su Li couldn't guess their real functions, so she simply turned her hand and took out a universe ring from her sleeve, threw it to Qing Shi, and ordered, "Except for the spiritual jades of the 5 elements and the ordinary spiritual jades of the 5 elements, the rest are the same as last time. Buy 1,000 of them." Qing Shi took the ring, and his divine awareness scanned it full of celestial stones. He was shocked and didn't dare to neglect. He immediately took it and was about to arrange it. But at this moment, the middle-aged practitioner with white eyebrows came in under the leadership of a manservant and bumped into him. "Huh! You are here." The middle-aged practitioner with white eyebrows narrowed his eyes, and his voice was flat, but it made Qing Shi's forehead covered with a layer of cold sweat. There were many Tianzi halls in Huangxing Hall. Why did this person appear here? He was so unlucky. Qing Shi was anxious and didn't know how to answer. When the middle-aged practitioner with white eyebrows saw Su Li in the hall, he immediately raised his eyebrows, stepped over Qing Shi, and walked in with a majestic manner. Su Li saw him, but she just didn't want to talk to him. But sensing that this person was approaching, she couldn't continue to ignore him, so she turned around and looked at him. He is so young, at most 500 years old. The middle-aged man with white eyebrows was shocked, and the famous talents of the Tianyin tribe and the other 4 sects flashed in his mind, but he couldn't match them. His face immediately darkened. "Why did you steal my guide?" Qingshi panicked when he heard it. He leaned over and knelt directly on the ground. In the astonished eyes of the ordinary manservant, he begged for mercy. "Senior, please forgive me. It was this junior who was possessed and wanted to curry favor with you. It wasn't this female guest trying to snatch you away." Su Li was puzzled. When she heard this sentence, she immediately understood what was going on. For her, it was not a trivial matter, but for Qingshi, it was a great disaster. Thinking of this, Su Li changed her face and clenched her fists. "Fellow practitioner, this is just a misunderstanding. Although Qingshi is not considerate, he brings convenience to me. I will compensate you on his behalf. How about that?" Seeing that Su Li was so easy to talk to, the middle-aged man with white eyebrows didn't keep a straight face anymore, and his tone eased. "I see. But since you can make the administrator of Huangxing Hall curry favor with you, you must have a distinguished identity. May I know where you work?" "I don't know you." Su Li shook her head and smiled. "I come from another big region." "It is normal that you don't know me." The middle-aged man with white eyebrows nodded and turned away. Qingshi was relieved when the matter was over. He looked at Su Li gratefully and immediately went to purchase spiritual jades for Su Li. After a while, he hurried past the warehouse with the universe ring in his hand and was about to go to the VIP room where Su Li waited. But he found a familiar figure standing in front of him. "Senior." Qingshi face turned pale when he saw the middle-aged man with white eyebrows blocking the door. The middle-aged man with white eyebrows chuckled and flicked his fingers. A white poisonous insect flew into Qingshi eyebrows. Qingshi smart eyes instantly became dull, and he said, "I don't know the origin of that female guest. I only know that she is as rich as a country. Young lord calls her senior, but her bone age is very young." When the middle-aged man with white eyebrows heard the words "as rich as a country," he felt ridiculous. "You are just a slave who has never seen the world. The wealth of a cultivation country is equal to that of a whole top-grade sect. She is just a first-rank female practitioner." He glanced at the universe ring in Qingshi hand and directly grabbed it. He scanned it with his divine awareness, and his disdainful look changed instantly. So many, countless celestial stones. He had never seen so many celestial stones. "These celestial stones are enough for me to practice to pass nature's tests." He gasped twice, and his heart beat violently. At this moment, the greed instantly drowned the reason in his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the VIP room, Su Li was still meditating. Suddenly, she was awakened by a messy footstep. When she looked up, she immediately saw a flustered manservant in indigo clothes. She held back her tears and said, "Senior, something happened. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.